dancing with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything is still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine high and light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. on my way, find my way, find my
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Huang. Won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up!
It's almost time!
Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us!
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting!
They're interesting. You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final, solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their Featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the Indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, a
live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
Hey, what's good, everybody, and welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. I am Blam, and with me is Hola. Obviously, yesterday we had some great performances and some drafts that I was obviously looking over and be like, hey, this is pretty cool, man. Like, some of these teams are starting to kind of like really amp up and really showing what's at a survival within the survival week, right, Hola?
Yeah, definitely. And they're starting to level up. They're bringing in new strats, some strats from KPL. The Baichi one that you've been alluding to was it a great one, kind of caught off Nongshim Red Force off guard. Crazy Raccoons really brought it. They will be playing in the second series today, so that's going to be an exciting one. If they want to bring that up against Gen.G, that could potentially happen. But the biggest thing, of course, will be the new version, which is arriving on September 24th. Unleash Your Spirit, and there's going to be a lot of mini games that will be coming with that one.
Oh, absolutely. I'm super duper excited for that one. Obviously, it's not until Wednesday, so I'm really sort of like trying to make sure I'm not wishing time away. I mean, middle of the week, it's going to be awesome. Obviously, big update, rank reset. super duper excited for that one. But obviously, before we get into that one ourselves as players, we still have 2 days left of the survival week. So really, today, we're going to be shining a lot more light onto Group A rather than Group S, right? Like, we've only got one Group S game, Gen.G going against Crazy Raccoons. But really, we're going to be looking at R8, who are currently at top of the board of Group A at this current moment in time. And they're going to be trying to fight for this prize pool, right? Like, they want to go try and get higher into Group A so they get the surviving team to go through to the playoffs. But top prize is that 10k, second place 8.5, third place 7k, fourth place is 6.5, and then fifth to seventh place 6,000 USD. So even if some of these teams fall right at the bottom of this league, they're still going to get some tasty prize pools going with them.
Yeah, and if we're talking about games that happened yesterday, Nongshim Gen.G still at the top of the line in terms of standings for now. Gen.G have to play that 5th game. That one's going to be off stream. We're going to find out the results as they come in. But Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately for them, they're 0-2, bottom of Group S. If we're looking at the other side, R8 has been this story, so to speak, of Group A. They looked very good. They're 2-0. Astar is in second place with Scarz. They have this slight edge in terms of that tiebreak. And of course, CMF Esports, who had a valiant effort yesterday, but unfortunately they were just outlasted by R8 going into that final game.
Exactly, but I mean, they have that final game of yesterday, but they're going to be the first game of today going up against Scarz. So Scarz currently are at 3rd place. They've only won 1 series for themselves as well. So really, CMF, they need to bring that same energy that you were alluding to there, Hola. Bring it through today, and then see if they can actually get a series win, right? Because I mean, so far, if we're looking at both of these leagues, we still have our lowest team in the bracket that has rounds. KM Worst, however, their lowest team doesn't have a single round to their name. So we're not going to call names, we're not going to throw any shade, but we are here to see the action of what the East can do the best.
No, I'm going to throw some shade. They're terrible. Like the bottom team, let's be honest. But let's stop talking about the clearly inferior league. We're going to talk about the KME, which is where all of the action is. If you were tuning in yesterday, all of them were bangers. I mean, they were exciting. Yes, they went to 3-1, but let's find out who the first team will be going up in this first matchup now.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
So first team onto the gorge is going to be none other than Scarz, the real ones who are looking to get that second series onto the board for themselves, and it's represented by none other than Aruru, Mfang, Hao in the mid lane, ASD as their farm lane, and then Ochik 2 as their support. This has been a team that really kind of started to shine within the ranking week. Yes, they haven't had the greatest experience so far within the survival week, but this is where other teams really start to up the ante, and if you catch that wave a little bit too late, you're going to be kind of trailing behind. But Scarz currently is sitting at 1-1 scoreline, so they're not looking like it's going to be the hardest battle for them here.
And this is going to be one of those things where they need to really step up. They're running out of time more than anything else. And especially with this, survival week, it's all about survival, right? And being down, losing to R8, who are at the top right now, this could be a tough situation. I really need to see Mufang step up. He had the 3rd most kills in the rankings, in the ranking week. But let's find out who their opponents will be. And of course, it'll be CMF Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
CMF Esports, the Undertakers. They're going to be made up of Saikanoya, Ashir, Anthem, Tamid, and of course from Malaysia, it will be Wei. This is a team that we've seen make some clear stances in terms of the games yesterday. They've been able to take off some games. They were very close to taking off even more against R8, but in the end, just way too many mistakes. This is a team that is still finding its groove, so to speak.
Exactly. I mean, you say that right there, Holler. Like, CMF, yes, they got one round of R8 Esports, but what team didn't get a single round of R8 Esports on the first day? And that was Scarz, who is their now opponent. So, really looking into this one, and statistically speaking, within the survival week so far, yes, CMF don't have the series off of any of their opponents so far, but they've been able to actually beat an opponent that Scarz hasn't actually at a single time or a single round within the survival week. So, really looking at that is hopefully going to put a lot of hope into the fans of CMF as well, Esports, so they can try and get a dub here off of Scarz, because Scarz have been definitely shaky, like you were saying, Holler.
Definitely shaky, but CMF, it seems to be what the doctor has ordered in that sense of having a potential matchup. I think that Scarz are definitely the favorite going in, just because if you're looking at the data, CMF have not taken off a single match win, right? Yes, they've been able to pull out games, but this is a team that's still kind of finding their groove again. I mean, they're finding moments to win. They had a very good opportunity yesterday in that amazing series with R8. It was one of the best thus far in the KME fall. That game 3 with Tempest Dragons being taken by both teams, it went to the bitter end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the victory that CMF actually managed to get over R8 Esports was one of the quickest games that we saw in the entire of the KME fall spring season, right? Like, it's a 9-minute and 27-second match. So that's obviously going to put a bit of shine and a little bit of dirt in the eyes of R8 Esports, and definitely going to want to kind of like bounce back on obviously on that next series against Astars, which will obviously be today. But CMF, they want to take that win with pride, man. Like, that's not an easy thing to do within such a competitive league with the KME.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, being able to beat any team sub 10 minutes, I think that that's like the true, like, dare I say, insult to the other team, right? Really sticking it to them, or the other team was completely flat-footed and they're like, okay, GG, go next kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, all right, we're able to bounce back, but man, that really was like a momentum shift in the series, and you could see that the CMF definitely has the potential.
They do have the potential, but looking at the potential head-to-head here, it's going to be ASD against Ashir down into the farm lane. So Ashir not actually getting that many kills onto the board here. Obviously, it has been a hard journey so far within CMF, but they are starting to sort of like come into their form. They just need to continue this on as they go in and out of the fall season at this point. But average damage, again, ASD. Average gold, ASD, and then team fight participation. That's where the neck and neck kind of find a falter here, is they're basically the same. Obviously, we do need the marksmen into the team fights. They are one of your biggest damage outputs overall within Honor of Kings gameplay as well. So if there was a bigger disparity there, then we'd obviously see why the kills were a little bit different. But it just seems to be that ASD has that little bit of a lead going for him.
When you're losing games, it's kind of difficult to kind of pad those stats, so to speak, and to kind of make it somewhat competitive going up against the other leagues. Again, CMF was really struggling in ranking week, really did not get any sort of footing. But now I think that they've kind of brushed that off. They've kind of been like, hey, this is a new leaf. This is our second life, so to speak. This is our last life. CMF really need to step up and continue on. They need this series. Scarz is looking vulnerable. This is an opportunity for CMF as well.
It is definitely an opportunity for them to strike, right? You make a good point that it's hard to gather kills when especially the teams are, especially the meta is very sort of like late game marksman orientated, right? Like, if you can't get into that late game, you aren't going to kind of assure yourself any kind of kills. And if the pressure is being put onto your other lanes, which obviously we've seen many times within CMF, it kind of seems to be like, when they do have a brawl, they're pretty decent at it. They have a better macro understanding than some of the other teams within other leagues as well, but it's just kind of like not enough to kind of like curb the rest of the KME, right? Like, Wei is definitely trying his best here on carry heroes into the jungle. He loves picking up the likes, obviously Jing, the Luna, as well as the Pei as well, but it's really kind of just making sure that he can kind of uniform himself into what his team needs, right? Like yesterday, we finally saw him get a round win with a tank jungle, which is obviously going to be great in terms of progress here for the side of CMF Esports as they go forward, obviously within the Honor of Kings Esports ecosystem.
Yeah, and if we're looking at, I mean, continuing on also with that head-to-head matchup between ASD and Anthem, ASD actually has the third lowest deaths in ranking week with only 17. If we're looking at the other side, Ashir, he had the most deaths in the ranking week with 37. So this is a guy that also in the games yesterday against R8, they were winning, but then Ashir constantly, dare I say, 3 or 4 times got out of position, let his team down by being, outmanned, and then it was pretty much R8's game to kind of come back into it. So if anything, Ashir needs to be super careful. He needs to play, very safely. He needs to ensure that he's staying behind everyone else, especially as that vulnerable mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I think Survival Week Day 1 actually proved to a lot of people watching at home as well, is that you can have, obviously, a great game going for you in the early game, but then as soon as the team fights start to happen, obviously after that crucial 4-minute mark, as the neutral objectives come up online, if a team fight ensues and your mid and your marksman don't have the best positioning and your enemy team actually has a decent access into the backline, thanks to the likes of heroes like Liampo, Mayim, Byron, the heroes of the like, it's then really, really punishable for those teams that don't quite pay too much attention to positioning within team fights.
And that's key, right? I mean, CMF is the biggest thing about them is that when you're checking the replays and the VODs, you're seeing that like some of the players, give up first blood because they're like in no man's land. They're continuing to walk. We don't need to point fingers at this point. But basically everybody from CMF they need to move with conviction. They need to move together. They need to, like, when they move and they try to go for an ambush, they need to commit for these things. Right now, they've been playing very passively and somewhat reactively, and it has really not helped them because the top tier teams are going to make you pay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think there's like two kind of different like game styles of reaction, right? Like you've got reaction into a team fight where if you do take a bit of a bad engage, you then kind of peel away and then try and go for a reconfigured attack. But then there's other kind of intel team fights that we've been seeing within the Honor of Kings Major East as well, where they're looking for the intel prior to the team fight, right? Like they're checking brushes, especially around that L brush towards the neutral objectives as well, right? Like they're making sure that nobody's there. There's like, if the enemy team has a jungler like Luna that can dive on 1-2 heroes, then go and get the smite, or Monkey with the Dream Roam, they're making sure that these kind of like advantage points are always being checked. I feel like that's something that maybe CMF could do to kind of like have a better performance in this game against Scarz, is making sure they're just getting every little ounce of intel before they take a team fight, rather than going in completely blind, right? Like no one wants to be shooting in a dark room.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that the biggest thing for CMF is that when the games are like 50-50 or like 60-40 and you're kind of be able to play somewhat defensively, especially early when you're not going to get blown up, the vision definitely needs to be a little bit more aggressive. But CMF have kind of been losing the early game, and other teams have kind of controlled the map where CMF are very timid. They don't want to move, and then they're playing even more defensively and not really looking for gaps in the enemy line, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly that. But we're going to get into the BP of game number 1 here. So CMF going up against Scarz Esports. They're banning out the Luna, banning out the Mai, banning out the Ali. Is it going to be a Hue 1 or Pei ban here, or the Dharma? It's going to be the Pei that gets banned out here, because we know that Wei likes to go on the Pei. So now, are they going to make the option of going for the Hue 1 on blue, going for the Lung, going for the Dharma? Those are the kind of picks we start to see here, and it looks like CMF want to go for that Hue 1.
Yeah, the Sustain, dare I say, one of the best top 3 picks of the KME thus far. It has just so much play. It's convinced. I mean, it's been, continuation of KWC with this was the most picked hero there. But it just provides so much, right? That healing, sustain, plus the fact that you have a lot of flexibility. So it doesn't actually show what sort of draft you're looking to go. So it has, a lot of potential here.
Yeah, loads of potential, and obviously, as you was alluding to there, Holder, the fact that it's got more than kind of like one use onto the Gorge and one use off the Gorge, you're keeping your enemy team guessing where that flex is going to go, but then also, obviously, the sustain, the control that you get from the Hue 1 as also. But over to the side of Scarz, they're going to go for that kind of like control wraparound duo, right? Like, obviously, popping the wall is my board down, then Aruru is going to be able to use that Truth Mantra to kind of just get a wall wherever he needs it, right? Like, it's no more kind of like, right, I need to make sure my positioning is on point, because I need to be by a wall to get a crucial team fight engaged. But now, the fact that he has the I Ching here who can kind of wrap around a wall to the enemy team means that Aruru could have some really good potential playmaking potential here.
definitely about that playmaking, right? They need to figure out a way to get to that back line. I think it's interesting, though, with the Lung and the Ogren pick, they're going loaded for bear. CMF are looking to just come out guns blazing in this game one. Very strong picks, especially with the U1 to kind of help sustain. Anti-heal will be a thing from Scarz. They need to kind of rectify that situation. Yes, they have a lot of control in the Yixing and the Dharma, but they need some damage. They need to figure out a way to deal with this raid boss that is going to be Wei's Ogren.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Ogren, for me, if they can kind of shut Ogren down in the early game, then it's kind of like a little bit of a less of a raid boss. You kind of just kind of like nerfing him before you go into the dungeon, right? You kind of getting those extra little bits of equipment to take on the raid boss, and then that's it. You kind of like, right, okay, we're more prepped than we were before, but then we start to see Scarz actually go for a little bit more kind of sustain into the team fight, right? Because obviously what they were lacking for the side of Scarz is that kind of extra bit of boost, that healing coming through, but also the crowd control here as well, right? Like Zakia, with that Mulberry power, is pretty dangerous, especially catching off those like pesky sort of assassin heroes if you really need to kind of get onto them, or even just stopping a hero to get in and out of a team fight.
One thing that I've noticed, and it looks like they're hovering the Mulan and Zhang Fei, a lot of team fights, and that's going to deal with the potential team fight from Scarz. But that's a cure pick. Look, I know that it might be an Ochik special. He might be very comfortable with it. But if there's anything that we've learned in the KME thus far is that Sun Bin has been the hero, especially in the roam. It's been like a late game trump card that has really caught teams off guard, especially when you see a Lung on the other team, right? You have that infinite vastness. You know where he's going to land, right? You just get that time lapse and you can silence him and eventually kill him. And now this Scarz lineup finishing their draft with a Menki. Yes, you have a lot of stuns and a lot of control and utility, but you don't have the damage. I really don't like this draft.
Yeah, I mean, with Monkey, I feel like he gets a bit of a bad rep with damage, like we've seen with performances on the likes of Nongshim's Haku, that he's able to get the most damage onto his team, right? It's kind of like the whole Lady Chen story, right? Like, everyone's like, she can't do damage, she's only there to kind of like sustain, and obviously not sustain, but do crowd control and try and use that destructive illusion to the team fight to kind of turn the tides of that team fight into your favor. But really, it's a very overwhelming amount of damage that does come through, and especially like an AoE, that if they do build like the Venomous Staff, if that was the case. But back onto my point here, that Monkey actually does some damage here. The most damage is going to be coming from obviously Yixing, right? Like Yixing towards the latter part of the game, thanks to his passive, is going to kind of scale up as long as you're able to proc the passive onto the side of Scarz. But yeah, there's going to be, if you take out Yixing, you really then got to be like, right, okay, so where's that damage going to come from? You're going to try and hope that D-Ranger is going to start to have a good positioning on the side of Scarz, because if not, if he gets taken out, then like you were saying, Hola, in terms of the damage, Monkey's not going to be able to kind of like do enough or sustain long enough into the team fight, because that's the kind of like the key part of getting the damage on Monkey is making sure that he's able to stay in the team fight for a long time, use the Blazing Cape to kind of just burn away to that damage over time onto the enemy team.
But is that Blazing Cape and like that damage, even from the Menki, enough to kind of out-heal the potential Ogren Yuhan that's going to be there? I think the sustain is going to be a real thing, and this is going to be a potential problem. I mean, you were talking about D-Ranger. He is clearly the weakness. He's the crux of this issue. You take him out, this entire building crumbles. I mean, yeah, you have a lot of potential damage from the Yixing. A lot of the other players have been able to do that. But if they're, it's a lot of poking and prodding. The fights aren't really happening. Once the team fight is a full-on commit, the guys are all going in, and once that D-Ranger is dead, they're going to be a world of hurt, right? So I'm worried about this lineup. It really comes back to the early game. How Scarz is able to kind of, accelerate that early game so that they have a chance, so that this damage is not a problem.
Yeah, I do get that. Absolutely. That point is a very good point onto the side of Scarz. Like CMF, if they're able to kind of like understand what we've just been speaking about there, then they can obviously try and get the team fights going into their favor. Like obviously Raid Boss, Ogren's going to be very sustainable. Using the Hu1 here as well, very sustainable as well. But it's all going to count onto those pickoffs, right? But the way they're going to get these pickoffs and the way they're going to make these plays is going to be the Realme 15 Pro, the official gaming phone of the KME East fall season of 2025. Made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way that esports demand. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, definitely CMF will be feeling the difference as they're looking to put the pressure on, especially early in this mid lane, right? I think that if, Ashir kind of gets going, he needs that space to kind of ensure that he has all of that healing, because it's going to be tough again for Scarz to really crack through all of this healing.
Yeah, exactly right. They've definitely got to build anti-heal in the very early parts of the game. But I mean, right now, Aruru's just doing a little bit of damage here onto Tamid. I mean, on a pick like the Zhongfei, if you're looking to pick off their roam, if you're looking to get rid of some of that intel that we were talking about into the game introduction, is you want to be making sure you get rid of their support. So he's not going to be able to just roam around the gorge, find intel, find where the enemy jungler is, and just know and give over that intel to your jungler so you can kind of try and go in and help yourself to the enemy's jungle.
Yeah, and one thing that would have helped CMF, you know, invade the enemy jungle or even protect your own, Tamid, on the Zhongfei, most players will pick the Smite because you can be able to steal that away and just make it very uncomfortable for like Mfang, but he decides to go with a more standard heal. This is more of like a team comp thing, more like looking for that team fight. I think that the Smite is the way to go, but again, personal preference here.
It is personal preference. I mean, to be honest, Wei on the Orgren should be able to just like kind of use the path of passing, go straight in, not kind of have to falter to an early fight and have no access out of those pits of the Tyrant and the Overlord. So again, I think it just comes down to, like you were saying there, Paul, the personal preference. Do you want to give over a little bit more of a bit of sustain to your team, even though they've got plenty of self-healing from the Orgren? Got to be careful here at ASD. He's getting hit with a lot of damage and a lot of CC right now.
Yeah, it's like, how many more healing sources do we need, right? I think they just wanted to add another one to the list more than anything else. I think it's a little overkill at this point. I think the Smite would have gotten more value, but again, I'm just the dude that talks while these guys are pros.
It's the DJ Khaled approach to healing, man. It's and another one. And another one, you know? Like, you can't have enough healing, baby. Like, that's the state coming through in these team fights, especially if you know how to play the team fights as well, right? Like, positioning-wise, that sustain's just going to keep you going and just out-sustain the enemy team. Because really, if you look over to, again, Scarz, they've got the tankiness from Monkey, which is great, but if you are able to get the damage through here, obviously they have the likes of the Lung, they have damage coming from Orgren as well. It's going to be hard to keep yourself in, keeping that passive propped up with the bubbles, and then you've only really got Ouchik here to do any kind of healing to you.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing. Plus, I mean, if you're looking at the rest of CMF's lineup, they have a lot of, crowd control, like the AoE stuns. Yeah. You got some from Psychonoa, you got some from Tamid. You have a lot. So when those team fights are looking to happen, and you know Scarz, look at this lineup, man. They want to just have a deathball team fight 5-on-5 action, and CMF actually have the heroes to answer.
Yeah, I mean, the point of concession here is, for me, is if Psychonoa doesn't use that CC immunity of the Mulan at the right time, it becomes useless, right? Like, you then go in with the CC immunity, thinking you're breezing through into the enemy backline, which is what they're really going to be doing here and hoping for, especially onto the likes of Hao and ASD on the Yi Xing, but they've got to make sure that they don't use it too early, because then you kind of just left Mulan into the pit if they don't have the flash as well. So if you exhaust the flash before a team fight onto Psychonoa, it's going to be hard to come back and out of that team fight.
You're going to struggle, really. I think it's all about the common skills of when that happens. And teams need to be very clued in. When they see it, they need to understand who's really vulnerable, right? And then having that common skill not available to you, you might be just dead at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a big rotation here down to the bot side of the map. Obviously, teleport coming here from Mfang as well as Aruru as the neutral objectives taking place here.
They've got the board. They've got him set up. Tamid, though, it has to use the Unbridled Outburst, but the Tyrant has already been taken by Wei. He's going to smite that one. Aruru actually flashes away, and I think they will look to disengage. Everybody was pretty low, but nobody had died.
Yeah, that was it. Collateral damage control, right? They were able to just get what they needed, which is that Tyrant. It's going to help with, obviously, the lack of the damage resources, the gold resources here, but ASD is getting chipped away right now, but he has the passive.
Yeah, he misses the taking liberties, but, you know, I think ASD is going to be like, oh my gosh, that's actually scary at a later point. He needs to ensure that he has that flash available. He didn't need it at this point, but that was very risky.
Yeah, back to the point I was making, right? Like, obviously, the Tyrant is going to help with the fact that they are behind by around about 600 gold, which is not the massive thing within the early game, right? Like, it's definitely going to benefit more the side of CMF than it is going to be with Scarz here. Scarz now obviously falling behind by around 300 at the moment of time, but Ouchik here, he's got to be careful. Has to get in that brush, that flaming palms. That hurt, man.
Yeah, it definitely hurt, but they've got the board, and they find Ashir. They get the pick off. He stuck around a little too long, and Scarz makes him pay, and now they'll continue on. No, they're going to start to back off at this point.
Backing up at the point, Scarz getting that first blood is now just going to obviously excel them a little bit further into that gold lead as well, thanks to the bonus gold from first blood. But I mean, Ouchik there, he almost, if he stepped out of line just a little bit further, it would have been a different story here for CMF.
he was kind of baiting it out. I mean, CMF were like, we're poking and prodding, we doing a little bit of damage onto Ochik, but it was more of like, he knows he's got that mobility to get himself on out of there. He's able to just fly on out with Ride the Wind, so he knew he was safe, but again, it was just more of like baiting CMF more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, if I was CMF there, I feel like there was too much resources being exhausted down to the bottom side of the map, right? Like, they were like 4 members down there. All that time, Aruru took their T1 in topside.
Yeah, took it out. I mean, and look at this one. The bottom T1 is taking some damage. Anthem has to defend on this one. You cannot lose T1s like this so quickly.
Red team.
No, exactly. I mean, this is the good thing about obviously drafting the D-Ranger into the Lung, right? Like, D-Ranger is one of those marksmen. Yes, he doesn't do a great amount of damage into the early game, but he is tankier naturally than most marksmen, so he's able to take those Flaming Palms at level 8 when Anthem's just built that Eternity Blade as well. So he definitely is going to take a lot more damage in terms now he has the itemization, but this is the reason why you would pick the D-Ranger into the Lung, because you're not against a Lung range. And now team fight taking place here in the mid lane. Has to use the Dream Road defensively here for Mfang, but
they're bridal outburst.
CMF.
They actually want to go. They find Ochik who has to ride the wind, but CMF not able to get any sort of catch. Psychonoa eats an Imperial Order, but the Flaming Palm onto him, and he's going to limp away. But CMF committing quite a bit in terms of the ult, not being able to get any sort of catch.
Yeah, no catch, no prize there. No kills, but I mean, that's not going to stop the side of Scarz, right? Like, they're constantly putting this pressure down to the bot side of the map, which means that even when they're fighting in mid, they're getting some kind of progress onto the Gorge.
Oh, but look at Wei. He's just looking to run it down. Death's Precipice onto him, but now the Dream Realm onto 3. That was a nice one, and they find Anthem, who's not able to take to the skies, and Scarz makes him pay for sticking out. Wei has the Conductor of Souls. He does some work onto Hao, but not enough. He actually is looking to back off, and here come the other reinforcements. Aruru has joined to have the 4. The Taking Liberties on the way, but he's out-sustaining. Scarz not able to get another one.
Yeah, CMF there had to kind of pay dividends there to the minion wave crashing in, because if that minion wave were there, you know that Scarz would have just got dived in onto Wave, but now they are just trying to make sure they aren't able to take this team fight into the favor of Scarz in the mid lane, because that would have been scary, right? Like, the minion wave was crashing through, CMF had to stay around to take that out. But I mean, look at that T2 down to the bot side, man. Like, even though there's pressure being put elsewhere and clear kind of decisive actions from Scarz to be like, hey, let's go into the mid lane, let's make sure we try and get that T1. They're just at the same time, it's like, yo, let's keep falling in those minions into that bot T2, and it'll do the job itself, right? Naturally, by natural causes, that T2 will fall.
Yeah, and now Mfang, he's going to be gone on, and they have the bubble. He Dream Roams back to safety, but it's more of like, we're going to pretend to push mid, but the real assault is on the side, and Scarz will take that. They are very sneaky in that regard. They take the bottom T2 just like that.
Bottom T2 goes down, like we were saying literally moments ago, and this is the thing I love about playing D-Ranger in my games, right? Like, you just use that third token all the time. It has extended range. You're just constantly putting pressure onto those T1s.
Rattle uppers. They find Hao, the Stampede, right on top of them. They got him bounced around, and the Seer State will execute him. Ashir is a little bit low, so they've got what they wanted was Hao, but can they get any sort of structure, or it looks like they're going to turn their attention on the Overlord here?
Yeah, they may as well just get one kill and then just walk away with that one, right? Obviously, use Tommy to get this intel into the back rush here, so they know they're not going to gank onto the Overlord. But good play by CMF, right? Like, they punished Hao for overstepping in that mid lane, but now Mfang.
Yeah, it looks like Tomid, though. The board has got him 2 locked in. They've got the Enlightenment on the way, but it's just really not enough damage. He's out-tanking everything. The Death's Precipice, and he's got the Tether, and he doesn't want to dive the tower, though. He needs to be careful. Mfang still up in front. He tries to get onto him, and they're trying to focus it down on the way, but it's just not enough. And here come the reinforcements. The Psychonoia almost taking out Hao, but he's not able to get the pick. Excuse me, ASD.
He tried to get the pick on ASD there, right? Like, we saw that they're able to travel the distance is going to be Mulan. Even with that flash being committed there, Psychonoia was able to gain that distance up onto ASD, but it wasn't enough because that T1 was keeping him alive. And that's any problem, right? Like, if you have somebody like the Mulan that's going to kind of like spearhead the team fight and you don't have anybody with you like Wei, it's going to be if I don't get the kill, I have to deject straight away.
Yes, very much so. I mean, Psychonoia, it was a nice little secondary initiation. Wei has been attracting so much attention, and they're trying to force it down, and now Wei still up in front, needs to be careful. He's going to be picked off. The Umbrella Outburst is now going to be used, but Tomid is in a bad spot. He's going to just, like, limp away at this point. Psychonoia tries to dash. Scarz looking for more. They're on the prowl. They find him, but they don't really have any sort of catch, but they might turn their... No, they're not going to go. They're just going to go for the turn instead.
Yeah, I mean, get the turret first and then go for the Tyrant, right? Like, get that T1 off into the mid lane, and then that means that once that Tyrant's been taken, you could then go and obviously funnel yourself into the enemy jungle, get a bit more of an advantage if you are going to continue to take that fight into the mid lane, because you can see right now, coming from the base is that minion wave freshly baked out of the crystal, so they could take this, try and push some more into the mid here, but yeah, Wei got caught out a little bit too early for my liking within that team fight.
All right, I did not know the crystal had an oven and the minions are coming out, and now I cannot unsee that. It just seems, it makes too much sense at this point, right? That's why they're always on a timer. I get it, makes a lot of sense. But now if we're looking at if we're looking at Scarz here, I mean, look at this net worth. Wei is still up on top. He's 7.9. He has still been the guy, so to speak. If we're looking at his sheer though, kind of dropping off about 2K behind. How? Not the greatest situations because he's not the main, but Psychonoa solo. The Dream Roam tries to go in. He doesn't actually get the pick off, and Fang actually goes back, and that was a bit of a scary Dream Roam there, but
oh, absolutely. That was a very offensive Dream Roam. We've been seeing quite a lot of defensive Dream Roams being used, obviously. Also, great ones to steal the Tyrants and the neutral objectives away, but that one was just to make sure the Psychonoa was out of that team fight, getting him back to base, but now some more blows being traded into the mid lane. They get the T2 into the top side of the map. CMF have to retreat a little bit here. If they don't, they may fall.
yeah, and Fang has just been this nuisance. I mean, Wei is still up in front trying to go into that one, but now he's being focused. He needs to be backing up, but now the Stampede finds Ochik, but here comes a nice little stomp, and the Dream Roam was perfect on the 4, and Wei is looking to go down. He's just barely away. No, he gets picked off. 3 members down from CMF, and Scarz have opened it up. They have the minion wave. That's perfectly timed.
I mean, that was a punishment off Tamid, right? Like, Tamid dived in there, and then the front line was so exposed.
Yeah, they find a sheer instant deletion on this one, and it looks like they're going to get Psychonoia. They're going to get the ace, and Scarz are going to take game 1 in less than 13 minutes.
In less than 30 minutes, match there, Scarz taking a decisive victory, I would say. Obviously, CMF, they had a lot of potential there within that game number 1. There were just some really bad, punishable mistakes, like we just saw there to the top side of the map, where we saw the Tamid. He leaked in with Zhang Fei. Obviously, he was beast mode, but that in that point of the game, around about 12-minute mark, right, you're going to have an Yixing that's going to be causing a world of pain. You're going to also be having the likes of Monkey just being able to be fed up. He had, obviously, the gold lead into the jungle as well. So it was just very hard for him. But at that same time, like, we look back onto the Monkey here. Like, this is why you pick Monkey. As soon as, like, a big front line overextends on your enemy team, you Dream Roam in, that backline is way open for you. And that's how they got the takedown in the top side of the map. It's beautiful play there by Scarz.
Yeah, definitely. And Mufeng right there. I mean, he tanked so much damage. I can't wait to see the stat because they could never get beyond him, right? They couldn't find anybody else. And Fang was just tanking up everything. He was always in that prime position, always up front. And again, CMF didn't really have answers for that. It was an interesting one going in, but Mfang 2-0-4 really sticks out to me here.
Yeah, 2-0-4 for Mfang here, as well as obviously ASD. ASD, as we know, is obviously normally into the farm role here, but Hao and himself obviously had a bit of a flex around in this game. It worked very well, right? Like, obviously, clearly, ASD loves to play the Yixing here, loves to play it well. We saw some fantastic boards come through as well, but only one death onto the side of Scarz is pretty phenomenal here for them as they get into, obviously, this is day number 3 of the survival week. They're looking to try and get that second series onto the board, but this is what you wanted to look at here, Holo, right? Like, the damage here that was taken onto Monkey, 75.9k, so he was soaking the damage, but I mean, also Scarz was dishing out that damage, man. Like, look at obviously over the side of CMF, Tamid 100k damage taken, a sheer 88, and then Wei with the 95 as well. It's also crazy the fact that they were able to just do so much damage, which was our issue that we thought they would have in this draft.
Yeah, no, I mean, they just completely proved me wrong. Especially when you have a great early game, you're able to get those items, and you're just able to get going. I mean, if CMF, it's not an issue with the draft. I just feel like it's the execution. If they're able to kind of get that lead or even go 50-50, and you're kind of seeing this gold graph completely in favor of Scarz in that regard, you know, CMF really couldn't get going. Wei wasn't able to hit that critical mass of items to really fight. He was fighting much earlier than he wanted to. So, again, CMF really, they need to kind of just shore up that early game.
show up the early game, but also this positioning as we was talking about in the team fight. But it's going to be the MVP going up to ASD here. Obviously, we did highlight that his World is My Board was being played down very nicely. We likened to the synergy within the draft with Dharma and Yixing as well. So it really paired nicely here for Scarz. Maybe this is something they need to continue going forward with here within the KME Fall Season 2025. But 26% of the overall damage dealt onto the side of Scarz here. So this to me is the reason why, like, I wasn't too worried about them with the damage, right? Like, they had Monkey, they had ASD. ASD going into this mid to late game is just huge damage output.
But look at how they prioritize Scarz. Yes, they're tanking. Yes, there's a lot of sustain, but their ability to just pick people off one by one, they were able to be very controlled. And I mean, Fang, that Dream Roam, absolutely amazing. I mean, it was like a chef's kiss at the end of the day. It was so good, really setting it up. And CMF on the retreat when you're down members, and Scarz just like clean house at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you say, Dream Roam, sweet treat, right? Like, there's a reason.
Push me down. Look at me, I put the line down when I run, and I make a sign. Push me down. Look at me, I put the line down when I run, and I make a sign. I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden. I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up. We the kings, it's our honor showtime. We barely found this one, crashing pieces, you can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory. Say. I've triggered my soul down. For my pace. We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know, I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you...
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Thrill Fall Season 2025. Tripping over my own walls there, but I mean, if I look outside, I can see that it's fall in the UK. It's definitely looking like a grey day here, but we are going to be back with game number 2 between CMF and Scarz. Obviously, there was a pre-13-minute victory for Scarz in game number 1 for those new joining in, but CMF, they hold a bit of promise, right? They just got to make sure that Tarmit doesn't overcommit too early, exposes the back line, and just make sure that they don't have a dive hero like the Monkey onto the side of Scarz that can obviously make use of that prime opportunity.
Yeah, Tamid also, as well as Ashir, they both need to kind of play a little within their means of their team, right? I think they're getting caught out a couple too many times. Ashir giving up first blood, never really a good start to that thing. And just try to get Way a little bit more space. If he's your win condition, you need to funnel everything into him. And they didn't really have a whole lot of time. Yes, they went to about 13 minutes, but that game seemed over way sooner. It was just a matter of time before, Way as an Ogren would crumble, right?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, to be honest, like you were saying there, Wei is obviously their carry. That's the way they need to funnel all the resources into. But when we have a BP in game number 1 that really kind of already focused Wei in that aspect of taking a lot of the assassins out of the gorge here for him, it seemed to me that obviously Scarz knew what they were doing, right? Like, if they take down Wei, they get the victory. So now we get into BP number 2 here, and between CMF and Scarz, the banning out the pay and the Luna once again. Obviously, Ali potentially could get banned out here as well as the Mai Shiranui, but now it's going to be seeing who Scarz look to take on the Royal Blue side. Did they go for Q1 for themselves, or they go and lock in either ASD or how on the Ali?
Scarz, a lot of different options at this point. But, I mean, one big thing about CMF is that they need somebody else to step up. The 4 Protect 1, I mean, it might have worked last year when teams are kind of getting a feel for the game in general, right? I think at this stage, we need everyone to really step up. You need to have at least 2 consistent damage dealers, 2 people with a lot of farm. And, you know, a hero that can get you a lot of farm on the other side of Scarz is going to be Arlie. This is a great first pick.
Great first pick, but a great counter pick here to the side of CMF, right? They go for the Diadea. It's like as if they've kind of like focused that, saying like, hey, yes, take the Ali. We'd rather do that than try and find the counter for the Milady. So now they're going to go for, okay, maybe not to go for the Diadea. Maybe they're going to lock in the Guan Yu before this one comes through here. But the Chano is definitely one of those lane counters here for CMF against the Ali. But Scarz and Fang, they might go for the Jing here, and they might even go in about the Sunbin, but we're getting too a bit ahead of ourselves here. We're getting too excited for that Sunbin pick.
Actually, yesterday was all like this, where they would hover a lot of picks. We would do the analysis, and then all of a sudden they would change it at the last minute. Like it was so frustrating. So like, I'm waiting for them to lock it. Okay, they picked the Jing and the Lian Po. Yes, definitely a lot of mobility. This is going to be great for Mfang to get going. He really loves that hero. Plus, you backed it up with Ochik, Lian Po. They're going to have a good time.
Huge good time. Obviously, AoE from the Mirror Domain, AoE from the Tremor Smash. It's going to be a great kind of way to set up the team fights for the side of Scarz. And what we saw from obviously game number 1, they know how to set up the team fights. Yes, Ochik didn't quite always have the best of kind of like baiting them. Obviously, we saw down bot side of the map where he almost got taken out for first blood, but actually gave the side of Scarz the first blood over. So now that he has the Lian Po, he doesn't have the healing, but he has the CC immunity. He also has the tankiness going through here for him as well.
So the Flowborn tank is going to be something that they've kind of continued on with some success yesterday. Yes. Wei will be picking that one up. I always talk about how like the Flowborn, it adds an interesting element to a lineup. I mean, being able to charge in and be that tanky frontliner, someone that you need. And then now you have the counter initiation with the secondary initiation with the Guan Yu. This could make for a very interesting one. You need to show her up with either some straight up AoE damage plus the Chano, and you should be able to delete somebody. But this Jing, a lot of mobility. You got to be able to kind of lock it down. It won't be an easy task for CMF.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here for me is obviously if the side of Scarz is able to get that priority into the clash lane against the Guan Yu, throw Psychonona on the Guan Yu, it then becomes a lot harder to make him a useful part of your team comp, right? Because you've then got no real resources, you've got no safe space for yourself, and then it's kind of like you're already fighting a losing battle on the side of CMF. So really, I feel like they've got to put quite a bit of priority in top side of the map. So maybe we'll start to see Wei focus and go for those 2v1s in the early game, depending on who Scarz lock in as their clash laner.
And now Sunbin, there were, I mean, you saw that Scarz was like hovering over the Sunbin. They pick up the Sunbin themselves. So the 40 chess matches is going on, but this silence into that AoE, like you have that mirror domain, you know exactly where it's going to be. And now if you put a time lapse on top of that, now you can turn the tide, so to speak. So this has been an interesting hero. The win rate has been quite good on Sunbin as of late because teams are really being very smart with when they draft it. More of a last pick roamer to kind of just disrupt the carries that have been very mobile in this game.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of circles on the gorge, so anybody expecting to see no skill effects happening right now, there's going to be a lot of flashy circles happening, so look away from your screen if you've got a fear of circles within Honor of Kings. But we are, obviously, the Sunbin here is going to be a great counter-engage to what the side of Scarz has drafted, right? Like, they've not only drafted the Lian Po and the Jing in the early point, which was the point we was making just moments ago, but now they're locking the party here as well, so if they drop down a correct time lapse, that's going to stop him from diving into the backline, getting all that damage onto the enemy team, but that's going to take a lot of room. That's going to take a trick shot from Tom in here, which we saw obviously from game number 1. He can overextend sometimes, so maybe he will have that kind of, maybe a little bit more of an edge about him, like he's going to be making sure that those land perfectly. But we are going to get ASD back into the farm. The mid lane here again is going to be picking up that share, so trying to kind of like maybe just try and grab the Guan Yu and focus, basically control him before he controls you.
It's going to be key, right? That initiation will be. But, I mean, you're kind of pointing out Tom. I got to point out Astar yet again. I mean, he has the most deaths in the KME. In my opinion, they need to just stay in their base. And when the fight's about to happen, to be like, okay, then you call them out. Then we need your skills, right? Just stay alive more than anything else. Be very far back. You cannot be on the front line because you're so squishy. You're going to get bursted. But now we're going to go into game 2. Does CMF have enough with this draft to bounce back against Scarz, Blam?
They might do, right? They've got their own circles of death coming through here. Obviously, the Xiao Qiao with the Starfall, as well as obviously the walking, talking brick himself. Like, Flowborn Tank is a big, beefy guy. He's going to be able to kind of spearhead the side of CMF, which we've already seen. They've had the victory with Flowborn Tank before. So maybe this is the key, right? Like, Wei doesn't like to play tanks, but this may be his favorite one because it's kind of like a not as impactful Tremor Smash into these team fights, but it's still going to be something that's going to be able to upset the tide of a potential team fight that Scarz thinks they're leading the man on.
Yeah, he definitely has, he's definitely on another level with his Flowborn Tank. It's going to be interesting. Don't count him out, so to speak. He'll always be able to find ways to make this one work. It seems to be his specialty. He's had the most success in KME with his hero, but they really need his help now. They need to equalize here because if they're down 0-2, that's a world of hurt in a best of 5.
Hey, I mean, there's a reason why it's called Wei for a reason, right? He's going to find the way and the way to victory on this Flowborn Tank, hopefully for the side of CMF. Try and get them another sort of round point onto the total scoreboard so far. But realistically, here for CMF, we're looking at a score point, right? Like, they need to make sure they get a series onto their into their pockets, because that's the only thing they're really missing here is the fact of a series victory, and they were able to get some points yesterday. But so far, like I was saying earlier, there is always going to be a little bit of pressure into this top side of the map here already. The Clash lane needs that kind of like 2v1, especially going up against the likes of Aruru here on the party.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. I mean, it's more for Wei to find the way in this game to success, right? I think that's the biggest thing. Keeping him going, you know, he needs to be off the map. Yes, we'll summon him when we need to, when that team fight is about to happen, probably about the 4-minute mark for that Tyrant. But in all regards, like, he needs to be just constantly farming, not skirmishing at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to skirmish, he's got to be making sure that somebody else is getting the farm, right? Like, you can see there that they're able to get their mid lane farm, the minion wave in the mid lane there. But we saw, obviously, top side of the map, he's giving over help to Psychonona. I mean, this is already
the Sword Green Dragon, and they're going to get first blood, and they find him. Psychonona all the way from the top side, all the way to the bottom. Within the weeds, they find him out, and ASD gets caught out.
He was in the river of denial there, right? Like, he was like situated between two walls. They came from behind. He was no kind of like worse for wear. He was just like, you know, where did that come from? What happened? I got burst. But unfortunately, we saw with ASD, I'm pretty sure he had his flash. He committed his flash, but that's at that point where they knew onto the side of CMF. They're like, right, okay, sure, is a sit-in duck. They're not going to be able to catch out two of us here, but a bit of contention into the blue side.
They find Aruru. The hero charge, the flash away, tries to get to M-Fang, but I don't think he has enough. He's going to be top down, and Psychonona will get that kill, and M-Fang, all he can do is watch.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade there. Again, CMF definitely playing a lot better of an early game in this game number 2. Maybe it's just all they needed, right? Just a little bit of a wake-up call, seeing what they had to deal with Scarz here. Because we know CMF has actually taken one round off an opponent that Scarz went 3-0 to. So maybe this is the draft, right? Maybe this is the way.
Yeah, this could potentially be the way. I mean, starting it off here, they have it really low, and they're looking to go for this one, and Wei with the fast fingers, but the Tremor Smash is on point. The burst ramp, but there's no follow-up. Ojik has to actually flash back to safety. How's in a bad spot. He's going to be chased, but he actually gets Anthem on his way out, so he's going to look to go, and it looks like he will get to safety somehow.
A fight on two fronts there. I mean, they definitely punished the side of CMF for taking that Tyrant, right? They were able to take the Tyrant. The Tremor Smash connects onto 3, really slowed down that disengage from CMF, which was crucial for their survivability. And then we saw Enfang, Aruru, into the enemy jungle, get the takedown onto Wei. They get the Azure Golem as well, right? Like, so that's already going to be punishing Wei for the next, like, 30 seconds or more. You know, like, taking away these Crimson Golems and these Azure Golems is going to make that Flowborn tank less impacted.
And more on the defensive side, CMF have to be, right? And this is not a great spot. It started okay for them, but then now the tides have turned, and now they're putting the pressure on. They've been zoned away from their own tower, and Scarz are going to take another tower in the top lane.
Yeah, T1, T1 into the mid here. Obviously, Anthem's just trying to kind of replicate that damage, but there's a lot of exhaust already being put down here to the bot side of the map just to take this T1 alone, right? Because that's going to leave open that mid. It's going to leave open a lot more pressure into that top side of the map. We're going to get a replay here that happened onto Cyclona into the enemy jungle here as they then go in onto Wei. He tries to get the ult onto Enfang, but there's too much damage with the party and the Jing.
I mean, trying to fight 1 versus 3, Psychonoia, all the pull, the Silky Orb, just so great. ASD, and it just sets it up. 3 members down, a blink, and you just might have missed everything.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about AI, right? Like, there's clearly, like, AI driving Psychona's bike there. Like, he was like, hey, you're too far, you're too close to a wall, man. You want to get away from that. And they were sure, just hacking the AI on his bike was just like, hey, come over to me. We'll keep you the safety. Denied. We are going to kill you, which is another kill onto the side of CMF here. But Wei is trying to get, just trying to make sure that they're keeping away Aruru, keeping away Ochik into that T2.
Now CMF have to rotate. They need to defend this top T2, but now Psychonoia in a bad spot. The Mirror Domain doing some work. Not able to get that one, and I thought Ochik would get the first round, but Psychonoia, he's just gonna, dare I say, limp away, but he's gonna ride away on his bike.
Yeah, literally, he is rolling on that motorbike there, and he has to be, because if he doesn't, he's not going to get out alive. I mean, we can see that, obviously, Psychonona's bought the Frigid Charge as well, right? Like, so some of these key 1v1 pickups could be a little bit more easy of a setup here for him. Just go in on your bike, get there's the lockdown, but speaking of being locked down here, maybe Wei.
He's going to go find Psychonoia. He's in the Mirror Domain. They're going to continue on, and the light step, not enough. That Fang will be killed from that Mirror Domain, and now CMF are starting to run it down. They get 1 kill. That's a huge win for them, but it's only Enfang in the end.
It's only Enfang. I mean, it's good, right? The fact that they got Enfang off the board here, he's 2 levels ahead of Wei at this point in time. Like, now we make it 1 as I call that out, but he was definitely the driving force into these team fights, into these kind of like single target pickups here, but Aruru has to go over the wall here. He still has the flash. There's potential here for CMF to get this T1 up into the top side of the map to try and get them back onto the gorge.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for them. CMF need to take towers. They're going to look to take the Overlord as well. Enfang is on the map, though, so this is going to be scary, but CMF have the damage. Wei ensures that they get that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's pre-10 minutes, right? So that Shadow Overlord's not going to be as tanky to take down there. So at least to get that neutral objective for themselves again. So that's 2 neutral objectives for the side of CMF. Currently none for the side of Scarz, but that's not stopping them, right? Like, they're still around about 3K gold ahead at this point in the game.
Yeah, this is a moment, though. There's definitely some vulnerability, but Anthem actually has to flash away. Here we go, the Tremor Smash on the back, and it does some serious damage. And with that Silky Beauty going in for that one, and Enfang gets the kill, and Wei and Psychonoia both down. It's a double kill going the way of Enfang.
Yeah, I mean, that looked scary for Enfang, right? But then, obviously, ASD came in with a Silk Imprint, just kind of funneled in Wei and Psychonona over to him. But Anthem waited too long for my liking there to use that flash, right? But they knew on the side of Scarz. As soon as that flash was expanded, they went in with a Tremor Smash. So a beautiful setup once again for Ochik onto the Ampo.
Yeah, definitely an opening, and Ochik has really set them up. Yes, he's been silenced here, and they'll just take that one down. Hao has played an amazingly game as well, because he's kind of just stayed alive, done the damage, but the biggest thing is just the fact that how elusive he is in these team fights.
Yeah, like, you don't know where he is, and then all of a sudden he just gets the takedown, right? Like, we've seen him actually take more turrets than kills, it seems like, within these team fights, but that's what we always say, right? Like, kills don't matter unless you're translating it into another objective, or even just going for a turret game. And right now, it's looking pretty healthy onto the side of Scarz here. They have the priority into the mid and the bot side of the map, which means that that neutral objective, that Shadow Tyrant, is going to be hard to contest here for the side of CMF.
Oh, okay. Burst Anthem with the Mirror Domain, and he just styles his way on out. Wei, again, has no catch, no possibility on this point. CMF have to retreat yet again. Anthem down for 20 seconds.
It's hard, man. It's hard for Anthem to kind of get out alive, right? Like, this is the problem with the Chano. Like, he only has his first skill to knock back Jing, but really, it's not already shown that it's not enough to keep Fang away.
Definitely not. And I mean, look at this. How just gets that last shot on the bottom T3, opening it up. More pressure going the way of Scarz. It's going to be even tougher in that regard. But the top T2 vulnerable, and it doesn't look like CMF are going to defend.
Yeah, I mean, they have no point, right? They don't have any mini waves coming through just yet, so they can't really overextend here and try and take fights onto the side of Scarz. But now, just once again, they have using this privilege. Scarz looking to go for another big, juicy damage increase here for the side of Scarz Esports.
And they're getting both at the same time. That's as greedy as it gets, but they're so far ahead that Scarz are willing to risk it, and they're able to do it very quickly here. A very smart play by Scarz, understanding this game state and being able to take both of these.
Yeah, potentially final nail in the coffin here for the side of CMF, as obviously Scarz, we just saw that take the Overlord, take the Shadow Tyrant as well. But Ochik is just trying to make sure he's finding the intel, because obviously they're not top side of the map here. He needs to buy more.
Razor Cavalry doesn't really catch anyone. Psychonoia just with a heroic charge, but Anthem has already been picked up. Psychonoia fighting the old good fight by himself. It's 1 versus 2, but they get the pick up on the M-Fang, who was diving deep. They didn't even take the mid T3, but Ashir gets picked up. 2 members down from CMF.
No, that was a beautiful team fight, though, man. I mean, obviously, Psychonoia was into the back line of the side of Scarz, but at the same time, Ochik caught 3, so Ashir, Anthem, Tamid could not go and save him. And it was the pickoffs there onto Ashir, Anthem. That means there's no damage to be coming through here for the side of CMF.
Oh, look at those slashes. They're doing some work on the top T3 and wants to go in. Wei trying to make something happen, but he can't get the catch on the ASD. He has to use Blood Rage and just use defensively, and they've disengaged. Perfect timing by Scarz.
Yeah, it was a hard defense, right? It was like, hey, does Wei try and get something out of this bad position already, or do they defend that T3? And obviously the T3 already had the Vanguards, already had like a Ruru there, and we know that Vati with that attack speed to get in this part of the game is going to be a hard one to counter against these turrets, man. Like, he's going to take them down in an instant.
And speaking of taking down people with an instant, M-Fang, look at this guy, 11-2-1. Every single time he just jumps in, he gets those kills, and he's put the team so far ahead that he's okay to die because he knows that Hao has been able to cover his, in terms of the net worth and that damage, and he's been able to kind of get them over that hill to close out this game.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were saying, right? Like, you can't just have one carry hero. Somebody's got to relieve that burden, and on the side of Scarz, it's Hao in these 2 games so far.
Yeah, this isn't an opportunity. It's all 3 lanes are pushing. Ochik looking for the right target to decide to go. He's going to use the Tremor Smash, but only catching on to 1. Psychonoa still up in front. They're going to go for the Crystal, and they do have the slashes, and they have the damage, and Scarz will take game 2.
Taking another game away from CMF there, pre-13 minutes. It's going to be Scarz looking to kind of just get an average of around about 12-minute matches this whole series so far. But CMF definitely had more of a promising performance in that game number 2, right? Like, they were definitely trying to bring back some of that heat, trying to bring back some of that pain, especially with Wei on this Flowborn tank. He definitely made some waves, but it just wasn't strong enough. They weren't the tsunami that we needed in that game number 2.
It's hard, especially when you're by yourself, right? Everybody needs to be perfect, not dying, staying alive, and just, funneling you the farm. Yes, Wei is that win condition, but when your teammates are dying, it's even harder for him to solo carry, right? And especially on a Flowborn tank, which is not really known to be that 1 versus 9 type of, hero, you need the team to really help support you, and CMF here, drop another one.
They do drop another one. But I mean, to be honest, it goes back to the draft, right? Like, obviously, Ali got up against a tankier hero is going to be able to shred that shield, right? Like, she's going to do a lot of damage. And Hao, as we said, is always elusive within those team fights, but still managed to pick up those 2 kills. Was able to just kind of have that active presence across the gorge, however. So team fight presence, not the biggest, but the impact onto the gorge was huge. But we can't say impact onto the gorge without highlighting M-Fang, right? Like, 11-2 KDA is absolutely wild. I feel like he was kind of like disheartened by ASD getting the MVP in game number 1. He's like, you know what? I've got to take it this time. Like, I've got to show them what I can do. And what he can do is 92k damage dealt and just always be there within the team fights, right? Centering the team fights around this Jing with 92% team fight rate.
Mfang with the being Batman himself, How is going to be the Robin, right? Perfectly there to help support. Had that net worth, hit about 10K as well. So you know, in case Mfang did die, they had How to just kind of follow up on in his footsteps, so to speak, to ensure that they get those kills. But CMF on the other end, if we're looking at a sheer Anthem and Tomit, you know, the damage-wise, all very similar, but all three of these guys didn't get a single kill together, right? That's a problem, right? When you have to use your top laner and your jungler to kind of do any sort of, you know, any sorts of deaths on the team, you need more than that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we always kind of highlight when a team's ahead and are winning when they have like multiple ways of getting damage onto the Gorge, right? But when you're losing, it's a lot harder. But it's going to be Mfang with the M-Bang with the MVP. It's 11-1 KDA, 35% of the damage dealt, 90% of the damage taken. So a good difference there between damage taken and dealt onto the side of Mfang.
I mean, 11-2-1. I mean, this is what you want, right? Like, this is from the jungler to help set that tone, the pace of the game. I mean, it was a full-out retreat. All of the squishier guys on CMF, it just had no answers. They had no control. And to stop this menace that's invading your house, you know, and is coming in uninvited.
Yeah, coming in uninvited, it's just like, hey, we didn't see you in that cupboard moments ago, but now you're here, you're eating my biscuits, and you're taking my life. Like, what is this devastation and violation onto the side of Scarz? But like I was saying, obviously, as the game concluded, CMF definitely had a better game 2 compared to game number 1. It's just the fact that they only really had a way here to be that driving force onto the back line of the enemy team. But the thing that Scarz drafted perfectly into this game number 2 was the Sherp, because as soon as he dived in, there's no CC immunity onto the likes of Wei on this Flowborn tank. He can then just be sort of like brought in, just like pipered into the side of Scarz.
Yeah, and this is a selfless team, right? If you see like ASD, she's not going to get a whole lot of farm, and she's kind of like a second support more than anything else. Just having that utility and that control, which really compounds because you have Ochik on the Lianpo, who's going in with those, you know, Ham with those tremor smashes. So he's setting the tone. Then you have those Silky Beauties. So this is like a nice little 1-2 combination that they have to just set everyone else up for those kills.
Yeah, but speaking of setting up, we're going to set up for another break before we get into game number 3. So make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you in a few moments.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. on my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grin and see. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. And we're going into game number 3, potential match point here for Scarz, as they have obviously taken game 1, definitely a little bit more decisive than game number 2. CMF came back with a little bit of a boom boom power, but it just wasn't quite enough to have way into the front part of that team fight to then drive the game to victory. But now, getting into game number 3, maybe this is where we start to see CMF formulate a better BP.
Yeah, and I mean, the other drafts haven't been bad. I mean, it's kind of playing to the strengths of CMF, but it just seems like they're lacking. They have some glaring weaknesses, right? Like the Jing and Fang, they had no control. They have no way to shut him down. He was just like free reign in the enemy jungle. Plus, he was getting kills. On the squishies, you had no control, no way to really control him. And so, if we're going into this one, they need to shore up some of those weaknesses. Find an answer to M-Fang.
Find an answer to M-Fang, find an answer to Hao as well, right? Like, normally this is their mid lane player, but has been playing very well down to the bot side of the map. He's definitely shown that he has the awareness of what it takes to be a farm lane, right? Like, especially on the likes, the different ends of the scale of gameplay when you were a D-Ranger to an Arlie are two different sides of the coin. But this is the updated BP, by the way, guys. Quite a few expensive picks already going through for the side of Scarz, which shows to me that they're just looking to wrap this one out, right? Like, they're going to be going explosive in the BP, and speaking of explosive, they go for the Huan.
That's as explosive as it gets in terms of just setting it up. You know that they're trying to set themselves up for success in this one because, again, just as I said in that game 1, a lot of flexibility, a lot of sustain. So this could be annoying to deal with, but CMF responding in kind. They're going to go with the Arlie. I think Sagi was talking about how, yes, there are Arlie players in the KME, but are they on the same level of, dare I say, the KMW, right? I think that we haven't really seen it really soar in previous KMEs on the Arlie.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a hard hero to get yourself out of your head around, right? And I mean, you're going to see a lot of these kind of like up-and-coming players that are going to be tuning into previous Honor of Kings esports events and just know that Arlie's getting banned out, right? So it's like, you know what? We don't need to practice it because we're not going to get to play it. But then they get on the stage, Arlie comes through, and they're just kind of like, pause, like, can anybody else play this on my team? And then they have to flex. But Scarz here going for the Mayin, going for the Flowborn Marksman here, just for a little bit more long range. Onto the likes of the Arlie, but potential Kong Ming.
Kong Ming. Okay, this has got to be on Wei, I would think, right? As the jungler, I mean, it can be flexed into the mid, but I don't think I've seen a sheer play this one. So this is looking to me like it's going to be on that Wei to potentially just kind of burst him out. But I mean, if you're looking at Scarz, who are you looking to burst? This is an interesting pick here.
It is very interesting, right? I mean, obviously, Flowball Marksman can use the second skill to kind of push himself away from the likes of the Kong Ming here. And like you say, if you go onto the Mayin, she can kind of just backflip and get that HP regen. Unending Sorrow here for Huan. So maybe it's just trying to look for a potential other squishier pick into the mid lane. Because, I mean, Huan could still be flexed down to the bot side of the map into the roam position. Or it could definitely directly counter this Kong Ming if it's going to go into lane here. But speaking of the bans, we're looking at top side of the map here for the side of Scarz, the Dharma, and the Byron, and then onto the side of CMF, they're looking to take out the Musashi as well as the Faye. Just trying to kind of mitigate any more dive potential onto the likes of the Arlie or the Kong Ming.
And they're definitely focusing on M-Fang more than anything else, especially with the Fade Musashi, right? Trying to keep him alive. And again, I think that Kong Min is going to be in the jungle. So any ways that can kind of close that gap is going to be key. CMF are doubling down on this strat. I mean, yes, you have the Liu Bang now with a Battlefield Command on the Kong Min or potentially Arlie. You need to keep them alive, which is great, and a nice little support, but it's going to be in the clash lane with Psychonoia.
Yeah, I suppose I can see how this works, right? Obviously, we've got the dive from the Mayin, so if we see that Aruru over commits onto, say, for example, like the Kong Ming or the Arlie, Luban comes through, gets the taunt, and then hopefully the respective teammates are going to be close by. But once again, Scarz just kind of showing their cards here with the aggressive early game potential for the Agudo. They're going to change that one out. Oh, they're going to help me out again. But it's going to be potential of the Lam here. So more dive potential going in for the side of Scarz.
Interesting. The Lam is going to be annoying to deal with, especially if you are a Kong Min. So could be that potential. So, it looks like it's going to be an Ashir Kong Min if they go with a Nakaruru last, giving that to Wei. So this could be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, the Kong Ming, the Nakamura kind of makes sense, right? Like, obviously, extra damage, obviously, going over the tanks makes it a little bit easier. But the fault here lies that if Nakamura, if Wei isn't able to carry in the early part of the game, Nakamura can't get the resources, right? So if you start to punish these lanes and get these T1s earlier on, that's going to take away the farm here from Wei. Wei's going to have to try and overextend, go into the enemy jungle to try and get some early little bits of gold from the side of Scarz. So there's a lot of room for error here onto the Nakamura.
A lot of room for error. Plus, being able to kind of, I mean, you want the enemy team to be somewhat squishier so that you can kind of burst, get yourself on out. And if we're looking at this lineup, I mean, they have either mobility or they have that sustain to kind of outlast you. And this could be a tough game for putting, you know, on the shoulders of Wei here to kind of really perform in an elimination game, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. They got a lot riding on this Nakaruru, on the Sheer, on the Kong Ming as well, because as soon as they aren't able to kind of get that early game carry, get the itemization on, especially with Kong Ming, right? Like, Kong Ming really thrives when you're able to get the pickoffs very early on and have that itemization kind of like outscale the enemy team in that way. If you aren't able to do that, he's kind of just like, yeah, you can do a lot of damage with the winning strategy, but the ultimate strategy, but if it gets blocked by, say, for example, Ochik on the Zhang Fei in beast mode, that's not going to do any damage at all.
Yeah, you're not going to have any sort of damage. And I mean, if you're looking at the rest of this lineup, you see the Arlie, Kongmin, Nakaruru, all mechanically difficult heroes. And being able to put that up against, I mean, it potentially can work in a, you know, if we're talking about like this draft in a vacuum, so to speak. But now we have the player element, the human element in that regard, and going up against this lineup that is, you know, Scarz. I think that Scarz's lineup, dare I say, it's much simpler to play, right? And not to disrespect Scarz. It's just when things are easy to play, it's, you know, it's much easier to play in the game as well, so that you're able to kind of execute your strategy as opposed to doing the individual things of that hero.
No, it's a fantastic point, right? Like, you definitely, if you're on match point and you can make your match ending strategy as easy as possible, it then like alleviates any issue for error, right? Like, if you have a very sort of like highly mechanical game number 3 strat, it means that if the game in the early part of the game doesn't go in your favor, you've then got to try and get back into that mindset, like, right, okay, the errors were made, we've got to make sure that we're not making those same errors in that same game, which is a lot easier said than done, especially when you're down in the dumps in the game number 3 where it should be your match point. So going for something a little bit safer here, something that's tried and tested, like the Hu1, the Zhang Fei, great front line, great sustainability, means that the errors all going to fall onto the side of CMF. So yes, high risk, high reward, but can you get the reward from the risk to begin with?
Agree 100% with you, right? I think just simplify things, make things easier for your team as opposed to making it more difficult, and adding variables to this, right? And this formula of just, you know, that is Scarz. It's going to be a tough equation to solve in that regard, but going into this, it looks like Scarz kind of have that edge in that sense. If we're looking at each of the different lanes, it's really going to come down to that first 5-10 minutes. I mean, I think that CMEF need to have a much better laning phase. It seems like Scarz has really been dictating the pace throughout this entire series.
Yeah, early game's definitely been one of like Scarz's kind of like better advantages against CMF. Like, CMF, they are able to kind of make sure that the gold lead doesn't go too far ahead of Scarz, so that they can potentially go for one of the neutral objectives around about the 4-minute mark. It makes it a little bit easier to kind of just get rid of that early game pressure that your team has created. But if they don't get the Tyrant, it then becomes a lot harder for them, because obviously we saw in game number 2, they got the Tyrant that was only behind by around about like 500, 600 gold, and then it became a little bit easy for them to pick up a few kills onto the side of Scarz. But if Scarz gets everything in their basket, it's going to be hard here for CMF to come back. But we got to believe in the high risk, high reward mentality here, that CMF know that this is going to be their last potential game within this match today. So they've got to definitely pull out all the punches.
If they're able to pull this off, though, I mean, with these mechanically skilled, difficult heroes, I think it is going to be a lot of fun to watch. They have that potential burst and just a lot of damage. I mean, especially when you have a Kong Min on the battlefield, but like that burst with that winning strategy and just getting somebody caught out could be great. But, you know, again, it's just more of the data, right? Has CMF proven, I mean, they can win a series? Difficult, right? It hasn't happened yet, but then proven that they can do it with this strategy that they've pulled out in the survival week, we still have yet to see, right? And so that's what I'm looking forward to and seeing if CMF can really execute here.
Yeah, once again, this is obviously 2-0 scoreboard so far between Scarz and CMF. This is the draft as well. But I mean, we put a lot of focus onto the likes of Ashir and Wei here, but also the fact is you've got Arlie, man. Like, Arlie needs to make sure she gets that early sort of like scaling with those items like Spark Forged and Doomsday to then obviously get that damage come through to try and take down the likes of the Mei Yin and Zhang Fei, which is going to be kind of like the big front line here for the side of Scarz. But to be honest, with the Empo, with the Liu Bang, it's going to kind of extend the team fight potentially here. But in terms of getting the catch off into the backline, the only real backline they have is Hao. So if they can keep Hao safe, it's going to be hard for CMF to try and even get a team fight into their favor with this in game number 3.
Interesting fun fact here. Did you know that Aruru's IGN came from a character named Aruman Arlert, which is from an anime he likes? I don't think it's a question. I'm pretty sure that was a statement, but Aruru picking it up on this one. An interesting one. I think that he's kind of been the guy in this one, keeping, you know, Hao alive on that back line. He has that potential to just burst in. And if you're looking at CMF, Wei, Ashir, Anthem, all looking like very juicy targets here.
Oh, I mean, I didn't realize that was the character's last name from obviously the anime. I was just like, do I know that anime? And I was just like, oh, of course, yeah, I know this one. So big up, one of my favorites too. So at least we share that kind of synergy right now, Ruru. I feel like we're already best friends. But anyway, back onto game number 3 here between CMF and Scarz. So you can already see that they're using the Hue on here to kind of heavily rotate down to the bot side of the map, get away some of those extra bit of resources, which was what we were speaking about before we even got into game number 3, right? But at the same time, we are seeing a little bit more of a proactive Ashir going up the top side, getting that space bright. So maybe, just maybe, CMF are starting to set up an early game that could potentially go further and bloom into a victory here.
Aruru, if you didn't know your best friend's social media tag, it's Blam MOBA. Make sure that you link up with him so that you can truly have that best friend connection. I think it's going to be key, but he gets going on here. Wei's not able to find anything on this one. CMF, though, will funnel that farm into Wei, which has been great, but he's going to look to teleport in that mid lane and just go from lane to lane and take everything.
Take it. I mean, thanks for being a wingman there, man. I really appreciate that one. I mean, sometimes it can get lonely, so having some new friends is always a good thing here to have. But right now, obviously, 2-minute mark, we haven't seen much action. We've just seen a little bit more of a decisive gameplay from CMF into the early game, right? Like, they don't want to overcommit too early, because if they do, obviously, Tarmed is not going to be as tanky as he should be when he gets the itemization, when he gets to level 4. Obviously, that's going to be the whole bread and butter here for the likes of the Liempo, right? Tremor Smash is coming through, is going to be what they need to set up the advantage for the side of CMF.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, Ashir has made a rotation. He just like threw out those fireballs, but he got no value, right? So now you've kind of shown where you are. He's going to slowly make his way back into that mid lane, but there was no value, right? When you make a rotation, you got to get some sort of kill. You got to get some sort of, you know, jungle steal. You got to get some sort of, you know, value out of it, and Ashir hasn't really been able to find that.
Yeah, I can say he did obviously get no value, but I mean, Wei was there to kind of mitigate the mid lane as well, right? So really, they're going to be looking to funnel more of the resources over to Wei first, and I feel like Ashir, because obviously, just as, not because of the hero itself, but because of Wei just being the natural carry of the team, right? Like, they aren't going to give it over to Ashir and then just leave kind of like Wei, like, starving for scraps like Oliver Twist, right? Like, he's not going to be like begging for more, sir. He's just going to be like, hey, give it all me, and then if I get online, you can get online after me. Kind of like a big brother, little brother. It's like, hey, it's my time to play on the console, right?
Yeah, I think that Wei is going to be the guy. But Ashir is going to have a lot of times. He needs items on that Kong Min, right?
Yeah.
And to kind of completely starve him out, not the right answer as well. You have a lot of guys, a lot of mouths to feed, so to speak. And CMF right now are looking to just take what sort of farm they can. Ashir just sticking around. And again, if you don't really have the items, you're like a glorified range creep. Not a great situation for CMF.
Oh, absolutely not. Nobody wants an extra minion. I mean, if we did that, we'd want to add 5 minions into the wave rather than the 4 in mid lane, right? But definitely want to get a share online. Definitely want to get his itemization. But we're looking at obviously the side of Scarz. They need some anti-heal, and I feel like the proper avenues of anti-heal would be to put it onto the likes of Tarmid and Psychonona. But the problem with that is they have to always be in a team fight.
Yeah, and speaking of team fight, that's looking to about to start at this point, especially with the Tyrant that's kind of started. ASD scouting it out. Mfang is not there. So if anything, they're going to just like try to push them away, delay it for the Mfang to make his way there. It doesn't look like they're going to commit for this because he doesn't have his smite. He's going to go into the top lane.
See, yeah, this is the thing where I feel like CMF, if they just had a little bit better of an intel game, right, like they would know that Mfang was at the Azure Golem. I mean, yes, it was a hard means to get it in there because obviously ASD was there, Aruru was there, so even if they just tried to take the dive onto the Tyrant and then fight on 2 fronts, there's a lot of denial from Aruru and Ochig on this Zhongfei.
Yeah, they decided to go for the fight, but here's the Battlefield Command with that Umbrella Uppers right on top. The Stampede is going to hit on point. Psychonoia is trying to flash away. He does get the safety, but Wei is going to get jumped on. He's going to give up first blood to Mfang, and are they able to get anything? And it looks like Ochig taking the tower smartly for Mfang to survive. He's under, but the burst ram, and it looks like the winning strategy. Oh, he's going to keep him alive. Ochig, he sacrifices his life for the greater good, keeping Mfang alive.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play there. Obviously, yes, CMF was able to get a 1-1 trade there, but we obviously get to take that into T2. Ooh!
Mfang says, that's my sprite as well. How dare you touch it? And takes out Ashir as well. I mean, that was a slice and dice. Ochig, though, with that heroic play, setting it up for all of this.
Oh, absolutely. The fact that he got the provocation from the turret meant that Mfang stayed alive just for a little bit longer to get that kill onto Ashir, right? Because, I mean, if Mfang fell, it would have still been a 1-1 trade. It wouldn't have gone too well for them here. But Scarz definitely came out on top of that one, I have to say. Obviously, with the T1 takedown to the bot side of the map as well, potentially getting the Tyrant here also. That's a huge trade.
Yeah, absolutely huge. And they're going to pick up the Tyrant as well. I mean, Tomit had been scouting that out, but there was no chance against Mfang, who had that smite. So this is looking to be a bad situation for CMF now.
Yeah, they need to make sure they kind of recuperate in this one, make sure that whatever presence is now being, well, pressure's been created, but Ali has to be sort of mitigating elsewhere.
Gets picked up way with the dive in, especially with that Battlefield Command. The numbers game is absolutely huge, and they're going to get that first kill for them. Or sorry, second one for them. But CMF now has Scarz at least playing defensively now.
Yeah, I mean, they got it right. They can't kind of underestimate the damage that can come through here for the side of CMF at any point in this game. But now, obviously, Tarmid taking a lot of damage here. He does have the Tremor Smash if need be, but he needs to get that healing on.
Definitely needs to keep. I mean, that life bar is going to be key, and they just get the pushback. They die Psychonoia. They don't care. They know that the Battlefield Command was on cooldown. A great opportunity taken by Scarz, and they get yet another kill, make it 2.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, just before he goes out, obviously able to clear out the minion wave into the mid lane there, Wade with the kind of like swan song for his team, but getting taken down onto Mfang, giving over another kill onto Alarm, right? Like, that's going to kind of just further and further this progression of this assassin hero into the jungle. But ASD here.
Oh, the unending sorrow. He actually has to expend the flash, but the winning strategy on point, not enough damage. Ashir a little bit lacking in that department, but ASD just limping away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good call there for the side of, obviously, Scarz. CMF tried to make a good thing out of a bad situation, but right now, we see the way able to get that Azure Golem back into his favor, right? Like, that's really going to help him with this pick onto the Nakaruru in terms of the cooldown reduction for the skills.
He needs to just keep on pace with Mfang. I mean, Mfang has gotten those kills, but now they're getting serious. They find Tomit, who actually has the flash. He's bursted. He made him expend it, so this is an opportunity again for Scarz.
I mean, just look at the disparity in the jungle right now, right? Like, just gold alone, 7k to about 5k for being super duper charitable here for Wei. So a 2k difference just in the jungle alone. And then globally, we're looking at around about a 3k difference. So that's probably going to fall elsewhere. And it looks like it's in that mid lane and obviously at the top side of the map as well. Just between those two makes that difference, that 1k. But now the fact that T1's been taken in that top side, it means that it's going to be hotly contested at this Crimson Golem here.
And look at how Scarz are just playing around game timers, understanding that Crimson Golem was going to be there. But Mfang actually wasn't in position. He wasn't going to be there. He was still on his side. But the rest of Scarz were there to help secure it, to start it when they needed to. They put it in the brush so it was hidden away from CMF, just in time for Mfang to make sure that he's there. This is a very high-level play by Scarz here.
Very high level play by Scarz as well. They're just, like he said, playing to timers, which I feel like once you're at this level of Honor of Kings Esports, timers is everything, right? Like if you get that little bit of intel onto the board and know when that's going to come through, it's a lot better for you in terms of kind of maintaining and setting the tempo for your team.
Yeah, it's all about sending a message more than anything else. Like, your jungle is ours, and way without any sort of buffs, it's got to be frustrating. They're doing it again. They know the timers. They're going to take a free Azure. Look at how everyone else is just up in front. Nobody can even get close. Wei is completely not even there. And again, yet another buff taken away, and fangs has got it.
Yeah, huge denial there from Ochik and ASD, right? Like, just being that front line, but they can only really be that front line whilst they have the ultimates, right? Like, if you had, like, Ochik and ASD with no ultimate there, they really couldn't do that. So, using their ultimates at the right time is very good here. Tarmin has to use the burst ramp to get out alive, but they're looking to go to fall onto this T1.
Oh, look at Fang, just not scared, finds Anthem, gets the pick off. It's a rampage going his way. And now Tommen is going to get taken down as well. A double thus far. They might decide to go, make it a triple, continuing on, make it a quad kill. He wants the ace for the penta. He's going to look to dive, but Ashir, this might have been caught too far. Fang needs to be a bit careful. Ashir is just like, he's fine, but that was a quadra kill going the way of Fang.
Oh my goodness. I felt like I was watching some kind of like drama thriller show where you just meant to find out the bit like the killer, and it's like nobody you expected. But the positioning from Mfang there, that he knew what point between those two higher ground turrets that he needed to be safe, was just pure like skill on these players within the KJL league, right? Like they know what they're doing, they know where they need to be, but he really wanted that penta, man.
He really wanted the penta. I mean, you were saying, like, oh, we don't know who the killer is. I'm like, no, we know who the killer is. It's Mfang, man. This is the guy that had the third most kill in the ranking with 56. This is a guy, again, just making a name for himself. And why Scarz are even in contention here? Because of his play. Look at how smooth he is. He's all across the map. He's so efficient with his farming. And again, Scarz just really setting him up for success here.
Blue team.
Yeah, he's got that baby hole. He's slippery across the gorge, man. That depth below is just kind of like, hey, 1 second you're alive, next you kind of being dive behind, brought into the enemy team, and then that's it, you go down. But right now we are seeing a bit of a kind of a defense here from CMF, which needs to be placed and played carefully.
Yeah, it needs to be careful, but I feel like with the lanes pushing, that's what Scarz are kind of waiting around for. This is going to be a no moment. The Arrow Storm is going to do a little bit of damage over that wall. The bottom T3 just quickly going down. Mfang just scaring them more than anything else, just saying boo in the faces of Psychonoia.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I love the Flowbomb Marksman pick, especially when it's like you're primarily your backline, because you know you've got such strong front line from Aruru, from ASD, from Ochik. You land the Arrow Storm down onto a squishy hero like a shit. You saw his health bar just deplete.
Yeah, I just completely go down. I mean, he's so squishy at this stage. I mean, he's done a much better job at Sheer just staying alive. But here comes the Unbridled Outburst. They're looking to go for this one. Nice Trevor smash, but where's the follow-up? Tommen, he's going to limp away. He's going to be fine. Psychonoia, though, where's he going? He's pulled to the northern side. That's not a great spot. He's going to be down for 30 seconds.
Yeah, the Battlefield Command there was obviously just a little bit too kind of like early. They did get it enough to get Tarmin out, but obviously sacrificing Psychonoia is not what you really want to do. You want to get everybody out of there, especially when you've only got one singular duck at your base, right? That high ground turret in the mid lane is the only thing stopping Scarz from approaching that crystal. And right now, Aruru's just stalking the man. He's like, hey, I can get the pounce here if I really need to. Just baking out some skills from Wei.
In fact, look at it go into slicing and dicing, and Anthem is down. That's a double kill. You blink, and he's going to get all the kills. And Wei is in the fountain, and they're going to take this series. Scarz done it and did it in style.
Yep, 3 games under 13 minutes. So going for the average, man. Like, they were like, hey, we know that Nongshim's got a 10-minute timer. We know that AG have got a 10-minute timer. We're going to go for a new one. We're going to go for that 12-minute mark. And that's where they came through. Got the push there in every 3 games of this series. And really putting a stop to CMF there. I mean, CMF in game number 2 were definitely at their prime. This draft, we did say, is high risk, high reward. But the reward just never came through. The risk was always there.
I think Scarz are kind of like, all of them have the Cinderella effect in the sense that if the game goes to 14 minutes, they turn into pumpkins. So they need to end the game as quickly as possible. All of them within 13 minutes or less. So again, Scarz living up to it. They're going to kind of continue on. But man, that was a demolishing game there by Scarz.
I thought you was going to kind of put that into a different blend there. I thought you had like, you was going to say like Ochik was going around trying to find all those hidden like glass slippers that were missing for the feet of the rest of Scarz, but because he was definitely proactive on the gorge, man. Like he was looking for intel, he was looking for those silhouettes, you know, like he was definitely trying to find those missing shoes for the princesses on his team. But speaking of princess, look at Mfang, man. 9-0-3 with the KDA. ISD on these mages, man. Like he knows how to play them very well. Like the entire of the ranking week, he was like, no, just stick me in the farm lane, just make sure I'm always on farm. But then this kind of like change up that they've had within the survival week, which is obviously on the roster on paper, which we got, was ASD was going to be in the mid. But he never played it, and now he's starting to play it, and now you can kind of see why they put him in the mid lane, and how he's now getting back on these heroes into the farm lane and playing them very. He's not playing them to the point where it's like a carry, but he's doing the need to be within the team fights, right? Like especially with the Arrow Storm, he was doing the damage, 72k, doing more damage than Mfang, even though Mfang got 9 kills.
Yeah, this is probably the way they need to set the roster, right? And I think that, you know, How and ASD, yes, they have been kind of flexing between each other. They're changing depending on the hero. But I think that this is the way they need to go moving forward. It seems like they have a lot of stability. How is clearly able to keep up with in terms of farm with all that space that Mfang has been providing. And if you're seeing that gold graph, completely in favor of Scarz, right? Mfang just setting the tone, being able to invade the enemy jungle, taking what he wants at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we do have to kind of like point out that little bit of red toward the bottom part of that graph there, which is what we were saying about CMF. Like, they had to make sure that the early game and they were contesting some of their enemies' jungle objectives, and they tried, but unfortunately, they went up against Mfang, who went onto the Lam and almost got that pentakill in this game number 3. I mean, Quadra is still super duper impressive, but if he got the penta, if he got 10-0-3, I mean, this would be a force to be reckoned with going into the rest of the survival week.
Yeah, I would say, like, that was an amazing play, just being able to get that. But Ashir, he was like, he knew he didn't want to give that one up. He was hiding in his base, cowering in fear. But look at just how aggressive they were. Scarz, Mfang constantly. Somebody gets out of position. He thought he was safe. Mfang just waiting in the brush, always forcing the action, getting those kills and catching them out. I mean, piecemeal at this stage.
Oh, yeah, definitely ripping apart piece by piece, right? Like, this Scarz definitely has me more excited for when R8 go up against them next. But definitely a fantastic performance here. The shift for How and ASD into those lanes definitely was the setup here that they needed going into this third day of the survival week. They still got quite a few games within their ability to try and bounce back and get into that top space for Scarz. But that is going to be Scarz rounding out the stream of the first day, first 3 days, and obviously the first game of the day with a 3-0 and a very convincing time frame, right? Like all pre-13-minute games. But before we get into match number 2, we're going to go for a short break, and then we'll be back with some more action.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
We now head into Group S. It's going to be Crazy Raccoons going up against Gen.G Esports. Your thoughts on this one, Blam?
I mean, Gen.G from day number 1, I was thinking they are going to be literally top spot, right? But I mean, that's still riding on the 5th game that hasn't been played between Nongshim and themselves at that 2-2 score currently. But as Nongshim stepped up yesterday, that's scary. But speaking of what's not scary is the excitement that I have for this new update within Honor of Kings. On the 24th of the 9th, we're going to get not only Spritelings, we're not going to get only the rank reset, which I know a lot of people from my community are very happy about because they're like, hey, I've managed to get the furthest within my rank I've ever gotten, but now I want to go back down. I want the grind to happen again. But speaking of that, we also have the Ultimate Awakening happening on the 27th. So if you are a fan of fun game modes, this looks like a game mode for you.
Definitely seems like a crazy game mode. Things are going all over the place with those ultimates. I'm super excited to see exactly how that one's going to play because it's going to be a nice little break from my ranked games. It will be an interesting one. But going back to the series, right? We haven't seen Gen.G and Esports going up against Crazy Raccoon in the best of 5 thus far in this Survivor week. But going into this first series, like, they've only played against Nongshim, and that has kind of been the barometer, so to speak, in terms of how these teams have kind of played out. Crazy Raccoon has not been able to best them. Gen.G right now, as you were saying earlier, when they haven't finished, they still have to finish that game. That's going to be later today. But going up on this one, I mean, how do you think these two teams are going to go at it on this one?
I mean, they both lost, like you said there earlier, Hola. They both lost to Nongshim 3-1, right? So really, it's going to be an interesting tale here for Gen.G. Because I want to visit back the point I just made, is the fact that Gen.G almost beats Nongshim up until that disaster of Game 5, right? Which hasn't played out. There was issues, unfortunately, that couldn't be kind of like curtailed out the day. So we're still waiting for that one to be concluded. But then you go into day number 2, and Nongshim just come back with a 3-1 between Crazy Raccoons and Gen.G. So depending on what kind of Gen.G they're meeting, right? Like, if Gen.G's played the game against Nongshim and won, they're going to be high, right? They're going to be high on the dopamine that they beat Nongshim and have potential to still take that top space within the playoffs. But then if they're beating a kind of like if the matches happened and Gen.G lost, it's going to be kind of like, do we even try? You know, like, we've got second place. Do we just keep going and hoping for the best here? But I mean, this isn't like the only time that they're going to play, right? Like, it's tomorrow that this team plays exactly again. Crazy Raccoons against Gen.G. So having those back-to-back matchups like we've seen with Nongshim and Gen.G can sometimes have the adverse effect on what the first series had, because Gen.G looked strong that first series against Nongshim, and then yesterday Nongshim came out fighting, man.
And that was the biggest difference, right? I think finishing the ranking week where Gen.G got the best of Nongshim, everyone is like, oh my God, you know, new kings in town in KME. This is going to be a new, you know, standard, so to speak. And going into that series, I mean, we haven't seen, like, they went to a game 5. Again, we don't know the results, but yesterday's one were pretty convincing. Nongshim seemed very determined of ending that one. And it was like classic Nongshim of just taking the lead and closing the game and the series out. So they were very businesslike, and they were, you know, again, just able to close it out on both of these squads. So I think that now we're looking at Gen.G and Crazy Raccoons, who need to respond, but they're going up against each other here.
Yeah, exactly. They do need to respond. They need to make sure they bring in their best foot forward going in. But to be honest, Crazy Raccoons is able to take Nongshim to the distance, right? They like to take them to around about that 20-minute mark plus. Same with, obviously, Gen.G yesterday. But the thing is, the difference between Gen.G and Crazy Raccoons is maybe Crazy Raccoons have a little bit of a better later game from what we just saw statistically from yesterday's day 2 of Survival Week.
Yeah, I think it's going to come back to that. But, you know, both of these teams know how to draft. Both of these teams have some serious all-stars. Kong, for all the viewers that don't know, he's been the guy with the most number of MVPs, with 8 in ranking week. He had just every single time Crazy Raccoons wins is because of, you know, Kong's play, so to speak. So he's been really on point. He's been the guy. If you're looking at the other side, Gen.G, it's been like Rock. Same idea in the jungle, right? Both of these two guys are the guys that, you know, the team creates space for them to farm and win games.
They do create space, but I mean, I think you have to kind of put that pressure onto Kong and Kai that we know Nongshim can, right? Because obviously, the way that Nongshim beats Crazy Raccoon, is the fact that Kong and Kai would always dive into Nongshim's backline, but then Nongshim would have such a strong front line, such a sustainable front line, they would then dive into Crazy Raccoon's backline, get the dubs onto either Cliche and Nanohana, which again, if you're putting Nanohana against Siri, that's a hard head-to-head, right? Like, Siri has definitely shined within the KME Fall Season 2025, and Nanohana is kind of slowly but surely trying to kind of like reach that same kind of level of Siri. So really, if Cliche and Nanohana get taken out, that's a lot of damage already off the side of Crazy Raccoons. And then if you look into the backline fight that's just happened and Kong and Kai's there, if they get taken out and only take out one side of Nongshim, then Kai's got to try and survive, especially where we're starting to see teams actually adapt to that fade that he's been playing quite well within the ranking week.
You're pointing out Nanohana, and yes, he's young. He has a lot to learn, and he has the mechanical skill. We just haven't seen him really shine thus far.
Yeah,
this is a guy that has that potential, and we see it. But when he gets focused, sometimes he does crumble, and that's the biggest thing about the lessons of this one. Yes, he's in Group S. You have this opportunity to play these games against some high-level teams. So now is the time to really grow in that moment, right? More than anything else, I think that a lot of eyes will be on him in this series. And it's going to be like he needs that because, again, Kong can't do everything by himself.
No, you can't. And this goes back to the point we was making in the previous matchup, right? Like, you can't just have one carry on your team, which at the moment, Crazy Raccoons is looking like the Kong is that main carry. I mean, especially with that massive amount of MVPs. But from teams that can obviously see that, they are going to punish Kong into the survival week. But speaking of which, we're going to go and look at Crazy Raccoons.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah, cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah, whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Crazy Raccoons, the CR Nation, and they are represented by Kai, Kong, that we've just spoken profusely about, but also Cliche managed to get some of the MVPs as well, and then the youngest, obviously Nanohana, as well as Nia. which is obviously we're going to be looking at Nia to see if he can play more of those utility roles into the support role, because some of the heroes that he's been picking within the ranking week was all predominantly tanks as well, right? So that's where my sort of emphasis is going to be shining, right? That bot side of the map to see if they've improved since that last match. But their opponent is none other than the game changers, Gen.G.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Gen.G Esports, the game changers. They're going to be made up of Wawa, Rock, Inua, Manto, and Clue. And I need to kind of, address the elephant in the room, because Clue here has just been on another level. He's been on an absolute tear. He's died the least number of times in the ranking week, only dying 12 times in 15 games. That's actually insane, leading up to the fact that he has the highest average KDA throughout all the different teams in the KME thus far.
That was going to be my next point, right? It was like, yes, he hasn't died, but he's probably the support player with the most kills. Like, this guy has been getting first bloods, double kill first bloods. I mean, his Lu Bang performance was so good that me and Sagi called him Clue Bang.
I mean, at this point, he's been playing it the best, right? I think that in that one game, he's been flawless in that sense. And not playing it like a traditional support, getting a lot of value on this one. It's one thing to get those assists and to get those saves, especially with the Liu Bang, but to get the kills, and Clue's been really on another level. But not to be outdone, Nia on the other side has actually been the third highest assist per game as well. But let's talk about this head-to-head here. Nanohana versus Manto. You were talking about that Nanohana is actually one of the younger players on this one, only with 39 kills, slightly less than Manto's 46, but the damage a bit of a wash, as well as the average gold, which is a key factor in terms of these farm laners.
Key factor, and then obviously we look at the average team fight participation, right? Like, Manto spends a little bit less time within the team fights. He likes to get a little bit of that macro play style when he's able to have that room to breathe, but from what we saw from yesterday, obviously the teams have been focusing on Manto a lot more, right? Like, they know he's not going to be present in a team fight, so as soon as they play against a team like Nongshim, where they have obviously a Faye on the support who's going to be gathering that intel, they're going to know where you are, they're going to strike you down while the iron is hot. So I can imagine this may be the same approach that Crazy Raccoon have against Gen.G today.
And what they did kind of do against Crazy Raccoon by trying to focus it down onto Nanohana. See just how, if he cracks, if he's able to kind of step up to the pressure, the same way with Manto. A lot of pressure on this guy going in. He's replaced Ray. He was fine in the ranking week, but then Nongshim Red Force really zeroed in on him and made things difficult for Manto. He wasn't really able to play like he traditionally does. So this could be a series where both of these farm laners really need to step up.
Very much need to step up here, but Gen.G looking to go and ban out the monkey. Obviously, we've been seeing Kong play a lot more of these carry heroes, so they don't really want to see the monkey come through. So maybe this is a little bit more of a desired ban, so maybe a little bit more of a backline easy. So really predominantly trying to make sure that Gen.G's Manto has a bit more of an easier time that they go against the monkey, because historically, monkey hasn't been those top prio bans, right? Like, this opens up the potential Dharma, this opens up the pay as well as the Ali for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Interesting ban. I mean, the Dharma one, as to what you were alluding to earlier, definitely something that they want to like kind of take out on this one. But it seems for like more of the Menki, just kind of like they have a strategy in mind, and Gen.G kind of pull out rabbits out of their hat at times, and they get kind of weird and potentially picking a Nakoruru first phase. This could be a very interesting one by Gen.G.
Very interested. I mean, Nakaruru first game, I think, come on, man. Like, with pay available, surely not. Like, why are you doing this to us? But it looks like they want to try and flesh out their farm lane, right? Obviously, Monto on the Ali, Diadia here as well is a great counter for any of those pesky assassin junglers, just keeping them in place, obviously, with a bit of farewells, with obviously her enhanced basic attack as well when she gets that bar up and going. And it looks like Kong, they're like, you know what, hey, Fade's available. We're going to go in with the Fade.
Oh, man, they're going to go strong with this one, with the Zhang Fei as well. That team fight is going to be unreal, being able to just take the fight to them. I mean, if he gets any sort of space in that farm, I mean, you know Kong is just going to absolutely excel on this hero.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact is that obviously he's picked Fade, and Fade generally has that double smite, right? Like, so it's gonna be a lot harder for Rock to try and contest these neutral objectives if he really wants to. But we've been seeing some fantastic performances on Fade alone, right? Especially when the Crazy Raccoon in day number 1 went up against Nongshim and got like a triple kill just on that hardened Jade Steel. But Gen.G, Wawa gets his Guan Yu. That could be trouble here for the side of Crazy Raccoons, because we know Wawa likes to stalk the back line, likes to set up these team fights. He's not a reckless Guan Yu, he's a very sort of methodical Guan Yu pick.
But I like the reckless ones. They're more fun to watch. No, but Wawa is definitely methodical. The guy's leveled up completely. Like, he's just been really good in the Clash lane. Added a lot of stability to this roster. I mean, we talked about the fact that Rock has always been that 4 protect 1 guy, but this edition of this roster, it seems like everyone has really stepped up. Over time, and without that really a whole lot of turnover, this team is really just starting to kind of gel with one another, and the way that they play has just been really with one another more than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're going to kind of stick with the same roster, you're going to make sure that it then becomes down to, oh, we're not just going to say that we're not going to play the same as we did in day 1 and expect things to change, because that's a definition of insanity. Do the same thing, same thing once, say do it again, but expect a different result. So Gen.G's like, you know what? No, we're together, we're bonded now. We just need to make sure we're working on that functionality within Onto the Gorge. But now we're looking at a potential hovering here of the Flowborn tank, and it is going to get locked in for the side of Gen.G's Rock, because they definitely need a little bit of more of a Rock playstyle, right? They need to have a more of a park bench in terms of their draft. Like, they need that solid front line.
Solid front line, and plus it's not really an easy target for Fade to kind of like to deal with, right? And if you have that front liner who's going to be there, and then you have, you know, Wawa coming in with a Guan Yu on his horse, he's just like pushing you back, you might be in a bad spot. So this is a great pick up here, a great counter pick, understanding what they need in terms of this draft here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I feel like that with Flowborn tank as well, right? Like, you can use that second skill to get the knock up onto Fade, potentially knock him off the wall there as well, which is going to really be a bit of a showstopper for the side of Crazy Raccoon, if that is the case. But Nanahana, he's one of these players that likes to play the consort. You here, he likes to lock it in. There's a lot of physical damage going up to the side of Gen.G. That protective winds is going to keep you alive.
Yeah, and you got to stay alive. That's the biggest thing. I think that with Nanohana's just ability to farm, stay alive, and again, with all this physical damage, and now they have to pivot, they pick up the Kong Min, that's going to be a lot of magic damage that now Crazy Raccoons have to deal with here.
Yeah, Inu going on a carry roll here once again, see if he's going to lock that in. Obviously, we've been teased already once with the Kong Ming for Ashia, so now Inu is kind of watching that game, match number 1, and thought, you know what? I'm going to try Kong Ming in our game, you know? Let's see how it goes. Let's see if I can kind of create that pressure. But the thing is here with Kong Ming, and I like the way that Gen.G's kind of like orientated this draft, is the fact that they've gone for Flowborn tank. Oh, no, there we go. See the betas once again. Thanks, guys. We was trying to make a point in case here for your Kong Ming pick, but now you just change it around to Hino. So obviously getting the poke is just going to be there to try and obviously poke and prod away at the likes of the consort. You just do a lot of damage over to the back line of Crazy Raccoon as well.
Actually, I would have been more afraid if they picked the Kong Min more than anything else.
Yeah,
because it is very
too.
squishy, and you see the Fade just jumping on top of it, and then he would have had a field day, right? Inu would have had a rough time, but now he can use those scepters. You have that wave clear, right? Get yourself to the late game, and with that Arlie, you're definitely going to be able to kind of fight in that one. The biggest issue right now is about those late game neutrals, come Tempest Dragons, whatever it is, because he has that Jade Steel, right? Which and
Yes.
it'll just lock it down. So this could be a tough one if it goes that late game.
Yeah, definitely a tough cookie for these two teams, right? If they're going to be getting into the late game territory. I mean, we know these teams can definitely have the brawl at the late game. I mean, our biggest point of not criticism, but constructive criticism for the side of Gen.G, especially within KWC as well, was the fact that they got to the late game. They always just kind of like panicked and tried to rush the crystal, right? So now they need to make sure that when they do get into the late game, they can't panic. They need to make sure they stay maintained and focused so they can take these victories from Crazy Raccoon. But we're getting a different common skill here. Obviously, Nia likes to formulate this one. He loves the prison sprite on the Zhongfei.
Interesting there. And again, not going with the smite, which is one of my tried and true. I love that on the Zhongfei, but they're going to go with the sprite. We'll see how this one plays out. It could be an interesting one. But again, Crazy Raccoons, this is a one game where I think that if, you know, everyone is kind of on their, dare I say, signature hero, and this is their comfort picks, going into game one is going to be key. If they're able to set the tone and strike first on the Gen.G, we could have a great series upon us.
Absolutely. We've seen a bit of a lane swap here, obviously, because Consort you going up against the Ali means that it's going to be a bit of a harder matchup here. Obviously, that range, but Kai going up against a ranged hero like the Ali with the help of Clue here. Clue, as we've already stated, has been a fantastic support player within the KME fall season so far. And he's looking to maintain that, right? Just make sure and look after Monto and get Monto online.
I mean, they didn't get the kill, but the fact that Kai has completely been zoned out, this is going to be easy for Monto. Plus, he has that ranged advantage, and it makes it much tougher for Kai in that, you know, as Sun Tzu, right? But one thing to kind of take note of, Kai has actually died quite a bit in the KME. He's the second most deaths in the ranked week with 36. He's a guy that needs to play a little bit safer, and Gen.G, understanding that, putting a little bit of pressure on him.
Yeah, they're just using the stats and basically getting their weakest points, right? They're literally using their VATs and just finding what's going to be the most critical damage onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. And they're looking at Kai, man. I mean, to be honest, pre-level 4, Kai's going to have a hard time to get out of these engages anyway, right?
Yeah, and I mean, for the Sunset, it's not about really winning the lane. It's more about the secondary initiation. So come mid-game, when those boats are coming in, it's definitely going to hurt. He just needs to ensure that the tower doesn't take it or give it up first blood.
Oh, potential here. First blood going over to the side of Gen.G. It's going to be the takedown, but Kong is on the prowl as well, right, man? Like, they have to use the power cell to dash out alive. But Monto getting first blood. Yes, he had a bit of a trouble start yesterday, but he is now back onto the gorge.
Yeah, I mean, not great for Kai, getting caught out again, but
they're going in for some more. Obviously, the ultimate there coming through from the Blowborn tank. The Prison Sprite has been kept in place, so immobilized Inuit, but into the backline is going to be the takedown of the Kong. And then Monto does meet his maker. Unfortunately, Rock looking pretty low. He's trying to get the knock about the Kai, but he's sustaining. This is all thanks to Cliche on the Huan. They get another pickup here onto Gen.G. So overall, a 2-2 score going for both of these teams.
Just these teams just want to scrap. I mean, just like, let him have it. Let's go. Don't even worry about the minions. Let's just continue to fight. They're not afraid to dive, and that's the biggest thing. I think Gen.G need to set the tone and put pressure on.
They do need to put pressure on. They have to be careful, though. I mean, Clue, he's diving in a little bit too sort of like close to the sun here, a little bit like Icarus, right, man? He doesn't want to get burnt, especially when Nia has that rage builder built up and obviously has the Unbridled Outburst as well.
But Clue, really great with those bitter farewells on the Kong. I think that his #1 target is got to isolate Kong, lock him down, give your team a chance. Because if he's high flying and he's all over the backline, you're going to have a tough time. So the biggest thing for him, again, they need to like stymie Kong's growth as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you can't see here that Kong knows that, right? Like using the Hardened Jade Steel just to make sure he gets those 2 camps straight away rather than just kind of like attacking them at the same time and just getting that last hit. He needs to get those little bits of minor seconds back onto the gorge because obviously he did get taken down, so did Rock, but Rock's not as reliant on the farm as Kong is on the fade, right?
For sure. And this is why Monto really needs to step up. Yes, Inuo will be getting that farm as well, but now Inuo.
Oh, stun at the backline. Obviously, Fate Rewind's going to keep himself alive. Actually gets into that brush as well. Nice positioning with that Fate Rewind recall there. Means he's able to just dive back in, clean up that mid wave, potentially look for a little bit of pressure here. Rock's got to be careful. Obviously, Cliche's here nearby with Kong, as well as Nanohana, looking to kind of collapse around this Tyrant.
And Cliche is up in the river, just doing a great job of providing the vision. Pushing Rock away, he's like wasting time, just kind of going back and forth. But here's the boat.
Oh, boat does connect onto 1. It's only onto Clue, though. I mean, that's not the crucial crowd control you need, but there is going to be the Hardened Jade Steel that claims the Tyrant over to the side of Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon now have that enhanced attack, have that movement speed as well, but they are at a gold neutralizing point between both of these teams. So this is the kind of advantages that you need if you are Crazy Raccoon.
Great use of skills right there, knowing that the boat was going to be coming, but that was just more space because, again, Gen.G realized that boat was coming. They decided to kind of play defensively and they were pushed away. No chance for a steal. Kong takes that one up easily because of that play.
Yeah, I mean, it's no discreet boat, right? Like, everybody hears that horn, everybody's scared. So you're just like, the boat's coming, and then you're like, where's it going to come from? And then you just got to kind of like mitigate on how many people get caught by this boat. And that's the scary part as well, man. Because if you get on the sort of like the most effective side of a boat come in, like a set sail, that's going to set up a huge team fight. You've got obviously Kong onto the fade, so if you get the damage already going across and then you get those executes going through, it's a good setup, a good synergy here between the Sunset and the Fade.
Yeah, actually, the draft makes a lot of sense in terms of how they want to go. I mean, the secondary initiation, and plus you have the Umbrella Outburst if you really get into those team fights. So you have so many different options. If Gen.G want to scrap and they want to go with these big death ball team fights, this is going to be a tough nut to crack.
Oh, absolutely. And especially with you on there, just to kind of keep giving over that healing. So not only did you get the great engage, even if Gen.G come up with a great counter, they've still got to try and stay in that team fight, try and sustain within it as well, because that makes sense of this Diadea pick. I mean, the healing potential is great from the Diadea. Destiny counters really going to put you into a better positioning into team fights as well.
Yeah, a lot of different options, and that's pretty much what you need. This is why when you go for like a balanced sort of draft, you have your options. You need that sustain, and Rock right now, I mean, he's the frontliner. He might want to go.
Yeah, Destiny counter actually being used there, but to just drive away the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, they just want that T1. The trading T1s across the gorge here, because Nanahana has been left unchecked, but Wawa on the other end gets taken down into the mid lane, and it looks like they're going to go for a T1 into the mid as well, so CR with a better trade there, they get one blood, they get 2 T1s for now.
Yeah, actually taking that mid T1 is going to be key for Crazy Raccoons. I think that they're going to be super happy with that. It was the top T1. They're like, oh yeah, we'll give that up. There's so much space in the mid lane because of the fact that there were 4 members from Gen.G in that top trying to deal with Kai, and that was a great overall strategy play by Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, was it a strategy with dealing with Kai, or was it keeping Monto safe, right? Like, that's what's going on in my mind. It's like, we're already seeing like a 3-man rotation with Monto. They're scared about losing him, because if they do lose him, it's a lot of damage from the side of Gen.G that gets taken off of the gorge.
Yeah, and I mean, he definitely needs to stay up, stay alive. He needs to keep it going. But checking out this replay, seeing Wawa was by himself, tried to go for the heroic strike, pushing him under the tower. And yes, he's taking the damage, but the unending sorrow and the Jade Seal locking him down. I mean, Wawa did almost everything he could going up 1 versus 2 there.
Yeah, far too much damage for the side of Gen.G's Wawa, right? Like, he was kind of like, we knew what he was doing. He was pushing him into the T1, hoping that the T1 was going to do enough damage. I always did that in my rank games, and then my T1 just always fails me. That's why we're not our ride or dies anymore. I don't have trust in my T1s anymore. So it's a little bit of a trust issue now that Gen.G Wawa has created for himself. But this is now a beautiful positioning for Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, they created the space between that mid, jungle, and top side. Means that there was no way to contest or even survive that T1 into top side of the map. But respectively, Gen.G now take the farm lane one.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about Tencent about how to report the T1s, right?
yeah. Hey, they're blundering me, man. They should be working with me, not against me, man. We're tied. We should be together. But speaking of tied, the set sail does land, but it's going to be the bait rewind that catches out the whole thing and stops the blow. But there it is. The hard J still gets a knock on the clue, so the sustainability of Gen.G gets taken down. Cliche may get found as well, so that is going to be a 3-1 trade, 4-1 trade right now for Gen.G. This gets them back onto the gorge, man.
Yeah, I mean, they will sacrifice Clue for 4 kills any day of the week. Monto stepping up. We're like, hey, eyes are going to be on this guy. Is he able to play this Arlie to that high level? Well, there's your answer right there. He's able to do that. All that space that's created. And check it out how they were going in. I mean, they find into him, but the Fate Rewind on point, staying alive. Yes, you have Nya with that Stampede, but the Jade Seal only on the Clue. Not the greatest target if you think about it. And then he gets picked off because Monto has just been running rampant on the back line, doing all that damage.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before as well, right? With other teams where the deity has just kind of been used as that scapegoat. It's like, yeah, it's the sustainability, but if you've already kind of sustained your team from like the early part of a team fight and the majority of your team look healthy, you don't mind if the deity falls, like you were saying, Hauler. Like, it's more going to be an issue if the likes of Monto or even Inuit fall here. But once again, it's going to be even harder, as already been proven by Crazy Raccoon, that Gen.G is struggling to get these neutral objectives.
It's going to be a big issue later. I mean, the only reason why Crazy Raccoons are still kind of in this is because of the amount of takes that he's had. Kong has been able to use that with a lot of value. I mean, Rock was there, and I mean, yeah, he didn't have Smite, but he knew that he wasn't going to take that. But this is going to be a tougher one as we go into the shadow variants of these big neutrals. But here we go.
Oh no, Monto, you were in the wrong bush, buddy. And there goes Clue as well. So already a 2-0 trade here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. But now it's going to be the raid boss. It's going to be Rock taking a lot of damage, and he's not able to. Console U is online. That Fate Rewind only rewinds so much health. But what is created here is unreversible for the side of Gen.G because they are down 2 members.
Yeah, down 2 members, but the biggest one was Monto. Once he was dead, Gen.G can't really fight. He needs to stay alive. He needs to play safe. And sometimes he gets caught out. He's definitely up in the front. If you're looking at this Crazy Raccoon lineup, they're going to outvision you because they have Kong, who can be on those ledges. Plus, you have the boats that can come in at a moment's notice when they find you out of position. You got to be super careful. Everyone else needs to be up front. Yes, I know you want to farm, but you got to let the other guys be that frontliner and protect you.
Yeah, exactly. Right here, we're just seeing that obviously Nia is just trying to make sure he's able to steal away some more farm from away of Gen.G, because really they're kind of now going to be funneling that over to Monto to make sure he's getting, trying to keep on top of Nanohana, right? Because Nanohana has been unchecked for a majority of this game. Positioning wise, Nanohana within team fights is definitely a lot better, but man, Monto's hurting. Like, look at that damage he did onto Cliche.
Yeah, it did a lot of damage. I mean, he's going to just kind of just go back, look to just heal up more than anything else. But look at how Gen.G are playing. They know that Kong is this ultra-mobile guy. He's been split pushing on all of the side lanes, making things very uncomfortable. Gen.G have been very reactive, but they've also been sticking together because they know, again, if they get one guy that's out of position, that team fight is going to go. They need to go now.
Oh, huge ultimate there. So trying to catch out to the side of Crazy Raccoon's backline. Cliche still has the Unending Sorrow, but there is going to be the Fate Rewind used early, but is it going to be enough here? Guawa into the backline, tries to force Cliche into the enemy team, but Monto gets a pick off onto Cliche as well. Can they get some more here? The Hardened Jade is going to be what they need here. Oh my goodness! Crazy Raccoon back on top. That's a team ace, a triple kill for 2 on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, that's a quadra kill that was just completely set up by Kong. This is the guy that's been able to just do it, and it looks like they want to just end the game. But if you're not able to take down Kong and Nanohana, what are you doing in these team fights?
They're doing nada, you know? They're doing nothing because they can't get him locked down. So there it is. Crazy Raccoon get that game 1 victory. But man, that team fight was scary. But Kong on the fade. Now Gen.G has exhausted that in game number 1. This could be an issue for the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, this is his big pick.
And definitely a big pick, and you can see why. Clear MVP, just add that one, another one to him. I mean, it's going to be the easiest MVP that you would want. Just so much presence, right? Being able to just consistently farm, plus put pressure on the outside lanes and get those kills. Like the guy, when he goes in, the rest of them were just like on point. And Nanohana, again, when you have all this space, it's a very free game, very easy game for this console UI to just kind of clean house at that point.
Yeah, that's the thing I kind of give like criticism over to Gen.G here is obviously the only time we really saw the focus go onto Nanohana was when Clue was alive. So Clue would be used to go in onto Nanohana, but then he would get burst down either by the likes of Fade or even just get caught out into that mid lane, just getting a lot of that damage being taken up onto him. But once that was obviously being contested, then if Nanohana got out alive, which he did all those times, right? Only 1 kill, but kept himself alive, kept himself within the team fight to do the damage and just chip away at the side of Gen.G. But you can see here, Kong actually died more than once, which is something that we're not used to, right? Like, he normally dies once and then that's it. He's not going down again, but that quadra kill towards the end was beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. Really set it up. I mean, but Cliche with that damage just up front. Everyone, you know, Kai with those boats. A lot of impact, right? And Nia, I mean, he had some Umbrella Outbursts, but it didn't really need to have as many because Kai had so many good boats. So just setting it up like the secondary stuns were great. But Gen.G, on the other hand, yes, Monto, he had like 5, 2, and 3 or something like his KDA. This is a guy, once he died that one time, he got out of position. And that was pretty much when Crazy Raccoon just ran over them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy way to get caught out as well, right? Like, he was mid-brush, there was objectives on the board, so that was always going to be a heavily sort of like contested brush to be checked by the side of Crazy Raccoon. So not quite sure the understanding of that one, but the understanding of the MVP makes too much sense here, especially after that quadra kill. 723 KDA is going to be your Kong MVP once again. He's racking these up like his money at the bank.
I mean, just instant deposit, right? Just take it all and just go, because he's just like insta money at the end of the day. This guy, when he got the fade, this is the first phase. They were not scared. They know the power of Kong on a fade, and you see exactly what's going to happen in these highlights. He was consistently on, and this is that initial scrap to kind of start things off. It was a little weird at times because, you know, Kong did die on this one, but from that moment on, he was just like, okay, I need to play better and play more patient, and he was getting a bunch of kills.
Yeah, it's also just like, I feel like from this scrap alone really showed me that there's a bit of an issue here with Gen.G. Like, they're bringing the scrap to Crazy Raccoon, and Crazy Raccoon, they have the Q1, they have the Zhang Fei as well, right? Like, so it's not like they cannot just keep held out with this team fight. But to the side of Gen.G, they fought the scraps. Clue always been super aggressive, as we was talking about it before the introduction of even this game, having the most kills within a single support player on the fall season. You know he's always going to be wrapped in and into the thick of it. So if they know that, if they take down the sustainability of the side of Gen.G into these scraps, it's always going to go in the favor of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, you're not going to have a good time. I mean, if you're looking at even some of these team fights, Gen.G, look at they're constantly like retreating, right? They're trying to get away, but then like the stuns are coming. Look at Kong, just on like ledge to ledge, just picking his targets, the right moments, who's vulnerable, who's weak, and he's able to find them and just surgically remove each and every one of those members. And this is why Crazy Raccoon take out that game win.
So Crazy Raccoon already having 1 point onto the board over Gen.G. I mean, Gen.G looking like they're kind of like, maybe, like I said, that game, like they got rid of the fade. Let's see what happens with the rest of them. So now we're going to go for a short break to see what Gen.G can do to formulate a win in game number 2.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
Crazy Raccoon strike first off of the play of Kong right there. I mean, with that fade pick, it seemed like it was a guaranteed W for them. There were really no answers from Gen.G here, right, Blam?
No answers at all. I mean, they definitely didn't cash in much within these team fights, even though they looked like they were very sustained throughout the majority of them. But that first scrap really had me guessing, man. Like, they were definitely going toe for toe, brick for brick, but it was always Crazy Raccoons getting off those prime pickups in the early fight. So it's really just maybe an assessment of Gen.G's draft here. Obviously, we saw some great fate rewinds from Inua, right? Like, we didn't really see the high note pop off as much as it should do. Obviously, again, quite a bit of a late game hero. Needs those stacks onto the enemy team to keep going with those Scepters of Fate to do that damage. And there was just never any of that, right? Like, even though they were all together on the side of Crazy Raccoons, there was always kind of like too far apart for those Scepters to spread across.
Yeah, just way too much. Like, the tempo that was being brought up by Crazy Raccoon, being able to just go in and burst them, you know, especially with the vision that was provided by the Kong Fade, it was just like too much. They would like jump on top of you, and Gen.G wanted none of that. They want to go slow, sustaining, long, drawn-out fights, while Crazy Raccoon's lineup was just like burst, 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 let's get in there, right, and just scrap it up. And Gen.G, that lineup, it doesn't really kind of keep on pace with Crazy Raccoons there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact, like you made the point earlier as well, Hauler, before the break, is that we saw Monto get caught out once, and then after that one catch out, it just seemed like it just kind of always affected his gameplay negatively, right? Like, he was always kind of getting caught out, not quite sure where to actually sit within the team fights. So I feel like you just need to make sure that that mental is in check when we are onto the Gorge. But Gen.G, look at the Prio Blue, the Mayin here, and lock in Wawa's pick. So maybe a bit of a core switch up here and looking at supporting Wawa on such a fantastic Mayin pick.
Yeah, this is going to be great for him. Wawa really likes to pilot this hero. He's very good with him, so with Mayin. So this is going to be an opportunity to really set it up. That initiation is kind of covered in that regard. Plus, your draft very open, and you're going to kind of see Crazy Raccoons are like, hey, you didn't pick the Mai and the Loon? We'll pick up both.
Yep, Mai and Loon coming through here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. So Nanahana getting another one of those kind of like lifeline marksmen, right? Obviously, Infinite Vastness could be getting checked out with the rest of whatever Gen.G decide to roster here within this BP of number 2. But it looks like Masashi maybe getting pulled out here for the side of Gen.G. Rock obviously loves this pick. The KME loves this pick as well, right? Like, there's been such a resurgence of the Masashi.
Yeah, it has had a lot of success here. I mean, it's like one of those things. It's like a point and click. Plus, they see the Loon. Yes, he lands all the way in the back, but you have the Duel of the Death. They have that homing missile that tracks this dragon wherever he's going to land. So it's a great opportunity to continue that fight because they want to disengage at that point. Plus, the Mai, very squishy, not a great target. If, you know, he doesn't want to be dueled to the death targeted in that regard. So now Crazy Raccoons are looking to use the Lianpo to hopefully body block, create a little buffer zone for these squishies in the back line.
Yeah, exactly. Try and use those burst ramps to perfection. Try and use those magma slams as well, just to kind of just like, hey, there's a lot of CC here going in for the side of Gen.G, especially if you kind of like diving in with the burst rams. Then if Wawa gets hold of you, man, like, it's going to be hard. And especially it's going to be even harder to contest a lot of the damage onto the side of Gen.G if D-Ranger uses that ultimate to get that damage reduction onto you for a few seconds. It's going to kind of shred down Lianpo from like a brick house to a stick house into the side of Crazy Raccoon. But now they're looking to take away a lot of that sustainability, right? Like we saw already on the side of Gen.G, they need the sustainability into the team fights to make sure and ensure that they come out on top of these brawls.
Yeah, and likewise, they're kind of getting rid of some of the other brawlers that they don't want to deal with. Like, if they had a Byron on the Crazy Raccoon side, it's like, yeah, the Musashi goes in with that Duel to Death, but then you have a Byron waiting in the wings to just pounce. This is something that they don't want. Good ban here. They need to kind of target even more. Continuing on, because this Musashi, when they dive in with the Mayin, this could be a tough situation for Crazy Raccoon to have to peel off from those squishies.
Yeah, very good point there, especially banning out the party as well, right? Like, that's something that we know that Kai can play very well, very effortlessly as well. And I mean, it can kind of just take away the focus of Kong not having to go for a carry pick per se if they went for something like the Byron, like the party. But to the side of Crazy Raccoons, they do take away the Nua here. Again, Nua just definitely kind of like complement the Ranger because, again, mid-range marksman, doesn't have the greatest range. Nua has a huge range, especially with Annihilation, right, and a huge amount of damage. But Crazy Raccoon going for the Charlotte, so Kai has that team fight potential, a little bit more of that late game policy along with the Loon.
A lot of late game policy, and that's going to be great. Just kind of getting to the back line too. I mean, the Gen.G is looking kind of juicy, has that potential to get there. So you're kind of opening it up. Plus, it's not the worst matchup going up against a Mayin. So it kind of covers some of those bases. A good pick here, and it doesn't really show your hand, especially since you do have a potential Trump last pick here with that jungle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do go for the jungle here, right? Like, it's not going to be sort of a potential, like, do we go for something like an Agudo to kind of match the pace of the Mai Shiranui, right? Like, do we get that early game assurance and trying to get a little bit more early game priority for the side of Crazy Raccoon? But the side of Gen.G, they're looking like they're going to drop the Kong Ming onto the hands of Inuit this time around, and Clue gets the Zhang Fei. So in terms of front line, there's a big stack front line for the side of Gen.G.
Okay, all right. So last game, Inua didn't really get to do a whole lot of damage with the Heino. They're like, okay, I'm going to do some damage with this Kong Min here. So this is going to be a great pickup to kind of do that. But the Dian Wei in response, wow, okay, they want to go be big, beefy targets who's going to be able to get that farm and just be that front liner. Kong on the Dian Wei, this is going to be a sight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for it to be locked in. I'm not going to get too excited because, I mean, they have been kind of like flirting with us. But there it is. The Dian Wei does get locked in. But yeah, the Leap of Fury here from this hero, that ultimate, is going to be able to track down the likes of Kong Ming, track down the Gen.G as well, right? I mean, if he gets hit with CC, that's where Dian Wei thrives as well, right?
Definitely. I mean, if he's able to just kind of, and there's a decent amount of CC on the side of Gen.G, but it kind of is a nice counter pick into the Kong Min if you have a little bit of magic resistance, plus you're tanky enough where it's not going to be able to just 0 to 100 you in like a single like a barrage. So this is a good way to kind of just stay alive. Plus you see the Musashi. Yeah, he wants to duel to death, but he's a little tanky enough. You got the other guys to help just support him if he does get potentially jumped.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of potential here. Obviously, a lot of front line as well for the side of Gen.G, like you were saying there, Hall. There's the fact that they do have the Zhang Fei. This was one of Clue's, like, big picks, like, way back when, right? Like, this was always known as his signature hero, but then he started to shine on the likes of the Lianpo, on the Sun Bin, on the Lu Bang as well. So going back a little bit back to basics here, he takes the stun as well. So trying to get that effective shutdown onto the likes of either the Mayin, onto the Lung when he comes back down with the Infinite Vastness here. So we are seeing quite a bit of variety in the common skill that gets paired with Zhang Fei within the KME.
Oh man, this is going to be an interesting game. I'm loving the drafts on both sides. It's really just about execution. I don't give a huge edge to anyone. This is as 50-50 as it gets. How is they going to respond? Because especially for Rock on this Musashi, who's been like a complete menace, and just being able to find that back line, and the way Crazy Raccoons have kind of counter-drafted, this is going to make for some serious fireworks come mid to late game here.
It is going to be interesting to see how Rock actually does man the Musashi, right? Because, I mean, backline, what are we looking at realistically, right? Like, obviously, Nanohana, he's definitely going to be kind of like the prize pony, the golden carrot. I mean, they could dive onto the Mayin as well, but if you dive in, you've then got to kind of contest with Nia, with Kai, as well as Kong. So Kong, obviously, on the Dian Wei, his second skill slows you down. So if you get hit by that and you are Rock, you're pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, you're not going to have a great time at all. I mean, that's the biggest thing. And Crazy Raccoons, again, with the second phase of the draft, just understanding when that Musashi's there, they have answers.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, man. But we shine, obviously, onto the likes of Rock on the Musashi, but it's becoming part and parcel. Wawa on the Mayin, he just knows how to get these knockbacks, knows how to pull the enemy team in, and then we see here, obviously, Gen.G using that duel to the death a little bit too early, but doesn't get enough damage. Inua tries to get the marks onto the Lianpo there on Nia, but doesn't get the takedown.
Actually, Nia was the perfect guy to be like the tail end of that retreat, because he was the one that was the only one really in range for Rock to go. If it was someone else, they might have gotten a potential kill on that one. So good attempt there, but they didn't get anything.
They didn't get anything, but once again, we do see the leaping savey here for Wawa onto Kai, but now he uses the flash, gets the kill, and Kai gets taken down. First blood going up to the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, when I saw Kai that had no flash, I was like, this is over, right? There's no damage. Wawa's just too strong on this Mayin. He's been able to do that time and time again, really, like, punishing the Clash laners. Generally, he could have done that solo. Yes, Clue was there to kind of help in with the assist, but he could have just done that by himself.
Yeah, this is one thing I think Clue's really good at in terms of being a support player, is that he's very proactive in what lane he doesn't stay in a lane, right? Like, it's always to and from. We can kind of see that it's all communicated here by Gen.G, but there it is. It's going to be that CC coming from that ultimate of Monto here that keeps Lung in place, but it's not going to get the takedown. But yeah, back to the point, Gen.G, Clue, he's very proactive on his support picks.
And he's been great. He's just been like the roamer of the KME fall. He's just made such an impact, and why Gen.G have become, top 3. They were the #1 dogs in the after ranking week because of his play. He sets up the team so much for success. He provides a lot of vision. He's very tanky. All of the big team fights are because of his initiations.
Oh, speaking of initiation, though, can Monto get it alive? And the answer is no. They get the takedown into the bot side of the map, and Nanahana take away the healing, and there's nobody down the side of that map for Gen.G to even try and stop them from taking that, doing enough damage onto that T1 down to the bot side, enough so that when he gets to 4 minutes, it's going to be an easy takedown of that T1.
And quietly, Cliché, we kind of forgot that the Mai was there. Obviously, the presence will be felt in the side lanes, but Cliché, that was the first initial jump, and you're like, oh yeah, I forgot. The Mai is still here, and he flashes forward, ensures they get the kill. Really smart play by Crazy Raccoon, just completely in the dark, so to speak, with that ambush.
Yeah, there's the ambush there onto the space right there. They're trying to get the takedown of, it's not here, teleport him, but it's going to be the takedown of Kai here into the top side of the map, which could be crucial for the side of Crazy Raccoon as they go into this neutral objective standpoint. And we can see the top wave naturally crashing in, and starting to see that Gen.G is trying to create that priority here. The Umbrella Light Burst pushes away 3, and it's already been exhausted before this neutral objective. Again, we are seeing resources being exhausted before the neutral objective, which is crucial.
Yeah, actually, that's going to be huge, right? I mean, Clue, just pushing them away into the tower, not really where you want to be. I've done that on the Zhang Fei. It's a feels bad man, right? If you push them a little bit onto the side where your team can kind of follow up, you're going to have a great time. Not the greatest one, but that ult on cooldown right now, absolutely huge as this turn is being started.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, because they were able to exhaust all those little bits of utility from Gen.G, right? Obviously, like the Umbrella Light Burst, which is normally a good sort of massive pickup here, especially onto such big fights at that 4-minute mark. It means that Gen.G, even though they did lose a Tyrant, get the focus elsewhere, right? They get a T1 into top side of the map. They can test the Crimson Golem as well, which is what we saw from the last match that we just saw.
And if we're looking at the status report, Wawa has been killing it in the top lane. They're going in.
Dude, they're trying to go in there. Here's Wawa trying to get a catch on Kong here, but he's going to be enough CC there. The Duel of Death gets a takedown. Obviously, the imperiled mode, imperiled state on the Kong means there's no healing for a certain amount of time. We do have the Infinite Vastus being used here by Nanahana. His positioning within this one, obviously coming from the bot side of the map, was not the greatest, and Gen.G really caught him out there.
It definitely caught him out. And Kong, he needs to stay alive. It's easier said than done, especially on the downway. You're this big, beefy target. You don't have a whole lot of mobility like the Fade in the game 1. But this is still, a great kill by Gen.G, understanding the state of the game. They needed to have found him. They don't want to let Kong kind of out-farm and just, be off the map and just, come out as this, raid boss. So they need to ensure that his, they try to limit his growth as much as possible.
Has destroyed
yeah, they definitely got to limit the growth of Kong, right? He's going to be troublemaker, especially as we get into the late game. You can already see Gen.G definitely having a little bit more presence onto the Gorge, right? They've got the T1s into top side and bot side of the map, so they're already creating that pressure, and it's all thanks to the likes, obviously, not only their side laners, but again, shining that light on Clue, always getting the intel, always being at the right place at the right time.
Also, Wawa, man. I mean, he's completely outclassed Kai. He has a 1.1k net worth lead, completely dominated that top lane. So it's been tough for him to get anything going. Kai's playing very defensively, more of like a support more than anything else.
Yeah, he is definitely playing. I mean, to be honest, yeah, it kind of has to until he gets that late game, right? That's when we can start to see Kai come through. So really, I think for the side of Crazy Raccoon, all they need to do is just stave off a early finish. So make sure they're alive around about that 15-minute mark. Then we can start to see Kai come online, access into the back line, try and get the shutdown on the Inuit. Seeing where Monto and Inuit situate into these team fights and get that intel from his teammates.
Definitely need that intel. Cliché, though, in that top lane, he's kind of farming himself. I think that Crazy Raccoons need to kind of utilize his speed and mobility to kind of go for more ganks. Right now, they're playing very defensively. Yes, they are behind, which is kind of exacerbating the situation more than anything else. But Crazy Raccoons need to kind of force the issue a bit, find some sort of pickoff. They have opportunities. They have not been able to capitalize.
They haven't, yeah. Again, I feel like it's just because neither of their side lanes are online, right? Nanahana is either being catched out and the intel from Gen.G's just been too good, or we're just waiting for that key moment, that kind of like pop off, that calm before the storm.
And now the Zerg Golem is going to be like loading up right here, and Gen.G already there to contest. This is going to be a tough one for CR to take.
They're trying, man. I mean, Kong gets in there. He's able to get it, but Rock actually steals away the Azure Golem. But there it is in bright light, but catches off the backside of Crazy Raccoons as we get a takedown at the Cliche. The Maestro, that's a lot of damage being taken off now. And they're going for more. Double kill goes up to the side of Gen.G Rock, but it's going to be Inua that gets taken out. But a 3-1 trade here for Gen.G with a minion wave in the mid. That's a definitely good setup here.
I mean, it started with Kong taking that blue buff, and Gen.G took that personally. They're like, okay, that guy needs to die. Make sure they get 3 members. Yes, they trade away Inua, but that was a huge win for Gen.G. This is a big window of opportunity to continue on. Not only did they take the Crimson Golem here, but they're looking to take the top T2. This is a bad situation for Crazy Raccoon.
It is, exactly. I mean, to be honest, like I said, we just need to keep them going into the late game, right? They need to make sure that they keep those T3s alive. If they lose these T2s, it's not the end of the world. It's going to make it a much harder of a comeback. Don't get me wrong, but it's definitely not going to be a dead to rights here for Crazy Raccoons just because of how they scale.
They took the top T2 already, and it's not even 10 minutes at this point, right? So the pressure is on by Gen. Oh, they're going in.
The door to the death. Yeah, it just actually get blocked here by, obviously, Liempo. Nia tries to do his best with a Trevor Smash burst ram over the wall. Oh, wow, taking so much damage. But this is what I'm talking about, man. Nanahana is going to hit like a bus.
Yeah, he's gonna hit like a bus, like a double-decker bus at some point, right? I mean, he's like a baby bus right now, like one of those school buses right at this stage. Dare I say short bus, but it's a smaller bus. But once he gets those items, he's gonna hit like the double-decker. We just need to wait probably another 2 or 3 minutes before he really goes online.
Hey, nothing wrong with some short buses, okay? They're just doing their best, man. They're just trying to do, I mean, just like here, they can see Crazy Raccoons are trying their best to keep their Azure Golem alive. Second one being taken off the board here from Rock. So Rock's really putting the pressure on to Kong, especially taking away that Azure Golem onto a pick like the Dion Way is going to be crucial.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be crucial here. Gen.G, I mean, invading the enemy jungle, taking space away from Kong, which needs that time. He's still not online. He's level 12, a level behind Rock, and now this Crimson is looking to get stolen again.
Yeah, there it is. Obviously, big engage here, but it's also going to be Nia gets taken down very early. But there it is. They can actually take down onto Monto, so damage being taken off the side of Gen.G. But that's going to be a 5-1 trade, and this is quite ironic, a little bit poetic by the side of Gen.G as they get the triple kill here for Wawa. They get the fight. They go topside. They win game number 2.
I mean, it's looking to go just super easy like that. I mean, it took an ace on that one. Crazy Raccoon went all in, trying to protect the Crimson Golem of all things. And Gen.G are like, okay, yeah, Monto died, but we have so much damage, we're able to just completely just take over this game, win that team fight, and with that ace, you just saw what happened. Gen.G striking back in game 2.
Yeah, if Crazy Raccoon can do it, we can do it better. That's what basically Gen.G said there with that statement piece of a play in game number 2. So that is actually going to draw into a 1-1 scoreboard right now between these two teams. And honestly, CR with this draft, it wasn't the most sort of the best way to conduct it, right? Like, obviously, Nia was always getting caught out. He's taking too much damage into the early parts of the team fights. Yes, he was trying to keep Cliche alive, but there was always a way for Gen.G to get back onto the Maestro Nui. So really, I feel like it was just a lack of execution from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Definitely execution. I mean, the Charlotte, the Clash lane for Crazy Raccoon, not so great as well. I mean, he needs to understand that if he's a late game hero, he needs to just stay alive. And he was kind of being aggressive, contesting for sprites when he didn't really need it to. I mean, he died 4 times. 0-4-0, that's not great, right? In terms of a KDA, probably one of the worst ones, right? Not a good situation, and you're putting your team in a bad spot because of that. And so Crazy Raccoons really kind of fumbled the ball, lost a lot of space. Kong really couldn't get going on this Dion Way. But more props to Gen.G because they were suffocating, they were on point, everyone was really doing the damage, and the target prioritization was next level.
It was next level, and like you was saying there, Holler, that Kai 0-4, and then obviously his opposition in his lane alone was 5-0, so really it was kind of just like night and day difference in the Clash lane alone. And then you had on top of that, obviously Rock on the Masashi, great play, Inua picking up 3 kills as well, so really, Gen.G was just formulating like a 3-man carry, like Inuit, Rock, and Wawa. They weren't just relying completely heavily on Rock, which is, if they were to do that, I don't think we'd be seeing this scoreline.
And this is why Gen.G have gotten so much better, right? It's not about Rock. Yeah, he can make those plays, but he was not taking extra risk because he knows that, hey, Inua is going to be able to step up. Monto's going to be able to do the damage. Wawa especially, like 504, he's my MVP of that game because these guys have leveled up so that Rock doesn't have to do as much. He can play within the realms of his own role and be that Musashi that he needs to be.
Yeah, I feel like obviously Rock, yes, he's obviously like the import player of Gen.G, but you can kind of start to see that that was his whole kind of like focus and the whole reason why he's there, right? To level up the rest of the team to the point where, yes, obviously season 3, he tried to be the carry, but it was just kind of like he was working with the tools he was given, right? Like it just wasn't working for the side of Gen.G, but then obviously we saw them flourish in spring in 2nd place. Then KWC, they came out much further than Nongshim Red Force, and definitely MVP worthy performance here from Wawa, right? 5, 0, and 4. 27% of the damage taken, dealt, sorry, and then damage taken is 21. But this Wawa Mayin combo is like, I feel like he should just rename himself to Mama.
Yeah, Mama, Dada, whatever you want to call him, because he was just like the parent of Kai on that game. He was absolutely dominating. 5-0-4. Salute to Wawa on this one because he was completely on point. And it started from the beginning. Kai just trying to 1v1. Yes, Clue was there. I get it. But Wawa could have done that solo, just completely underestimating his play.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, it's just a little bit of like a backup, a bit of an insurance policy here for the side of Gen.G. Because, I mean, they definitely wanted the first blood, right? Especially to feel good after that game 1 defeat against Crazy Raccoon. And it just kind of gave Wawa that true stampede that he needed and the momentum within that game number 2 to keep his team going. You saw him always in the team fights, into the back line, just getting the flips, getting the whatever, just knocking about the enemy team.
I know that the team fights are chaotic here, but basically just keep your eyes on Wawa the entire time. This is where the action is going to happen. Just being set up. Yeah, that was a nice stunt, but then Wawa coming in, boom, set it up for the rest of them, and then it's just clean up on that one. Because Wawa, his play has been immaculate. He's been able to be on point, not dying a single time, but he's just setting it up for the rest of the team. This guy has just leveled up so highly at this point.
Very high. Definitely one of the most improved players on Gen.G. I mean, he always had like a he had potential, but he's just showing it now. So before we get into game number 3 between these two teams, we are going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you soon.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this
Wawa with an amazing game. Really set it up for Gen.G to take game 2 and equalize in the series. We got a best of 3 ahead of us, Blam. Your thoughts on this one?
I mean, it's so far a best of 3, right? I mean, we could potentially go with a full distance. Depends on how Crazy Raccoon want to play this game number 3, because like we were saying in game number 1, we saw that Gen.G didn't able to survive their fade on the side of Crazy Raccoon, but maybe that's the game plan, right? Like, take the fade off of the Gorge very early on within the BP, and now Wawa, Gen.G can have a much more of an easier time, especially with picks like the Mayin, right? Like, we've seen Rock is only used the Flowborn tank, he's only used his Musashi, so there's still so much more here that Rock can discover. So maybe gunning for the Musashi onto the side of Crazy Raccoon could be the choice of a hero for them in game number 3.
It's kind of crazy where, like, Kong gets the fade, and you're like, okay, that one's definitely a win for Crazy Raccoon. Regardless of the other heroes, obviously they'll pick something that, and they'll, you know, just kind of support that one, right? But if you're looking at the other side, now Gen.G, you're like, hey, he picks Mayin one time, guaranteed win, right? It's gotten to that level where Wawa has leveled up so well that, you know, other teams really need to respect him, and he can pull out, he can carry games from the Clash lane on this Mayin. Wawa, man, his play was amazing in game 2.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely amazing for the Wawa, for Clue as well, being so proactive onto the Zhang Fei. But this is the updated BP here, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, Gen.G have locked in the Guan Yu prior, so they're going to be banning this out. They don't want Kai to have this great presence of a pick within the Clash lane. And then rightfully so on the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, this is one of the most picked heroes within the KME and KMW so far, is that Hu-1.
Yeah, this is the opportunity. Just kind of have that Yuan that nobody really wants to play against. You know, Crazy Raccoon will want it themselves, but Gen.G going the other way. They're going to ban out the Musashi and the Guan Yu. A lot of control, plus that potential jump in. And if Kong gets another, you know, hero that can really dive the back line, Gen.G might be scared at that point.
Yeah, rightfully so. The ban out the Musashi, right? Gen.G, get rid of that. They go for the control combo, the couple that is going to be Princess Frost and Liang. So even if they do go for something that's going to be high frames, an assassin pick here for the Crazy Raccoon, it's going to be a hard matchup here. So maybe, just maybe, we might see the likes of an Orgrin that can still get countered by something like Princess Frost Winters here, right? And then they just use the suppression to kind of just focus that second kind of splintering off of a team fight that might take place here in this game number 3.
So Crazy Raccoon had used the Sun Tzu, which kind of counters this little combination. So very smartly played. And this is why the global ban pick is so much fun, right? Because they understand that, like, what heroes have been picked already. And, you know, that kind of messes. It puts a spanner in the works of them. Crazy Raccoons, to your point, Blam, it looks like they're going to think the same thing in terms of picking up the Ogre. Somebody who's a little tanky and can survive that potential jump in.
Yeah, I mean, it also kind of like puts a lot of respect onto the Guan Yu ban, right? Like, Guan Yu, just like the Sunset, is a great setup counter for the likes of Princess Frost and Liang. So getting off the board is pretty huge. But speaking of what comes onto the Gorge here, is going to be Rock's Jing, which to me, I mean, I haven't watched many of the games where he's actually picked the Jing, and it's been like so frightful that it makes me remember that Rock is a Jing god. It's kind of always just been like a little bit like, you know, it did its job, you know?
And I love this combination. It just adds on, right? This is why the draft has started to synergize very well. The first draft, the first 3 picks are just on point. They lock anyone down, and you know Clue's going to be looking for that. He's going to be foaming at the mouth, just trying to get whoever he can find. Just like flash, get that suppression. Princess Frost on top with the Jing. That's more than enough damage.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so here, Gen.G do ban out the Shuangzi as well, because obviously it's not only a good counter to the likes of the Dharma, right? So Gen.G thought was like, hey, we could have taken this, but we've got the Liang. But if they're taking it, that's going to be a lot of CC off the board here for the side of Gen.G if the Shuangzi did come through. But the Motsu hasn't actually seen the light of day today, which has been a really like funny kind of like turn in my stomach. I feel quite sick because Motsu has been one of those support picks that has just always come through early within this series, and obviously it's such a great sort of like setup, especially for shot caller support players like Faye. But yeah, it's not actually seen the light of day today.
Yeah, it hasn't seen too much here, and plus another good ban by Gen.G there. I mean, Liang is locking him down. You can't blast him in the face, right? And just like breaks it up. So very smartly played, and also the Zhuangzi, another one that can kind of just eliminate all the CC that they could potentially have. And they need to stay alive. Crazy Raccoons right now are kind of digging at the bottom of the barrel right now, trying to find a way. They're going to pick the Arlie just to deal with the Marco Polo, but they haven't really been able to solve this potential issue, and I think they're going to go with the Dia to jump on to break up the combo.
Yeah, I like this though, right? I mean, we did see this from Gen.G in game number 1. It did fall for them, and obviously Ali, after being played by Gen.G, and they're going for some really kind of like heavy counter bans rather than the kind of like meta bans here. But Wawa gets another solid Clash lane pick. He gets the Byron. So in terms of setup, in terms of front line, you're really relying on Clue here to do the job and make that play setup, which we already have been seeing from game number 2 on his Mayin. He was able to, but Byron, unless you've got the flash, you have to fully commit, right? Like, you can't kind of flip away, use the whatevers to get out of jail. But now it's going to be a little bit more interesting, a little bit more kind of like when they pull the trigger, they have to go.
Yeah, they definitely have to go here. I mean, if we look at this crazy Raccoon lineup, though, Oghren, Arlie, those are the damage dealers. Everyone else is just about keeping them alive, locking them down for those two guys to really get going. Gen.G need to figure out a way. If they lock down that Arlie, if they're able to catch him out at a moment's notice, this team fight could go completely bad. He needs to stay alive. Yes, the Oghren is still there, and he's not, but he's just not as strong as like previous renditions of this Oghren.
Yep. Yeah, if Kong doesn't have that kind of like same setup that we've seen plenty of times in KME and KM West, is they need to make sure they obviously get their resources up onto the Oghren, make sure they get to level 3, they get to level 4 for the Conductor of Souls before they start to take any of these team fights. But more importantly, it's that Eye of the Phoenix, obviously that HP regen, also the Blood Rage is going to keep you in those team fights for a little longer. But they do have a bit of insurance here from the Diadea to have that sustainability to come through for the side of Crazy Raccoon. So if they really do want to take a long extended team fight and Oghren, Kong going to be the guy that's going to take a lot of that damage, then they have the necessity to actually take that point, right? They have the control from the Yixing, but they also have the sustain from the Diadea.
Yeah, he needs to stay alive. Kong will be playing back and forth. Won't be that full-on guy that just rushes him. He needs to be careful where Rock decides to go. Because if Rock gets to that back line, gets on the cliche Nanohana, I mean, or even Nya, like, they're going to have a bad time. So they need to figure out to balance where things are going to be. Yes, he wants to be the front line and just kind of getting on top of, like, Monto and Inua, but still, it's not going to be an easy one.
Not easy at all, right? Like, it's going to be... there's a lot of circles on the side of Gen.G, right? Like, obviously, you got the Fever Barrage, you've got the Winter is here, you got the Murder Main once again, and you've even got the Suppression. Obviously, there's just so much for the side of Gen.G just to play in a circle of effect and make full use of it. But Kong right now is looking to contest the enemy jungle, gets the Crimson, but there we go. It's going to be replicated by Gen.G. It's like, hey, eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
Yeah, in this case it does. I mean, the counter movements have been great. Understanding that they were going to invade, Gen.G doing a very smart job invading themselves, right? So it's like a yin and yang in terms of that movement. Nobody's like kind of gone in, but now a little bit of aggression from Wawa. This guy is scary, man.
No, it's going to be absolutely scary. I mean, Cliche in the early game, he's not... If he gets hit by that combo of Byron, he's going to really be relying on either what his passive, obviously keeping himself invincible for just like a brief moment in time, or expanding the flash. So he does have 2 get out of jail card right now, but as soon as somebody comes and goes for a 2v1 engage, like you can kind of see here, Inua's always down into the bot side. It's going to be hard to get out.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be very difficult situations. Monto needs to step up as well. I mean, we haven't really talked too much about this Marco Polo, but the potential for when Crazy Raccoon decides to group up and he gets that perfect Fever Barrage, it would be like the dream, right? But is he able to find that? I mean, Crazy Raccoon is obviously spacing is going to be key in these team fights.
Oh, huge big key in the team fights, right? Spacing, like spacing, positioning here, because if the likes of obviously like Inua gets caught out before even use the Winters here, it's going to be kind of like dead to rights. But right now, speaking of dead to rights, Nanohana has to use the Parasol out of that team fight, but still a lot of damage being taken here, and it's going to be Nia that gets taken down once again. Kong looks to get the best press, but it's going to execute onto Rock. But ultimately, that goes in a 2-1 fashion here for the side of Gen.G.
Actually, the way Clue played that one, I mean, I think he leveled up in midway in that fight, and that was just enough to lock down Kong at that right time. But actually, it was very fortuitous, because if he used it early, he might not have been able to get that kills, because they weren't really on point in terms of the damage. But it was like a long, drawn-out fight where Kong was kind of sticking around, and then the suppression happened, and then they were able to lock him down. I'm sure Clue will be very happy with that trade.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the entire of Gen.G will be happy with that one, right? Like they're almost kind of like stellaring towards that 1k gold lead around about the 3-minute mark, which is going to put a lot of pressure onto Crazy Raccoon for now. But like we were saying, obviously positioning is key, space is key as well. And ultimately, Gen.G brought the space and broke it down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the biggest thing about just staying alive, right? I think Crazy Raccoons at this point need to just kind of, you know, they're not out of this one. Obviously, Kong is the guy. They need to, again, just get as much farm as possible. Cliche, just get on out of there to ensure that Kong gets even more out of this one, because he's got to keep on pace with Rock, who's starting to kind of out-farm. He's got a 600 gold lead at this stage.
And this is the point I made in the draft, right? Like, you got to make sure that Kong is being able to kind of like be a spearhead within that early game. Make sure he's always maintaining that gold lead, because if not, if you have somebody like Rock on a Jing, he's just going to be able to burst you down with just so much damage.
Yeah, way too much damage. And look at this. You could see just how much pressure and the presence of the Clue Liang. Once it's on the battlefield, you know, Crazy Raccoon are playing very safe, but they're going in.
Oh, Cliche almost getting wiped out there. I mean, he's able to get out, but it's going to be near that gets taken down as well as Kong. This is not the fight you want, especially when the neutral objective has just spawned, right? This is an easy, free Gen.G Tyrant.
Oh, what a perfect play by Rock. I mean, the rotation had happened. They were in the top lane, and they were kind of being shown there. But then all of a sudden, everyone moved into the mid lane, and then the jump in, Rock, the initial start up, and then the rest of Gen.G did just kind of clean house. When Clue with that catch, I mean, this is the way exactly how you want to play this draft.
It was Mighty Morphin time, man. Literally, they just teleported all down. They was ready to kick some butt, and they did, right? Like, that was what, another 2-0 trade for the side of Gen.G. Crazy Raccoon, early game damage is not going to come through anyone, right? Like, we're still like demanded here. The suppression coming through here, but Wawa's going to be right on top of Kai. And then the Taken Limiters is going to be enough to keep Clue in place and maybe get the potential shutdown of Inuit, because he has nowhere to go. The flash had already been committed. He was in jail and dead to rights once again, but Nanahana maybe getting taken here out by Rock. He's just trying to make sure that he can't hit him with a brush. That's a good play here by Rock. You can't hit what you can't see.
Oh, and just waiting for those skills to go off cooldown as well. And I mean, Nanahana was like, okay, he gave up on me. I'm all right. I'm going to continue on, move on with my life, right? Try to go for the spike tail. But no, it was just Rock just being super smart. No vision. It was perfect use of those brushes as well. Just really well played by Rock, and another one going the way of him in terms of those kills.
Yeah, it's that kind of playstyle I despise in my ranked games, right? Like, you think you're getting on top of the enemy jungle, and then they sit in the brush, you can't basic attack them anymore, you know? Like, and then your skills, obviously Ali doesn't have much to chuck out in the terms of skills other than her ultimate, so you can't hit what you can't see. And that's exactly how Gen.G Rock playing to a timer here and playing to perfection, but Rock onto the back line there with the suppression onto Kai. Kai gets out, but the box has been committed here. Catches Monto and Clue as well as Rock, but can they get anything here? Kong just trying to chip away with the damage. They're just making sure the pressure is on. They can usher through this minion wave, but can Monto keep this T1 alive? It's going to be down to Wawa. He gets immobilized at this moment in time, but he is a sustainable hero. The Conductor Soul gets put down, and still we are pushing. This is the scrap that we've been seeing from Gen.G and Rock. It's going to be there on straight onto the backline. Cliche Kai going down as a double kill going up to the side of Gen.G once again. They're turning around the mid lane masquerade.
Yeah, and Wawa with another perfect play. The flash storm strike knocked up to Kai and Cliche, both of those guys down. Easy pickings for Rock with that damage. The patience and the way that they're able to kind of go in, go out, understanding just like when to go in together, that is really how Gen.G are starting to succeed in the KME.
They're doing the hokey cokey, you know, they're doing the turnaround, they're doing the in and out. You don't know what exactly is going to happen. First, Rock goes in, then he comes out, he does a bit of damage, then Wawa comes in. It's kind of like a tag fight, right? Like they're clapping hands, they're going in, tag team in the side of Crazy Raccoon. And when you've got such a stationary team and such a focal point like Kai and Kong on the Dharma and the Ogryn, that kind of mechanic kind of works, right? Because like they aren't going to be able to get out. They've already expanded their skills. The Conductor's Souls has already been used, so tagging yourself out to get another teammate in is going to make an effective kind of like split of the damage on the side of Crazy Raccoon in these team fights.
Yeah, and it's all about that damage at this point, right? I mean, Kong needs to stay alive, but he's 2 levels behind, falling far behind Rock's ability to out-farm him. The speed that you're seeing, Gen.G, look at this lineup. They have a lot of mobility, a lot of ways to get that jump in. Plus, now they're looking to contest. Board gonna completely miss.
Oh, yeah, completely whipped that board there, unfortunately, inside of Crazy Raccoons, but that's going to be a takedown into Nia. Nia on this Diadea has been pretty Diadea. And now, into the back line is going to be Kai getting a hit onto the Truth Mantra as well. Actually, turning around, a bad situation here for Crazy Raccoon. That's, again, trying to make sure they're keeping that T2 alive, but only trading Inua for Kong, Nanohana, and Nia is not a good trade deal.
Yeah, not a good trade deal unless you're Gen.G and you're very happy with that at the end of the day. Being able to find that. That was a really nice Fever Barrage as well by Monto, but Kong going in, trying to be aggressive, right? You want to go for those squishies, you potentially go in on that one, but man, they just paid with their lives. Just too much damage in the end. Gen.G making them pay. There are a lot of squishy targets at Crazy Raccoons, so they need to be super careful with the positioning.
They have, right? Like, they definitely need to make sure that Cliché is landing those boards to try and separate the side of Gen.G into these fights. Again, ultimately creating the space for Nanohana and Nia, but Nia, just like Clue on the Diadea, was always getting caught out. But now that Clue is on the Liang, and arguably a little bit more of a squishy hero, but speaking of squishy, Nanohana gets taken down once again. He's been able to survive very easily because of the positioning of the rest of his team.
Yeah, look at how Rock just takes him out. I mean, that's a solo. Nanohana, like the Arlie, difficult hero to play, but when you're up against the Maestro on this Jing that is Rock, he's going to just take you down. So you got to be super careful. You got to have the buddy system. You got to figure out some way to just stay alive because, again, Kong cannot solo carry this. He needs your help, and Nanohana is the guy in this game.
He is, but unfortunately the space just was never given to Nanohana in the early game, right? Like, so the fact is that his buddy, Nia, was always getting taken out in the early game before they can even offer over any sort of sustain onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. And Gen.G knew that, right? Take out Nia, that's going to be basically a team fight always going in our favor.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be huge for them. I mean, like, I mean, if you take Nanohana, I think that that's probably the best target. But yeah, just setting it up. Once you have that numbers and then the lack of control and the sustain, you have a lot of options. But this Tyrant could be the next big fight here.
It could be. I mean, it could be a key into the door for the side of Crazy Raccoons if they do try and contest this, but you can kind of see that Gen.G brought it forefront. So if they do want to, if they do want to bait a fight, it's going to get reset easily. But now we do see that Rock is onto the back line, tagging out, and then Wawa with the hit in. But Monto, more impressively into the back line, getting that double kill with a Fever Barrage, looking to try and take out Kong, but Kong may be getting pressured here as well. Another double kill going up the side of Gen.G. This is what they needed to do in this team fight.
Rock is just so good. That flank attack absolutely just decimated the lineup of Crazy Raccoons. Now they're looking to just GG end it from the top lane. What a well-played game by Gen.G, making them all pay.
Making them all pay, Nanohana getting paid and almost getting taken down in the Crystal as well. And there it is, game number 3 going to Gen.G.
This is the MVP. He's got to be Rock. I mean, on that Jing, just being able to go in. You're thinking it's 5-on-5. Like, how are they going to go? They're like kind of, you know, doing that tango in that river. Like, are they going to go for the Tyrant? Are they not? And then just Rock on that flank, insta-kill with like 3 members down, and then there's really not much they could do. And again, the Ogryn loses again, just not having a great time at KME.
No, unfortunately not. No, Ogryn is definitely having a trouncing within the KME, unfortunately. I mean, he has to be into a more of a frontline heavy team comp, right? You need something like the Lian Po being posed with him, maybe even something like a Zhang Fei, so they're going to take kind of like their own share of the burden in terms of damage. But when it's all riding onto Kong, that's going to be a lot of damage into the early game, especially when you're not like itemized up when you should be when you are Ogryn.
Yeah, unfortunately for them. I mean, Crazy Raccoon's down 2 games now, or sorry, 1 game. Lost the last 2 at this point because Gen.G has just been able to kind of really hit that stride, and now they're putting the pressure on potentially just winning the series in the next game. It's going to be scary. Crazy Raccoons need to figure out a way to just have a better draft. They didn't really have any answers against this Liang Princess Frost combination.
None at all. I don't think they saw it coming right. I thought they've both been like, you know what? Even if they do go for it, we can try and just counter it with either like the likes of the Diadea, the making sure we get Ali online, so it's a little bit easier, a little bit more slippery for them to catch. But even Nanahana died 0-3, man. Like, he had a very difficult time. Nia was always dead before the team fight even happened, so 0-4 as well. Just kind of just opening up just more opportunity for Gen.G to shine in these team fights.
Yeah, more opportunities for sure. Rock, I mean, 717, Wawa also 207, Monto 404. Everybody stepped up. All of the cores that you really need to just ensure that you get this victory was key for them. Because again, while Rock was creating all that space, you need everyone else to really step up. And that coordination, when those team fights are happening, the initiation is key. And Rock was on point. Everybody was just following up on him. This is exactly how you want to initiate it for Gen.G.
Exactly right, like using those mirror domains to perfection, obviously getting the gank into the back line, just kind of always just taking a little bit of a U-turn around in the gorge, right? Like, you'd always see that maybe they would try and set up a kind of like a flank or a potential opportunity for Gen.G to push down to bot side, because there's a mini wave rocking through, so the enemy team think, you know what, he's not going to go into the team fight. But coming into the MVP is once again Rock, who was always into the team fights, always dishing out the damage, and always taking about 25% of the damage taken as well, right? Like, he took his fair share, but he also traded those blows for kills.
I mean, the biggest thing is that 30% gold as well, right? Being able to out-farm, and he was still making kills early, and we'll see some of these highlights. He definitely had that presence. Like, he was going in, almost gets Nanahana, tried to go for that mirror domain play, and it looks like they do get the first blood, which kind of started things off, and then they get Kong, and that's a huge edge for them once they eventually take him down. But Rock did die early. I mean, he did catch up, though.
He did catch up, absolutely, yeah. I mean, Rock just came in, just cleaning up shop here. The suppression really locked down Nia at all times as well. So really, there's using the suppression just to go for Nia rather than going for the likes of maybe Nanahana or even Kai, just to lock them in place. It was always just like, right, let's get rid of the sustain. Let's then go and take down and dismantle the rest of the team. It's like this team fight here. Such long, drawn out, in and out, hokey cokey play style here by Gen.G really just made them survive Kong and that Conductor of Souls.
Yeah, and this is that moment where Walk, boom, flash, Storm Strike, right onto 2, catching it up. And then, you know what I mean? Like, they thought they were going to disengage, but then they were like, no, we're not done with this fight yet. We'll tell you when it's over. I mean, this is when Gen.G kind of started to take over. Clue was on the run, but they took down Kong, and that's pretty much the big tank. You didn't really have any answers. And Rock with that amazing flank. Look at that perfection. Yeah. All of them. 2 members down. Then they're on the chase. Kai goes down. That's exactly how you want to initiate. And Gen.G understanding that this Jing, Rock, man, all the teams need to be wary of this.
I mean, not even just that though, right? Obviously, Rock obviously into the back line there, but you saw that Monto used that Fever Barrage not only to kill and take down one of the teammates of Crazy Raccoons, but he was also there to zone out Kong. Like, Kong didn't want to kind of like go through that because that's a lot of damage, a lot of true damage onto a tank hero like the Orgrin. But that's game number 3 done. Going for a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into game number 4. Can Gen.G take match point? See you soon.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes.
Gen.G came out very strong with that one. It seemed like they had the perfect draft. You had the Liang, which is a nice counter to the Jing, and they pick it up themselves as well, and they just kind of roll over Crazy Raccoon. They didn't have any answers on this one, right, Blam?
They didn't, unfortunately. Obviously, they tried to contest with Rock coming into the front line, but then, like we were saying, it's that switcheroo where if Rock's initiation didn't work, and then Wawa would climb in on top, get that crucial knock up onto 2, just really got to blunder the tempo that could have been curated by Crazy Raccoons at any point.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't really seem like they had enough to kind of lock down the Jing, especially when it's barreling in at you like at 180 kilometers an hour, like, which I assume is fast. I don't really know. I use miles. But it seemed like they didn't really have any answers. And it comes back to the draft of just being able to kind of deal with the potential, strengths of that Gen.G lineup.
Exactly that, right? Like, it's definitely something they need to blunder here in game number 4, sorry, if Crazy Raccoon want to try and come out on top of this one, right? Like, they need to draft something that's going to be kind of like a showstopper, maybe another kind of like fade kind of gameplay, but obviously bar the fade because we are in global ban pick.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's like the biggest thing. They need to get Kong going. Let the man kind of shine on those assassin style heroes. Let the man work more than anything else. And so if you're kind of limiting or you're kind of have deficiencies in your draft, you don't need to kind of shore those up with Kong. I think his hero needs to be a Kong specialty to get themselves back in the series, to push it to a game 5 more than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we need Kong back onto a carry because the past 2 games, obviously Dion Wei, it's extreme circumstances that you can be a carry on that pick. Orgrin, again, you need that extreme setup, but Crazy Raccoon, they're going to go for the Gen.G here as the Prio Blue pick. So maybe try to set up a big frontline play here from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, setting it up, just kind of get Nanohana, one of his heroes that he really likes. I mean, just get it out of the way. Plus, the Gen.G, you can't really go wrong. It's not the best farm laner, but it has so much versatility. It's, got tank. And if you're comfortable on it, you might as well go. Plus, it's not showing your hand, so to speak.
Exactly, but oh man, Gen.G, they're going with aggression, man. They're going with early game pay. They're going for the party as well. Giving Wawa just another great pickup into the Clash lane. So that's going to be already something for the side of Crazy Raccoons to already deal with, right? They need to make sure they make it a little bit more of a sustained, long drawn-out team fight. So the Byron is going to be the answer here for Kai, as well as Cliche getting the Ghana mode, trying to set up that damage early on before team fights even ensue.
Yeah, going in for that poking and prodding, which is going to be key. I mean, his biggest thing is obviously getting jumped by the pay, which Rock is going to want to just be looking to end. He's an absolute carry on this hero, so you've got to be super careful. But now it's up to the rest of them to kind of figure out how they deal with Wawa's Fatigue, one of his top 5 heroes as well. This is not going to be an easy game for Crazy Raccoon.
Not easy at all, right? Like, they've definitely got to try and make some switch ups here, rightfully so. Gen.G's banned out the Yukio Tachibana because obviously a good counter against pay, no matter what Phil says on the side of KMW. It's always shown up the performance when pay comes out, the Yukio comes out, it generally gets the good counter, gets a good performance, especially if it's drafted towards the latter part of the BP as well, right? Like, if it's first pick, then that's it. I mean, after pay comes through, it's a little bit easier to draft around, but the Maishirunui, once again, just enhancing that fast gameplay, that early potential quickest match of this best of 5.
Yeah, and actually, I really like Ukyo against the pay. I think it's a great counter pick. It's not the first time that Phil has been wrong, so it's not a big deal in the end of the day. but I mean, this is how it works in the KME. I mean, it definitely does have that counter. It's a great ban here, and Gen.G respecting it because they don't want to deal with it against this pay, right?
No, exactly. And the ban out the Motsu as well, right? Like, so, I mean, this is the whole thing about Gen.G's draft. Like, you need to go in, do so much damage, make sure nothing's going to stop you in terms of CC. And right now, onto the side of Crazy Raccoons, the only CC they have is obviously the Storm Strike. They do have these single target hits like the Guard Her Grave to push it away from Cliche, but then obviously G with the ultimate as well. But it's not sort of like a crucial, massive crowd control, like an AoE crowd control, which they should be looking for here on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
They need something. They need to figure out a way. There's a lot of good targets. The Sunbin, great pickup here. This is actually quite good for that silence and that area zone, right? But the Bai Chi Crazy Raccoons, they're looking to do this. This is going to be the Kong one. They're bringing it back. They really want to play this one again. Interesting.
They really do. They instead they swap out obviously the Huan here. So Huan was obviously their mid lane for the last time they played this comp, but now they're looking to go, you know what? We've got enough sustainability here for the Baichi, right? Like, let's force them into this one, but the Shuangzi coming through as well. It's going to be a good key point to try and get rid of the taunt from Baichi.
That Baichi completely shifts like things, right? It's very tanky. I mean, it really comes back to Gen.G. If they're able to invade and just take over the game super early, Crazy Raccoons have not been able to, will not be able to respond. But if they lose like, you know, 60-40 kind of thing, then Crazy Raccoons can just kind of extend it. They have a decent amount of wave clear and to kind of prolong the game and let the Baichi get the tank ability to kind of survive the potential burst. Then you're going to kind of see what they did exactly against Nongshim when they won that one game against them.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see how they're going to do this one, right? Obviously, the Baichi seems to be a little bit of a trump card here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. Maybe it's going to be enough to get them a second point onto the board rather than just one game point like they had from Nongshim, which would be really good, right? Like, if we could get Crazy Raccoon to go to a full best of 5 against Gen.G, then anything can happen at that point in the game because the BP looks very sort of like weary, especially with a global ban pick. But now it's going to be everything to play for here for Gen.G to try and finish this one off with a 3-1 victory here, especially going against, like you were saying earlier, the Soon Bin here is what they needed, right? They needed that CC, big area of effect. The silence here could really encapsulate the team fights for Crazy Raccoon.
And not only that, but the time flux from the Sunbin, right? The ability to just get in and get out. Those are key as well, because this is a team that's going to be looking to deathball. Gen.G, they're vulnerable, right? If they're able to, you know, get caught out, they go out of position, Crazy Raccoons could really make them pay. And the Sunbin just scales, and that late game becomes super scary. Like, the refund is like very real.
Yeah, exactly, and she gets quite tanky as well, right? Like, it's not like you just got a squishy hero that you've really got to just protect in terms of positioning, because they can really do some damage and take a lot of damage as well. So it's all about how Nia is going to play this Sunbin, and if it's going to be kind of like better than the Diadea, right? Because obviously Diadea definitely not his greatest performance within the support role, always getting caught out thanks to clue suppression, but already, Crazy Raccoon was kind of like accepted, like trying to think like, hey, are they going to gank us again? Because we saw, obviously, Kong was sitting behind the brush of the red, but no one came, man. No one came. They just looked for a bit of priority on top side of the map, and now they're looking to just make sure that Kong is safe to farm up.
Yeah, he just needs to kind of just protect his jungle more than anything else. Doesn't have to go super aggressive. He just needs to kind of keep, like, he's definitely not going to keep on pace with the Rock, let's be honest, on this pay. But he needs to just not lose terribly. And it's one thing for Rock to then invade, but to also get those, you know, kills on the side lanes. They need to be super protective of just playing a defensive, like, turtle-ish game.
Yeah, exactly. They just need that forefront. Obviously, Kong, we need to get him online, need to get him with that automation as well. It's always going to be a bit of a blunder here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. So they need to make sure that he just has a good to okay early game, that he's not getting trounced by the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be huge. And look at, you see Rock already invading in the top part of this.
Oh, the taunt. Oh, okay. Monto has to use the flash. I mean, that's something good, right? Like, burning a flash onto Monto means that Crazy Raccoon, if they go for another dive, it's going to be scary for the side of Gen.G.
The potential is there, but at the same time, Monto is going to hit level 4. So once he's able to kind of take to the skies, he should be safe. Yes, it is a big cooldown, the common skill flash, that is, but I think come 4 minutes is when things are going to be really key, but Monto is now level 4. Not really too big of a deal right now.
No, not too big of a deal, and they're just able to not just lose any kind of first blood here at the side of Gen.G. But speaking of which, Inua tries to go up top side with that 3v1 invade onto Kai, but it's Kai with a flash, keeping himself alive.
He needs to stay alive. Now he needs to play super defensive. This is more of a factor for him, but now Kong, with that jump forward, tried to go onto Inua. If he gets caught out, they might actually get that kill.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, that taunt's going to keep him in place. It's going to do a lot of devastating tempo break for the side of Gen.G. But speaking of tempo, it is going in the favor of Gen.G right now. They're very proactive across the gorge, right? Like, you've got Rock and Wawa, very much kind of like, you don't know where they're going to be. Obviously, as we start to get to that 4-minute mark, there's going to be pressure to kind of curate a potential bot side privilege here for them.
Yeah, and that would be key, right? Especially going into this one. I mean, the 4-minute mark in about 40 or so seconds, which is going to be key for this Tyrant. They need to kind of protect their jungle, not give up anything to Rock, who's looking to take those boars for free, and he just gets back into it.
Oh, okay. Just gets it alive. I mean, if Crazy Raccoon didn't have to face that minion wave, if he recalled in that brush, it would have been scary. But I mean, to be honest, Clue was nearby, right? Like, he was there, like the wingman he was. It was like, if they do dive on you, we'll get the butterfly effect, we'll get that CC immunity off, you won't get hit by that taunt, right? Like, you are going to get out of jail. Don't worry, I've got you, buddy.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't want to use that one, especially going in the 4-minute mark. This is the Tyrants, and CR are just like fortifying around it. It looks like they're going to take this one because Gen.G have turned their attention to the top lane.
Yeah, I think Gen.G just trying to create like a much better of a lung game, right? Like, they're making sure that they've got the access into the backdoor potential here for the side of Gen.G. They're like, hey, yes, we lose a Tyrant, don't worry about it, but we're currently up by around about just under 2k gold, right? So Gen.G, they're not worried about the Tyrant being lost there. They're more worried and more happy that they've got the priority into the top side of the map, which means that Wawa is going to be a bit more of a free agent.
Actually, it's probably probably the more strategic play here. I mean, yeah, you give up the Tyrants, but they're not looking to fight right now. It's all about that space, as you were talking about with that top T1. It opens up the map, right? Taking towers, definitely where you want to be, especially since, again, this is a team that, again, are just looking to invade more than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they went for the Tyrant, worst case scenario is that they lose a Tyrant and they also lose some lives as well. But here it is, Rock actually coming in on top of them there. But it's going to be Monto diving in as well. The Flaming Bombs is actually going to mitigate there by the healing of the Sunbeam. But it's going to be the first blood going up to Cliche. Those couple blades are going to hurt. But Monto comes back in with a re-emergence. But no, he's in enemy lines. He is behind enemy lines. Monto is on the run. Can he escape? Can he fall here? It's going to be up to Nanahana. Nia, he's looking to refigure with Inuit to the top side of the map here, trying to feed them through, trying to keep the escape alive, keep the dream alive, but at the same time, it's going to be Inuit trying to get the kill on the Sunbin. He gets the takedown, but now Kong comes through with the double kill.
Monto was like, you know what, thank you for saving me, but then he dies as well as Monto anyways. So I guess it's like, you know, it's we're gonna have a funeral together in that sense, but they were at no man's land, really no chance. Yes, they got Nya, but that's really not the target you want. Losing both of those cores at this stage, not a good situation for Gen.G at this point.
No, I mean, to be honest, it wasn't a good situation for Gen.G, but at the same time, they're able to create more and more pressure and open up that map, right? Like, obviously, bot T1 did fall because they kind of... Monto knew what he needed to do, whether it was a conscious decision or it was kind of like, it worked out in the end. Kind of like, basically bait Nanahana from that stop the defense in the bot side of the map, draw everybody to the top side so that nobody and all the resources that you had down bot side is now into the top side of the map. That meant that Gen.G could just force that T1 in the bot side.
Yeah, but through it all, I guess space was created because Rock was then just consistently farming, so it's not the worst thing, but now Gen.G need to respond.
They do need to respond. The taunt onto the backline there, onto Rock, and now it's going to be the takedown onto Wawa as well. Ooh, Wawa, Rock falling down here. They were able to get rid of that minion wave in the mid lane, though, so it means there's not going to be push or an attempt for that T1 there.
I mean, Kong is just way too tanky, and then you have the rest of the guys just following up. You have a lot of damage, and then this Nya Sunbin has just been very annoying too, and just like stealing kills from in that one with those zones as well. But Crazy Raccoons, this is why this is like their specialty lineup. They seem to play it very well, and you're seeing just the prowess of it.
Yeah, I mean, you start to see the use of that time flux that he was talking about as well earlier, Hauler. Like that speed up for the Kong, obviously, of the Bai Chi, obviously naturally quite a slow hero. That's why you have to build the boots of deafness, so you have a little bit more kind of like movement speed out of combat. But once you're in combat, that's like it's like a brick house walking towards you. It's very slow, but pairing that with a Sunbeam, it's definitely amplified this play.
I mean, that time flux also heals as well, so you'll have just so much value. Like, this is why that combination, and then the last two picks, they knew that this is what they wanted, right? And they were completely looking to do this. They did it against Nongshim as well, so this is a tried and true strategy for Crazy Raccoons. They're definitely looking to take this game because of this, because this is, again, a very well-tested, well-oiled machine, if you will.
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely playing this one very much better than the other games, right? Like, they're up with kills, they're up with gold, they're up with objectives as well. So really, Crazy Raccoons are definitely playing the long game here. Yes, they suffered in the early part of the game, around about that 4-minute mark, losing those two T1s as well. But now, they are creating their own tempo. They're basically coming back out on top.
And, I mean, look, Crazy Raccoons are ahead, taking that Tyrant as well. Gen.G on the pay, you're thinking fast game, you know, a lot of pressure, all of that stuff, but they're actually losing and playing the comeback game. Not easy when you have that pay, because again, it is very squishy, and especially when it's behind, it's kind of a struggle. So Rock needs to work extra hard, extracting as much farm as much as possible across the map, and just kind of pulling the Crazy Raccoons all around the map.
Yeah, they've got to split them apart, right? Like, obviously, we always talk about the buddy system here, and it's always kind of like we're seeing what Gen.G did in the other game, right? Like, they were always a 3-man unit roaming around. You can see right there, Kong, Nia, Nanohana, always together. Kai and Cliche, not too far apart as well, right? So there's always somebody with another person, which if Gen.G out macro them, this is the way they're going to do it.
Yeah, for sure. And Kong is up front. He's got that scythe. He's like the Grim Reaper, and everybody is so scared because everybody's following him, but now they get the jump in the top lane.
Yeah, they try to get the jump, right? But he uses the dash, he uses the flash out, and Kai is going to stay alive. That's not a squishy hero. That's firing, man.
Yeah, not an easy target for sure. I mean, like a flash was committed, so it's not all is lost, so to speak. But now, this Azure Golem, I mean, potentially being stolen away by Clue, it will be very ambitious, if anything. But they've just, you need to keep eyes on Kong because he's the one that's going to be starting the initiations.
Yeah, Kong is literally, you need eyes on there, because as soon as his taunt's kind of executed, you know where the rest of the team fight's going to be landing, right? You know who your target is going to be. Rock or a situation around the Shadow Tyrant, but into the back line of the brush there, use the Guard of Grave to keep away. Inuit was a very good call here from Cliche.
Yeah, and the Tyrant going down over here.
Oh, can he get the taunt? No, he cannot get it, but the Time Flux has been used to kind of drive them away from any kind of pounce here onto the side of Gen.G. So really, they just got to make sure, make a use and a good situation of losing that Tyrant. Can they go for the Overlord? Can they get a few pickups here? Only time will tell.
Yeah, no smite though for Rock, so this is going to be tough. Plus the Primal Bond, this is going to be very tough for a steal if they go, but not possible here.
Not possible, but there's going to be a bit of a commitment there. Monto gets locked into place thanks to that taunt and the couple blades coming through. They have the Shadow Overlord as well, but Wawa is using that sustainability from the party, but it's now been outlasted. And now we see Kai back in on top, but Nia does get taken out to the back line. Now falls Kong. Now we're going to be starting to see the break apart here of Crazy Raccoons. We see that Kai goes down. The only lasting member is going to be Cliche, and fortunately for the side of Crazy Raccoons, they don't have any kind of like big priority in these minion waves.
Yeah, they don't have priority. I mean, they're going to go into the top T2, but Wawa being able to stay alive. Rock is the deleted.
And Cliche gets deleted as well. So that's obviously a official ace there on the side of Gen.G once again. But this ace is not going to finish the game because of how Crazy Raccoons have set up their map before taking that fight.
Yeah, if anything, Gen.G was like Rock going in for that, like the team ace. It was more about sending a message of just like taking out everyone and being able to be like, hey, we don't care. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to constantly be in your face. This game is shifted. The net worth is in favor of Gen.G off of that ace.
Yeah, for now. I mean, they get the ace, they get themselves back on the board in terms of the gold resources as well. So really, it's just depending on what Crazy Raccoon do with this splinter within their tempo, right? Like, they definitely had their momentum going for them before that point in the match. But now, they've now got to try and reformulate and re-get back into that mind state that they are still potentially ahead here within this mid lane, right? Like, they just need to get a few chips of damage onto that T2 into the mid lane, really open up the side of Gen.G once again.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, just like, don't place, I mean, they're playing defensively now, but they still need to be aggressive as they're fishing for any sort of kill, anybody that's out of position. And if they get one more, they need to continue on. They don't want to be playing this passive game that works in favor of Gen.G, especially since they've got that loom.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can kind of see that obviously Rock and Clue are just kind of like ushering these minions down to the bot side of the map, as well as obviously Inu and Wawa going for that 2v1 into the top side as well, trying to get the takedown. Kai's health is falling, but he's keeping himself alive for now. But that burst damage from the Mai Shiranui is coming through, and he does get taken down there. So that's already going to put Crazy Raccoon at a handicap at this next team fight.
And you see how they're getting pushed, pulled, and prodded, like all around, right? The bottom lane was pushing, and you saw that CR were just like looking to rotate to deal with the bottom lane, but then you isolated Kai in the top lane, and you had that numbers advantage, and they finally caught him this time. Yes, Kai used his flash yet again, but still, the kill, you can't get away so many times.
No, you can't keep giving the kills away at this moment in time in the game, right? But you can see that Rock, he keeps putting pressure on them to the bot side of the map, creating that backdoor, and the minions is going to do the rest of the job, because now we're getting into that kind of like 13-minute territory where Rock, yes, he's still building itemization, but because the other parts of the team of Crazy Raccoon are going to get a little bit more tankier, that damage is slowly but surely going to start to fall off here for Rock.
Rock is becoming a nuisance. He's always in the bottom lane, and just like, again, the amount of push he has, that again, the bottom lane straight up, right? There's nobody to defend. Crazy Raccoon's looking for this Tyrant. They are kind of tunnel vision.
They are kind of tunnel vision right now, and they're in the side of the enemy jungle as well, right? Rock looks pretty low, but he's going to get taken down into the back line. He does get Cliche before he goes down, as well as Nanahana. And now Nia looking like they are not too hot, but Crazy Raccoons are bouncing back with that 3-2 trade, that triple kill going over to Kong. But Jeff, side of Crazy Raccoons, they have to pay attention down to that bot side of the map. It's not all fantasies and skipping through the meadows for the side of Crazy Raccoons.
I mean, when Kai and Kong, still both of them, those guys are alive. It's like a bunch of meat that's just very difficult to deal with. Plus, you have now with that sustain as well. So those two guys, if you don't really have an answer for them, you really can't be fighting. But they're going in.
Oh, they're going in for some more. They're looking to try and take it anywhere, but he's able to be a slippery snake and get out of that one alive. And he kind of forces, I mean, luckily for the side of Crazy Raccoon, both Nanahana and Cliche come back at the right time. But here is that team fight.
Yeah, look at how Kong is still up in front, taking most of this. And that time flux all the way back with that sustain, they turned it around. Yes, you lost Cliche and Nanahana. It's looking bad. But the Gen.G side, very squishy. Like, it doesn't really matter how much damage you have, especially since this is just enough. They are like, the Mai and the Rock Pei are just way too squishy at this stage.
Very, very squishy, yeah. But now, I mean, it's still the damage, though. When you pair it with the party, they're not going to get those single target pickups. I mean, it's going to be Nanahana, so as long as they have Cliche, they're still going to be able to do a lot of damage into these team fights. But Cliche had to go all the way back to base, right? Like, he was pretty much very low. He still has this Splendor available as well, so if they decide on the side of Gen.G to go for another team fight, the Splendor could come through here. But ultimately, they're going to go for this Shadow Overlord right now. But it's going to be Monto, maybe potentially getting caught out here. He's trying to use the ride there wins. He doesn't have the Infinite Bastards as well. He's kind of like positioned awfully within that team fight and gets taken out by Kai. But now Kai gets dived on. But he's going to be able to survive and sustain this damage long enough for Kai to come through and be that buddy.
Yeah, Kai was fighting 1 versus 4 at that point. Yes, he got that pickoff onto Monto, but then Kong was coming, and then the rest of Gen.G are like, no, we're out of here. This guy is the absolute Green Reaper. We need to get out of there. And I mean, gold-wise, definitely in favor of Rock. You're seeing just how that split push is just really kind of, you know, gold in his coffers, so to speak. He's been able to just out-farm, but now they have a problem. Kong is starting to come online. Nanahana has a bunch of gold himself. Yes, he's been focused, but if he stays alive and Kong is that frontliner, Gen.G really don't have any answers.
They potentially don't have any answers right now, right? But I mean, at the same time, we are still seeing that Kong is committed to go for the Shadow Overlord as they did get it the first time. But Rock is over the wall. They are able to get the smite onto the Shadow Overlord here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Will they put it down bot side whilst they create pressure elsewhere?
I think that Crazy Raccoons have survived, right? It was going to be coming to that early game and seeing if they were able to withstand the Gen.G onslaught early. It looks like they've weathered the storm. They've taken advantage of it. And now with this push, this is potentially just like slow sieging that Crazy Raccoons can do. And Gen.G have to find a way, some sort of gap to get back in this one because they are on the defensive now.
They are on the defensive, and they've got to make sure they're trying to like break apart and split apart this team fight, right? Like, you're really kind of like hoping for Wawa and Rock to get another pickup onto the back line onto like Nanahana or Cliche, but right now, taking a lot of trades, it's going to be Blow, but it's going to be anywhere into the back line using the Splendor to keep himself alive before that team fight damage gets taken up, but Cliche gets taken down. Can they open Nanahana? Because Nia is down as well. There it is, even the Bastards. That's more like it for Monto. He gets it, does the damage, but now Rock comes out on top with this. It's a 4-5-0 trade, one support for that fight, but the Vanguards are at the crystal. Hello, Gen.G. Rock needs some help, but he's going to be there to do enough damage to get the Vanguard off. If only one member survived on the side of Crazy Raccoons, that could have been a game victory, man.
It could have been a game victory, but where that team ace went in the favor of Gen.G was Inua. He was waiting all the way behind, and he comes in at the last moment. Boom! The Rueged sets it up. Yes, you had that top, but he goes golden. He stays alive. He dashes to the side. Cliche, Nia, both of those guys are down. You'll have all that sustain that's been gone, and now you're just trying to fight for your life. It's absolute chaos. Monto looking to go in and rock with that damage, just cleaning house at that point, and they get the ace. And yes, the Shadow Vanguards made it close. But just unfortunately, just that last couple of hits is not going to take the crystal. You needed at least one guy to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been good for Gen.G's mental, right? Like, they just won the 2 games back-to-back, and then all of a sudden the Vanguard comes and clears out your crystal. That would have been a bit of a blunder for Gen.G there. But no, like you said, Inua played perfectly. It dived in at the right time, went golden at the right time, and even stayed alive after having so little health as well.
Yeah, but just really well played. And Inua, he was like off the map for like 2 minutes. He was waiting in the brush in like the middle river, and he was completely dark. And the Observer did a great job of making sure, like, building suspicion, like, you know, for suspense, excuse me, for when that fight was about to happen. It was like a horror movie for Crazy Raccoons, because Inua on the back line just getting that jump in, and they had no idea it was coming.
Yeah, like, here's Inua. He just come out of nowhere, get the knock up. It's super duper scary. But no, what's even scarier for the side of Crazy Raccoons is that Gen.G has now found their second win. They have the minion waves down to the bot side. They have priority in top side as well, as they've just taken a lot of damage onto that higher ground turret. So now it's at the behest of Crazy Raccoon and their attempts to defend the crystal and defend this base to see if they can actually push out to the Tempest.
Yeah, the biggest part right now is about like stacking up with Sage of Sanctuaries, Destiny Splendors, like all those things to kind of see exactly how this game is going to go. It's going to be like who has the most when those team fights are really happening, because this is the potential. We've gotten to the Tempest Dragon, and it's coming up right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly where the rounds that Crazy Raccoons won from Nongshim, right? So maybe this is where they're going to come from. They need to make sure that they try and go for the Tempest. That 22-minute and 22-second game match was how Crazy Raccoons came back against Nongshim. So maybe they can do a little bit of a late game push here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. But Kai's taking a lot of damage. Nia and Nanahana are quite close by, just mitigating that push to the bot side. But they got to be careful. Check top side. Cliche might not be able to save that T3.
Yeah, you might not be able to save it. They need to just do some housekeeping, ensure that the wave management is key. Kai is getting jumped on in the bottom lane. He's isolated by himself, fighting 1 versus 2. He will survive, but this is a situation where, like, you can't really go for the Tempest, because if the waves are crashing in that bottom lane, which is equal because they both don't have a T3, this is a very precarious situation for both of the teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Gen.G already looking like they got the foot into the door here onto the side of the Tempest Dragon, right? But down to the bot side is going to be Wawa going against Kai. Once again, they do reset the Tempest, trying to bait here. Rock looks pretty low as well as Monto. Monto has to use the Infinite Vastness, doesn't have the Sage of Sanctuary either. So it's going to be a very sort of like precarious situation that he's going to be in. But you can kind of see that Wawa's just trying to go for that sort of like split push potential. He's trying to force Kai down really low as the minion waves are just keep bleeding and bleeding through.
Yeah, they're forcing it. I mean, Kai used the Sage of Sanctuary. Wawa and them have been going at it back and forth. If Kai dies here, Wawa could just end the game, but the Tempest...
Gotta be careful, though. There it is, the Sage of Sanctuary bit. Help onto D-Range Jet, but it's gonna be the crucial kill there for Gen.G as Rock comes through, claims the Tempest, and look at the claim some more. He gets to pick off the Nanahana. Cliche is down, and Rock gets to pick off onto Nia. That is almost gonna be another team ace. We have Kai at the base, but it's not going to be enough to keep the base alive. Wawa is here as well. The crystal is laid bare, and now the damage is going to come through here for Gen.G as they take this a 3-1 victory.
Just we're fighting in the bottom, but like who's gonna like come out on top with that Tempest Dragon? Once that steal had been made, it was absolutely huge for Gen.G. Really well deserved as they take this series here.
Oh, massively deserved, right? But I mean, we obviously focus a lot on Rock or Wawa, right? But Inua on that Maestro Noye, that pick up into the top side of the map that really defended that base and got the team wiped was just the moment and the momentum that Gen.G needed to get back in this game number 4 and win them the game.
Yeah, actually, if that doesn't happen, if he doesn't go for that play, I don't know if Gen.G wins this game, right?
No.
Because it completely changed the game. They were definitely had so much momentum. Crazy Raccoons were looking to close the game out. And then all of a sudden that jump in, it completely caught everyone off guard. He had to use the taunt. Early Kong that is. And then they just lost that team fight. And Gen.G, they got that momentum and pushed it across and were able to make them pay. Really well played by Gen.G. What a great game.
Yeah, hugely well played by Gen.G. I mean, to be fair, to the credit of Crazy Raccoon, they did take a round off of Gen.G there, obviously first game of the day. But this could have gone to a 2-2 as well, right? Like, Crazy Raccoon played that one very well. Nanohana, obviously, with all respects, got caught out pretty easily thanks to Rock. There's just too much dive potential as you're getting towards that kind of like mid-late game territory there. 159 for Nanohana and Nia, which really shows that if you caught one, it was a buy one, get one free.
And I think moving forward, you're going to see this strat even more, right? This Bai Chi lineup is something that they want to do. I know Nongshim are like watching this one, and they're like, okay, we got to be prepared for it. We got to have some answers come draft or whatever, because we know it's coming, right? You know, they got punished, Nongshim that is. Gen.G were able to kind of withstand the onslaught and the momentum shifts. They were losing multiple times, and we'll see this in the gold graph. But Gen.G just being able to prevail in that game and just take over the series, just really well played by Gen.G in the end.
Yeah, very well played, and very well played the Crazy Raccoons to kind of like keep them at bay, almost winning a 2-2 scoreline there as well. But I mean, this gold graph really just shows how kind of like bottleneck this whole match was, right? It was going in the favor of Gen.G. Then Crazy Raccoon, Gen.G again, spiked all the way to Crazy Raccoon, but then spiked all the way back down to Gen.G. And there we go. Like I said, props has to be given over to Inua, even though we were shining on Rock, shining on Wawa. But that crucial setup of that team fight meant that he got that MVP. That 718 KDA. 22% of the damage dealt, 18% of the damage taken, shows you that Inua is here to stay.
Yeah, definitely here to stay, and just being able to step up at the right time. Like, hey, we need help. You know, it can't just be Wawa. It can't just be Rock. And yeah, we've been kind of, you know, singing their praises, but Inua going all in, even making the save. Monto probably should have gotten on out of there. He decided to continue on fighting. Did not expect that the ambush was coming from the top side as well. And so they had multiple opportunities to really kind of get themselves in this one. But Inua stepped up, clearly deserved this MVP here.
Yeah, massively. I mean, there used to be a one point where you'd see Inua pick my Shiranui, and he was like, this is not going to be it, right? Like, he's taking it just so the enemy team don't get it, and the enemy team know that. But now, he took that weakness and made it his strength, which is a great point to honor King's Esports, right? Like, if you want to be the best of the best, you've got to turn your weakness into your greatest strength. And that's exactly what Inua did there with this Mai Shiranui. Just always getting the pickups, always getting those crucial knockups, like here. Beautiful! Such a great play by Inua.
I mean, that stun and then the heads-up play to just understand that just go golden. The rest of the team, just the communication to just make that jump, everyone together, and Rock on cleanup duty. Everyone surviving that except for Clue, but roam lines don't matter. So, you know, it was actually a huge one. And then this Tempest Dragon, this steal from Rock, and to turn it around, and it was like all-out retreat. Crazy Raccoon, no answers. Inua with another 3-man stun. Just a well-played game by Gen.G.
Yeah, I believe that Gen.G also obviously get that Brucey bit of bonus, right? So that the teams have been getting within the leagues. Like, if you steal a Tyrant, you get some money towards your team, and the players get some more money too. So Gen.G, they win another score, another series, and back themselves a little bit of extra moolah, baby. So now that's going to be Gen.G getting their, I believe it is their first series onto the Gorge here in the survival weeks. They still have their game against Crazy Raccoons tomorrow, and they still need to find out if they win that 5th game against Gen.G. But first up, the break before we get into the last match of the day.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the
right. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Hello and welcome back. And of course, we've got the third matchup. We're going to go back into Group A, find out what Scarz and Astar Esports are going to be going at it on this one. Who's going to come out on top on this one, Blam?
Oh, I mean, A-Star for me, the one thing that always shines out for A-Star is the Jinxian's jungle picks, right? Like these have been some of the most kind of like, let's say, like their better words, fruity jungle picks, like the Mei Yin jungle, obviously going up against CR Kong's Fade. But yeah, it's been a crazy one.
Yeah, it's definitely been a crazy one. But you know, one thing that's great is a new version arriving on September 24th. Unleash your spirit, enter the game, and enjoy new heroes, and of course, a new game mode. So a lot coming at us, but the game mode will be Ultimate Awakening, super thrilling MOBA combat, 15 awakened heroes, Ultimate Awakening of all skills. That one is coming on September 27th, though.
Yeah, September 27th, so there is quite a few dates to be checked into your calendars, guys. So 24th for the new reset, the new update, 27th for the Awakening, and we do also have, obviously, the 10 Decades of Honor of King coming through as well. So plenty to look forward to here for not only players of Honor of Kings, but the esports as well.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to this Scarz versus Astar Esports one going into this. I mean, Group A, looking at the standings, I mean, CMF unfortunately has kind of been not so great. They've been kind of dropping to the bottom, but we have a 3-horse race. Astar Esports, R8 Esports, and Scarz all at 2-1 right now. So to see exactly who kind of comes out on top, every single game is going to be key.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw that A-Star took a whole series off of R8. Like, that just happened today. and now they go up against Scarz. So that is crazy. So Astar Esports are actually at the top of the lead here within Group A.
Yeah, R8 Esports looked very strong yesterday. I mean, and then going into this, they were, and then like anything could happen. And this is why the KME Survivor Week is actually going to be super fun to watch, because it's going to be, again, to see exactly who comes out on top. There's only one slot out of Group A, right? So you got to win out.
Only one, and that's going to be for both Scarz, R8 Esports, and Astar now. Obviously, we didn't even think the potential of Astar coming out on top now, and they just proved us wrong against R8.
Yeah, they proved us wrong, right? And then the worst thing is being proven wrong, right? I don't want that to happen again, right? So let's go into this one because, you know, going in, I think that we see the power of Scarz when they're able to kind of be on their game. They're able to really take the fight to them. And Mufang has done really well as Hao and ASD. Everybody's kind of stepped up, which is kind of what you want, especially into Group A. But Astar Esports, this is another one where, you know, they didn't have the greatest of ranking weeks, and there was definitely some questions going in. But now is the time to really kind of level up, take those losses, and see exactly where they stand now.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to kind of like set them into either a good position or a bad position, right? Because if they win against Scarz and then tomorrow they go up against R8 again for that rematch, then that could really kind of like blunder their chances of being top spot. But if they win against Scarz and win against R8 tomorrow again, there's a high potential that Astar Esports could be shining through into Group A as their survival champion. So going into the playoffs would be pretty cool here for them. But Group S has been a bit of a different story, right? Like Nongshim, 3-0, Gen.G yet to win a series, and Crazy Raccoons still unfortunately sitting on 0-2.
Yeah, but that one is still, like, they're still in. I'm not so worried about that because I think that these, I mean, they're going to go hard, obviously. They want to definitely be the first place, second place will definitely help them. They don't want to drop to third. But I think the biggest thing for this is just like making sure you're able to play well and save strats, dare I say, for those best of sevens when everything is really on the line.
Yeah, exactly. You need to. I mean, especially if you do get all the way to the grand finals, that's going to be an even longer, prolonged game, especially if it goes in the how the spring leagues went, right? Like every league that had a best of 7 format went to an ultimate battle. So really, I'm hoping for this within the KME 4 as well.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see exactly how these teams are going to play out, right? There's a lot at stake. There's the closeness of, you know, the team levels. We're seeing all of the teams really level up. Everybody's gotten better, but of course, let's see who's going to be the first team up in this matchup.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. Gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
For the second time today, Scarz, the real ones, get back onto the gorge. It's going to be none other than Ruru, Mfang, Hao, ASD, and Ochik2. As we've already seen them take a 3-0 victory from CMF. Can they just do what Astar did to R8? Can they 3-0 Astar to secure themselves top of the leaderboard for today?
Last time these two teams met, even in the survival week, they 3-2 in favor of Scarz. So I do expect this one to go the distance. You know that Astar Esports, off of their win off of R8, have a lot of momentum. But let's see exactly who is made up of Astar Esports here.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go.
Astar Esports, the Astromancer. It's going to be made up of Abdo, Jingtian, Vio, Mirage, and Zugzwang. This is a team that's kind of, dare I say, there are moments, flashes of brilliance with Abdo and Jingtian kind of owning that top part of the map. But the rest of the team, there have been, moments where they're not able to kind of help support. But this is a team that is on the rise. They're playing well. They just beat R8 earlier. I expect them to take Scarz to the distance here.
I mean, imagine that though, right? Like, R8 Esports just lost to their ex-Clash laner. Like, how good is that going to feel for Abdo, right? Like, that's going to be like, you got rid of me? Bro, come on. We just beat you 3-0. Like, do you wish having me back? Are you having some of these kind of like, I wish I was back with my ex, It's kind of like that kind of love story going on between R8 Esports and Astar. But no, like you were saying there, Hola, really the experience from Abdo, obviously being part of the Honor Kings Esports since 2022, being part of Yalla Esports as well, has so much experience with just this one player alone. And then if you pair that with their import, Jingtian, that's going to really kind of like propel them into those flash glory moments that we was talking about moments ago.
Yeah, and Abdo's been kind of that guy. I mean, there have been moments where he's like solo carried some of the games. He's been able to kind of put the team on his back. And so you're kind of thinking, I mean, it was the whole ex-girlfriend thing with the R8. It makes a lot of sense. But I think Abdo has found a newer, hotter girlfriend. I think that he's kind of moved on, right? Abdo is too good to go back to R8 at this point because it seems like he's found a new thing and he's doing very well on this team, Astar Esports.
Hey, sometimes new things are a good thing, right? It's clearly got the spiciness from Jingtian, right? Like, you don't know what you're getting when you walk through the door, but that's what we have, the spice of life here. But head to head, let's look at that farm lane. Look at Mirage here. Actually, more kills than How. We have, obviously, more damage dealt as well. We have that gold average per minute going over to the side of Mirage. Also, and then teamfight potential. This is the guy with the pose. He's leaning back. He's looking for the bigger picture. He's like, oh, let's go. And then goes in. So Mirage right now is going to be looking to be the focal point, with one of the focal points, within Astar Esports.
Interestingly enough, yeah. I mean, he's been that guy. He previously played from Vicious Esports with VO. So they have that compatibility, that synergy that those two guys have kind of brought to this team and carried it throughout. There were, again, some questions in terms of just how this team was going to do on the big stage, right? Yes, they qualified. Yes, they were here. But then now that we're seeing exactly how this team kind of gels well with one another, we're seeing them on a new level. But now we're going to the ban picks.
Ban pick, and they're already looking at Mfang right now. They got the eyes on the Jing. They're taking the eyes off of that prize there for their enemy jungler. And then the Maestro Nui obviously being banned out because, again, this is just a pick that some players can play, kind of like that argument we had, right? Like our early players into the bot side of the map is always an issue, as well as potentially not being able to perform on it. So taking the Mai is just a safety insurance out of that game number one here. But Astar going with a little bit more of a targeted ban here as an overall rule, which is that Hue 1, right? Even though they're on blue side, they're not going to take it for themselves. They want to get the Ali into Mirage's hand.
Yeah, this is going to be a great one just to kind of start things off. And Scarz insta picks. Mayin, John Fei, let's go in the top lane. And also Ochik, let him get on his, one top 3 heroes. This is going to be one of his favorites. Really setting it up. It's going to be tough for Arlie.
Yeah, Scarz' teammates are going to be like, oh, Chico, wow. Now he's got that Zhang Wei pick, right? Like, creating a space, just making sure that you are going in when the iron is hot for Scarz. But right now, Astar looking to take one of the big counters here for the Ali to themselves. We've been seeing this pairing quite a lot today, right? Ali, Diadea, and we are yet to see it actually bear a victory. Both times it's come out, it's been a loss. So now it's down to Astar with this Lady Gen. Again, first time today, we haven't seen this hero being picked at all, and now we are getting the fade for Kong.
Yeah, spoiler dude with the Arlie Diadea analysis. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense, but I mean, it hasn't done well because it just seems like very squishy. I mean, yes, you have the potential jump away with the light step on the Heartlink, that attachment, right? You have that control. But it just seems like the teams are just on point. It's like a 2-for-1 special. If you're squishy, that other guy's squishy on top of you, it's not going to help too much, right? So they need to stay alive. Astar Esports kind of rounding out the first phase of the draft with Lady Jun. Just for that control, Vio likes this hero. It has a lot of utility. You have that poke and prodding in terms of the damage, but he is vulnerable, and Scar's doing a great job right now, realizing what is at stake by picking up the fade, Fang. He gets to that back line. All 3 targets, very juicy.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of my rules of life, right? Like, just try and not have squishy men on top of you. I mean, even in any kind of worst case scenario, just try and not have squishy men on top of you. So, Astar and Scarz don't want that fade being all over them, trying to get the takedown, trying to do a lot of damage, but it may be at the behest of Astar Esports to see how they're going to get that shutdown, right? Are they going to drop some kind of like hard CC, potentially here with the Masashi for Gen.G, a little bit going back to basics here, but still, like we made in the first case when the Masashi came up today, there's been a massive resurgence of this pick. Like, we have seen tournaments for Season 3 Invitational, even KWC, where we didn't really see the Masashi come through that much, but pairing up with the Byron means you're going to have a solid front line, a big access into the enemy's back line as well.
Yeah, a lot of damage and just like homing missile style, right? Like very targeted, like laser beams, if you will, right onto him and finding it out. But I mean, if you look at the Scarz lineup, yeah, Gen.G, Princess Frost, and Fade, excuse me, those are probably the targets that you're looking to get. But can they get the jump? Right? Is Fade gonna be able to just outclass them with that vision and using that ledge hopping to get around? Yes, he will be target number 1, so it's gonna be up to Ochik to ensure that he stays alive.
Yeah, absolutely. At the same time as well, like what we found out from the other day, obviously we thought it was only kind of like ally Lady Chen's the fountains that she creates that Fade can use. It turns out that you can use it even if it's your enemies, right? So you're going to be giving him over extra real estate, which you got to make sure if you aren't using that tactically, he could be using that to punish you, right? Like if you use one of those in the early parts of the team fight, he can then dive and create and just gather that space that you've tried to create from staying away from all those big walls. So really, they've got to be making sure that Astar aren't giving over a little bit of a handicap for themselves.
Yeah, they need to ensure that they play to the within the heroes that are drafted here, right? And understanding the limits of the opponent's team, how they want to play as well. They know that the initiation is going to be key. Both of these squads, again, it's all about that vision. Who gets the jump? Because they're squishy enough that they can turn the fight 5 versus 4 in an instant.
Yeah, it's scary. I mean, Scarz drafts even scary as well, right? Like, I mean, one mage in the mid lane having a massive AoE to destruct the deluge, but then you also have Princess Frost that's also going to be using that huge AoE, but it's going to be more so to kind of devastate and slow down the likes of Gen.G as well as Abdo if they're going to try and get in onto these team fights, right? So really, they've got to be careful on how scrappy they want to be with these team fights, but when it comes to the team fights, our official gaming phone, the Real 15 Pro, is going to be there to get you through it. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, definitely got to feel the difference on this one, especially going in. I mean, Scarz right now, this is the big piece, right? How are they able to kind of deal with this early late game? Mirage, who's just in the mid lane. They've done a little bit of a lane swap. Also, Jingtian, is he able to kind of keep on pace? Feng, we know he's been very efficient in the jungle and being able to consistently get that farm. This is going to be an interesting matchup to watch.
Yeah, I mean, even more interestingly, we see that Ochik has gone for a little bit more of a zesty change up in the common skill, right? He's gone for the Intimidate. So that's going to be interesting to see how they're going to use that, right? Like, is it going to be to slow down Gen.G even further, or even Abdo, right? I mean, that's definitely going to be, if you're Astar and you're seeing the amount of kind of denial to get out of a team fight, you're going to be looking for a different angle to actually take on the side of Scarz.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge one, right? If they're able to take that one down. But, I mean, the same side, like Hao has been the guy, right? He's been great in terms of support. He's been a great Robin to Fang's Batman. So he's been able to kind of keep on pace. Now, if, you know, Astar were to kind of focus the attention on him, make it a little bit difficult for him to get that farm, now you got a one-man show. Is Fang on the fade enough to carry this game?
I mean, he has done it before, right? I mean, this is Mr. MVP from Ranking Week. He had the most MVPs for himself, so you really got to hope that Astar know that point and know that that is going to be their vocal point within this this actual team draft, right? Like, they know that if Fang falls, there's no one really else to carry.
Yeah, there's definitely no one else. And that's the problem, right? This draft definitely has some holes. I mean, we want Aruru to play this Mayin, kind of like what we saw in the last series with Wawa, just kind of, you know, controlling the game, basically taking it over. That would be huge for Scarz.
Oh, massive. It'd be definitely what they need, right, going into this first game of this best of 5. I mean, this would be the difference for both of these teams, this is going to be a huge confidence boost or a confidence knock, whoever loses this one.
It will definitely be key. I mean, game one, setting the tone. I mean, it's not game ending, but I think that with the drafts that have been made, we know that you're talking about how Musashi has been this incredible rise in the KME, right? It's definitely powerful, and you know, Jing will definitely be looking at it like that, right? And play it to that high level. But I mean, at the same way, you know, M-Fang going with the fade, like these are two teams loaded for bear.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going like good blazing, right? They got to make sure they check this L bush. I mean, somebody needs to face check that one. Oh, Jinx, maybe get dunked on here. Oh, tries to use the frigid prison to keep him in there. That's going to be scary for them. But there it is. Zugzwang into the backline. Tries to keep Ochik in place. But he does have the Unbridled Outburst. That's 2 big spells already being used before the neutral objective fight.
Yeah, actually huge in terms of ults that were expended and very little damage from Scarz. They avoided everything. So yeah, they've been rotating. The counter rotation or the potential gank was there. And yes, it got sniffed out, but they didn't lose anything. Scarz still have those ults for this next potential fight. 25 seconds before that next Tyrant's up.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate on fade is pretty low as well, right? But they got to be careful here. Abdo maybe get caught out worse for wear in his 2v1, but his teammates do come through. There is an ultimate depth, clutches onto Mayin, but it's able to get out alive thanks to that CC immunity. But M-Fang's on the wall. He gets taken down. And that is the bad call here for the side of Scarz, right? You've lost your jungle just before the neutral objectives are on the board. Using that teleport down to the bot side, it's going to be Astar. And they're even picking up some tier 1s, baby. They're like, you know what? Let's go for 2 objectives better than 1.
Red team.
Yeah, M-Fang tried to cheat by going out of bounds. He's like, yeah, you can't hit me. He's like, no. And then he got pulled off essentially because he was taking so much damage. He tried to fight it, gave up first blood. Absolute disaster for Scarz to start things off. Losing that top T1, you know, at the 4-minute mark, huge win for Astar Esports, opening up the map and potentially now they can take this Tyrant.
But, I mean, to Scarz's due diligence, though, right? Like, they create the pressure down to the bot side of the map where that neutral objective that most teams thrive for, right? So I think having that priority down into the farm lane is probably a better cause than getting the priority up into the clash.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to definitely open it up. I mean, they've traded that in that regards. But now Astar Esports looking to not give up this Tyrant. It will be leashed back. But now the potential jump in, it's at half already.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a crucial thing there, but there's going to be Astar Esports that gets the Tyrant. Can they get any more? The team's just completely split apart. Like, that's not in the favor of Scarz, man. They're like, you know what? No, they've got the Tyrant. Let's just stay away. But Aruru decides to go into Gen.G. He may be able to get him down, but the extreme speed is able to get him out. But it's now going to be taken down by Fade. So they're paying back. But there it is. The hardened Jade Seal come through. Is it going to be a triple kill here? But it's going to be a double kill overall here for M-Fang. And that tier 1 in the mid, that's not the tier 1 in year 1.
Yeah, they're going to do a trade 2 for 2 on that one. And M-Fang getting 2, which is the revenge tour that he wanted. But going back to that Tyrant, where Astar were able to take that in Frigid Prison.
Oh, way too much. Oh, Abdo. He's a summer guy, but he got hit by Winter. But now, a potential 2v1 down to the bot side here. M-Fang as well, going up against Zugzwang and Mirage, trying to stay on the wall, but they're able to get that T1 take back. So just Astar, once again, they've lost the T1 into mid lane, but they're just trying to create pressure elsewhere. But Jinx really got caught out here.
Yeah, got caught out. I mean, he was focused. M-Fang just like needs to equalize, needs to get back on him, and he gets the gravy in the sense of VO as well. So getting both of them, yeah, Ochik and Aruru died, but M-Fang is the guy. He's the one that's going to catch you back up. Let him get those kills. And yes, they lost the Tyrant, but again, you know, Scarz right now clawing their way back in, only down about 800 gold after a somewhat disastrous start. It's going to be helpful for the Scarz right now.
Very helpful for Scarz right now, and as they are just creating even more pressure into these side lanes as well. So that's all T1's gone down for the side of Astar, which we've already seen already. Cannot be the be-all or end-all, but oh, a nice face check there by ASD. They're going to keep him in place when the winter is here, but there it is. M-Fang comes through as well, but Abdo gets out alive. That's all for the thank of Zugzwang using that destined encounter.
Yeah, that was just enough to keep him alive. I mean, on the Byron, he's going to be tanky. Had to commit almost everything just to stay alive, but the gank attempt was there. Scarz had a potential, not able to close it out. They just don't have enough damage. I mean, it's only 7 minutes in this game.
Only 7 minutes, but I mean, they're still starting to show some clear disparity in the jungle, right? Like 1.4k lead over to the side of M-Fang is scary, and that hardened Jade Seal is not going to actually pop off there. That would have been pretty huge for the side of Scarz if they're able to get the kill onto Abdo.
close, but no cigar. Top lane is pushing those Scarz. This is one where they need to kind of figure out, you know, it's the wave management. Mfang needs to get a little bit more farm. I mean, he's leading right now, but he needs to just stay off the map a little bit longer. He needs that time, and then once he hits like the next big item, I think that'll be key for, you know, Scarz at this stage.
No cigars or no Scarz? I'll see myself out, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that one. But
you know where the door is.
Take the opportunity there, heroes. My pretty little head just fired off its neurons. Was like, hey, that's something good to say. But right now, between the Scarz and A7, it's looking pretty much neck and neck, right? Like they are losing territory onto the side of Astar, and Scarz do have that very crucial T1 into the mid lane. But in terms of gold, it's very much neck and neck, which is going to be a scary attempt for either of these teams to go for a team fight. It means that every movement counts.
Every movement definitely counts. I mean, this is Ochik and ASD with that vision. That's all the way up in front, seeing where they are. I mean, there's no mid T1, so there's a gaping hole in the line of Astar Esports. But in the bottom lane, they're potentially going.
Yep, speaking of gaping hole, there's a gaping hole in the help of Aruru there. Gets taken down to T2 as well. This may be the assault that A-Star need, but you can kind of see top side of the map. We see the Mfang and Hao are looking to just create that counterplay for themselves. And Ochik just trying to give over the pressure, give over the vital intel to show where they are. As you can see, the Mfang with a rotation here.
Yeah, the nice little rotation. Getting that gank, but turning it into a tower, huge, right? That's the biggest thing. That's the true conversion. It's one thing to get kills, but if you're not getting towers, it's really no value at all. I mean, it's really maybe not even worth doing, but the way that they're moving with conviction, able to make those plays and turn that into a net worth lead.
Yeah, I mean, ASD with the phase check and obviously using the free to prison and all that, like, it's such a good play. It's like what real good, like, Princess Frost players should be doing, right? Let's make sure they're checking the brushes, using that skill. If they get somebody, it's bingo. If they don't worry. We've got the intel, but they're not there. But now, they're able to steal away that Tyrant from under the noses of Scarz, and that's another Tyrant going over to A-Star.
And that's going to be the second one, right? And I mean, not to say that the steals are the biggest thing, but the big neutrals is a big factor come the jungle lane, right? In terms of that role. That matchup is going to be key. Jingtian has gotten the better of it both times thus far, putting themselves in a position to win. And this is why Scarz are behind. They need to figure out how to, like, shore that up, not give it up to Jingtian so freely.
Yeah, I mean, Mfang there, just robbing Peter to pay Paul. He was able to get the Azure Golem. He lost the Tyrant, but now, obviously, you can see that it's just formulated around there. He took a very long kind of rotation, kept himself out of vision's sake, but now we do see that Mirage, Vio, Zugzwang are all here with Jingtian as well. Obviously, just trying to go for their own Azure Golem, trying to take it away if a Jingtian tries to go for it, because that's crucial. But now I'm going to the back line, get the pick up onto ASD as well. So that's a lot of AoE going through, but A-Star are still committed to go for this Shadow Tyrant, trying to lock in the third one for themselves as they've been taking these team fights and taking names.
And this is why Abdo is so good. Just the ability to just go in, get that two-man stun, but, you know, just stun lock ASD. Once he's down, Scarz knew that they couldn't fight. You know, Mfang just had to just secure his own blue buff more than anything else, but now they're on the defensive.
Oh, that damage, though. That damage from the D-Ranger really just kind of sorted out Mfang there with the setup of the Heart and Jade Steel. He's looking to go for more here. Bio gets the Splendor from that skill, but he's going to be looking for the side of Abdo to come through. Mfang claims a double kill. They need to get out of here for the side of A-Star. They don't want to be victims of a triple kill here onto the side of Scarz.
And this is why Mfang was going to be so much fun to watch in this game, right? Yeah. Just being able to run it down. Find Mirage, who was like, hey, actually, we're winning. We're doing a great job. But he was out of position, and Mfang made him pay. Vio was running for his life, casting all of the spells, even trying to go golden just to stay alive a little bit longer. But you're not getting away from Mfang. He will track you down. He's like a hired hitman. He finds you, and he will take you out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the great thing about how on the D-Ranger, right? Like, it really sets up Mfang on this fade as well, because all you need to do is D-Ranger, once you've got the Spark Forge Dagger, just spam your basic attacks, keep your passive stacked up, so you're just going to do more movement speed, more attack speed. It's just going to chip away at these squishy heroes on the side of A-Star, and then Mfang can come through with the Heart and Jade Steel. But now, here it is, Aruru just trying to beat them into that frigid prison. Do you see that, man? Like, they're communicating very well here onto Scarz. But A-Star knows a bait when they see one.
Yeah, they were. I mean, Jingtian was not going to fall for that one. And I mean, going into this, look at how close this game is. And if you don't expect it to go to a game 5, let me tell you something. These are two evenly matched teams. I think we're going to go the distance, not only in time for this game, but also in the series. So buckle up and get your popcorn.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel that one, but at the same time, the way that Scarz only got the one victory after Gen.G when they had the fade is going to be scary for me, but there it is. Jingtian actually gets caught by the Witch here too early because no damage came through. He's able to get out to the back line and take down ASD, but now here's cavalry onto the side of Scarz, able to immobilize the fade on the wall, but still trying to get some of that damage control here. But Abdo down, Jingtian down. That's your front line of Astar being taken up the gorge, and now for AS Scarz to run through with these vanguards.
I mean, ASD has been getting caught out. Jingtian has been like just focusing on him, just trying to prioritize him. But he pays with his life. Mfang just hanging around. He doesn't have to initiate. He's been the secondary initiation and just finds Jingtian. And then Abdo, obviously, he's fighting. He's just trying to kind of like create a lot of chaos. Not able to do it, but Mfang able to find the right players, which is, of course, once Jingtian is down, you got a huge opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, once Abdo and Jingtian turn, that's the time to strike, right? Like, they only really have Mirage, Vio, and Zugzwang, so really, Zugzwang's going to be the only hero that's going to be able to keep away that initial engage, and especially if it's already been, like, if you're Ochik and you're able to catch all 3 of them, that's it. It's kind of like Dunzo.
Yeah, definitely done so. I mean, no real opportunity, but Ochik right now, his thing is that, I mean, his umbrella uppers haven't been flawless. That's like, he needs to kind of aim that a little bit better, but obviously easier said than done at times. But there's been opportunities. They've been able to like take more kills if Ochik hits the right umbrella uppers.
Yeah, it's a saving grace on the side of Astar, but now we do see Jingtian into the back line there. Gets to take that into Hao, so they are adapting because Hao's been the troublemaker of these team fights, especially in the latter part of it, but the Emerald Jade Steel come through, gets the kill onto the Zugzwang. That's the sustainability of Astar being taken off the board here, but they are looking for more. That's a 2-1 trade here for Astar as they go for another Tyrant to their Tyrant belt.
Astar Esports are going to totally love that one, right? I mean, trading away Zugzwang for Aruru and Hao, I'll take that any day of the week. Hao has been that farm laner, taking him off the map. Now more space for Mirage to kind of potentially build on this lead. 11.1, he's 500 gold behind Hao.
Yeah, he's got to be careful though, right? Because you can see then bot side of the map that they are heavily rotating towards that just to kind of cut off that minion wave, because if they allow that pressure to be created down that bot side, it goes to the potential of creating such pressure for when the Tempest Dragon gets onto the gorge.
Yeah, and that's about 5 minutes away, but this bottom T3 taking a lot of damage already. So, you know, Scarz, this is not where they want to be. Yes, if we're looking on the other end, there's only one bottom T3 standing from Astar Esports. This game could turn just a single team fight win, and you just win the game.
Yeah, they're just getting feelers out, man. Like, you can see here, Abdo's checking the bushes, just trying to find the best way to try and usher through these minions. He can obviously counter in this minion wave into mid lane, but you can see Mfang, right? Like, he's on the wall. He's waiting for that lung play. He's waiting for that damage to be done, but you can see now, Aruru goes in. Unbridled airburst here from Ochik, catches on so many of the side of Scarz. It's going to be the takedown, though, onto Aruru. Bang goes down, but the same strength, he does get popped. He is now getting popped here as 3 members of Scarz are on the run. Ochik goes down as well. As how ASD goes golden, but he's not going to be able to go platinum after that double kill onto the side of A-Stars as they go for game number 1. After we thought that Scarz were going to get this game.
Yeah, and Astar Esports, they like baited it out, right? I mean, he tried, Mufang tried to go in with that fade play on the backline, just kind of what we saw in that last series with Inua, just with that ambush. But it was just like they had the proper counters. They were able to deal with that. And then this is where they were able to strike back. Astar Esports, really well played and able to just close that game out.
Very well played by A-Star, right? Like, they were down 2 T3s, and then all of a sudden they got the comeback, but that's all it took, right? Like, we were seeing for quite some time that the goal difference between both of these teams were pretty much like neck and neck. So, really, one bad positioning, one readjustment that A-Star did was making sure they took down Hao before they took down anybody else, because really they were focusing the likes of ASD in those early team fights, and it just wasn't paying off dividends. Like, ASD would pop down her ultimate before they died. That then meant that Hao could just constantly just batter them with that damage from D-Ranger, which then meant that Mfang could come through, use that hardened Jed Seal, and just take them down. And then, unfortunately, that's how there was falling left, right, and center. But A-Star, like Nongshim do, they reacted quickly with that one.
Yeah, it definitely reacted quickly. I mean, that was just really, like, Scarz had their moments, and you're kind of thinking, MFang is back in this one. I mean, 5-2-1 is his final KDA, but the rest of the team, I mean, how 3-2-3, you were talking about how was getting focused quite a bit, and then once that happened, they didn't really have any damage, and then MFang is all by himself trying to make the heroic play. Not going to happen, right? How needs to stay alive. You know, it's tough, and that's why Ochik needs to keep him alive. Aru needs to keep him alive. Not easy in that situation. But MFang trying to do whatever he could with 92,000 damage.
Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't easy from the word go for either of these two teams, right? Like, it was all literally at a kind task of a team fight and who they prioritized to take down first. And Gen.G was just waiting to get online. Abdo, obviously, as he gets into that mid game, that's where we start to see that Byron starts to really shine in terms of obviously itemization. He obviously had the Pure Sky as well. This means that damage reduction is huge, as well as obviously slowing down the enemy team also. But look at that. The way that A-Stars were approaching the team fight potential overall and rate was definitely more in the favor of A-Star. Scarz was going for more of a bit of like a splintered attack, obviously seeing MFang always at the backside of the team fights. But you can see here, the goal graph was literally like, we were guessing too, like, who's going to take this game? We don't know. We saw that obviously Scarz got that fantastic play there, able to get that spike in gold. But then ultimately, it was all thanks to Gen.G for MVP. Abdo here, getting that 427, 25% of the damage dealt, and taking 33% of the damage overall. Really showing that he was the front line. He was the key difference maker in this draft.
Yeah, definitely. And just being able to just kind of the times that he initiated and get multi-man stuns, kind of catching out, you know, how at times it's like you'll see them here, but it really set up with just how Abdo was playing. Look at him on the back line right now and sees ASD. He's taking so much, creating that space. And that's the biggest thing. Sometimes as a Clash laner, it's not always about the damage, but it's about how you're pushing people away. And he always put pressure onto ASD, made it very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, like, CC, crowd control in Honor of Kings is just as more fatal as damage, right? Because, like, you're really upsetting a potential tango for the enemy team, right? Like, if everything's going gravy and nobody upsets you, you know you're going to be able to take that team fight absolutely easy. But then if someone like Abdo comes through, gets a knock up onto 2, and they are your damage dealers, you can't do damage for at least a second while you're up in the air, and then that's when your team can just pounce on top of them and then get the kills and just turn it around in a unfavorable fashion for your team. So really here showing why Abdo in this highlight reel was the MVP of game number 1.
Yeah, for sure. And just setting it up, just the amount of damage, the control, like once they started grouping up, it's like, yeah, they're together or whatever. But I mean, Abdo's Storm Strike, it's pretty much on him. I mean, you have the Ocean of Tears from VO, but like he's the guy that's going to be that front liner, and they're just able to just kind of run it down at that stage because Abdo's, you know, initial push.
Yeah, Abdo's initial push. I mean, even there, that last team fight, right? So much CC on the enemy team was being used. Even the Umbra was probably the best one that got used by Ochik, and it still wasn't enough to stop the side of A-Star in that team fight.
Yeah, but let's find out exactly what happens, but let's first take a little bit of a break here.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chase and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse in this room and illuminate. The truth is there, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. This it's on the high, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all. It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We can't kick it. Smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit him with the boom, then we get him with the beat. Punch him with the power, then we serve him with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sharp fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? We're out of love. It's my battle die, oh, won't you yell out my name? Let's begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all. In this
Astar Esports taking game number 1 in convincing fashion, if you will. Yes, Scarz had their moments, but it just seemed like it was too much Abdo at the end of the day. Blam, how does Scarz bounce back in the series?
I mean, it's gonna be hard, right? Because I mean, the only series they won off of Gen.G was again with Fade, with that kind of team comp that we just kind of saw there. But it was then obviously blundered here by Astar. So really, Kong's got to change something up, right? Like, Enfang's got to change something up, right? They got to make sure that they're able to try and get this win for themselves. Trying to get the Fade to work was probably not the best fortune here for the side of Scarz.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if Fade was the problem on this one. I just felt like the rest of the team, like Ochik was not hitting his marks. Hao was kind of getting caught out after a certain point of time. It just seemed like they were, you know, Astar was able to kind of exploit some of the out of positioning heroes or the players of Scarz, right? And just kind of made them pay. And it wasn't really like a huge, you know, the mistakes that Scarz are making, but Astar was just like enough to just kind of capitalize on.
Exactly. Like I said, they reshifted their focus into the team fights. They made sure that Hao was going to be their prime suspect within the first kills within these team fights. And then from that moment on, it just became very easy for them. But now, Astar, after banning this hero in the first part of the banning phase of game number 1, they look to lock in the Hue 1 for themselves.
Yeah, they have other heroes to ban, the Arlie especially. That was the one that they wanted. So if they're not going to pick it or they're not able to, they definitely want to ban it. They don't want to give that one to Hao or ASD, depending on who wants to play that. So they're going to pick the Yuan. This is a very strong one, again, to kind of start things off. But the Lady Soon, they're going to go aggressively into this pick. There's no way, right? Lady Soon?
Yep, Lady Soon with the Dharma here. I mean, it would have been a bit of an issue there if they didn't pick up the Dharma, right? Like, Abdo would have snatched that off of Aruru's hands if he had the chance. So going for Yixing would have been a little bit of a skew with pick here for the side of Scarz. But Astar was like, you know what? How you did great on the D-Ranger. Mirage is like, you know what, I'm going to take it here, but, oh no, they're going to go for the Lung. So Lung's going to come through here, late game against late game. It's going to be interesting into that farm lane.
I think it makes a little bit more sense. I don't like picking the Ladies Soon here. I think that there are definitely other heroes that I would have liked to pick up sooner, right? You know, pick up myself, right? And unless they have some sort of idea in some sort of strategy in mind. But, I mean, the Ming, yeah, potentially, but I don't think that it's really strong enough to kind of warrant that sort of draft, especially in a game 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, the Ming works, especially if it's kind of like you're already steamrolling ahead, right? Like, you have to make sure that Lady Sun is getting ahead, you're funneling everything, you're kind of sticking to her like glue, and that the enemy team doesn't have like a dive onto the backline, right? But what can you see over to the side of Astar? They have the Hue 1, they have the Mai Yin, so even if they do go for that, and we've already seen with the likes of Wawa being a stellar clash laner, like getting those double knockups with the Mai Yin, it would be crucial. With a pairing like Lady Sun and Ming, you're just basically serving up a free hot meal to Astar at that point. But banning at the Lian poke here, it could start to spell that maybe Jing Tian is thinking about going for that Orgrim pickup, right?
Yeah, the potential is definitely there. It kind of goes with that draft. It adds quite a lot of flavor to it. I think that they would be very helpful if they're able to pick it. But, you know, it's coming back to the final drafts or the final picks for them to see exactly which direction they go. But Scarz, they gobble it up themselves. They're going to pick up the Ogryn here.
Yeah, I mean, either this is 4D chess or they lock in the Ogryn here for themselves. Because, I mean, the Bandit, the Liempo, right? Like, Astar, they know they can't play the Masashi, which is obviously always going to be the key point here for the side of Astars if an Ogryn appears. So, Bandit the Liempo, they might be like, oh, you know what? Let's kind of, like, fake the Liempo pick here, the Ogryn pick here. And then, obviously, Scarz pick it up. We have the Gudo here now as well. So, not only do we have that late game potential from the likes of the Lung, you have that early game aggression, that great wave clear here for the jungle of the side of Astar. If they decide to lock it in, right, like they're definitely deliberating about this Agudo pick, and it looks like it's going to get locked in here.
Yeah, it's going to be locked in with the Zia as well. So this is going to be an interesting one to kind of round out, and it looks like the Yuan will be flexed to the Roam, and then now the final pick for Scarz. Like wave clear for days on both of these squads, right? So it will be interesting to see how this one plays out.
I mean, the Suya makes sense, right? Like, you want damage reduction that Suya gives you onto the Ogryn. That's going to make it so easy just to rip him apart into these team fights. And we've been seeing a little bit of a stagnant performance from Ogryn players for day number 3 of the survival week, right? Like, it has not performed yet. So really, Mfang here could have the potential of actually performing the first time today on an Ogryn. It's been a bit of a slow starter, a bit of a slow burner into these team fights, but here, Astar, they definitely have all the key things that they need, right? They've got that early game aggression from the Agudo, just constantly kind of harassing them, using that pseudo tank that's going to be a furball into the back line of the enemy team, especially when you're trying to lock down something like the Nua as well, right? So really, it's going to be interesting to see how Scarz bounce back in this one after that game 1 defeat, and they don't have the carry pick per se, the assassin in the jungle.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if we were to do like a tier list, like where the Ogryn lands now. I don't think he's S tier anymore. He's definitely dropped down. Teams have figured it out. Plus, he seems to have been nerfed where he's like really not been able to be that raid boss. He needs a lot of time. The Conduct for Souls is a little underwhelming at moments. So this is a hero that's kind of, dare I say, fallen off. He is not that monster that we previously saw in previous seasons. So he's very vulnerable.
He is very vulnerable, yeah, correct. I mean, it just means that you can't, for me, with Ogryn, you have to funnel everything into him to begin with, and then maybe once he's got, like, the key itemization, you can then let him fall off, and then How can then take the lead. But for the side of Scarz, they got quite a bit of resources that need to be given over, right? Like, Nua doesn't really get online until late game, same with the Lady Soon here, so really, you kind of splinter in their early activations by giving over Mfang all these resources. So we've got to wait and see how they're going to play this one.
Yeah, Astar Esports, though, if they're able to kind of, put the pressure on, and kind of get that going, especially with Jingtian's Agudo, with that wild growth, you could have that push. You could do some serious damage. I mean, Scarz is all about the late game, but are they going to see a late game?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if they do get into the late game, right? But I mean, I like the fact that they have the Nua as well, right? Like, obviously, as soon as that Infinite Vastus has been used and you know where that's going down on, you drop Emergence, you drop the kind of push, it then feeds them back into your enemy team, right? So it's going to be scary for Scarz here, but Aruru might be getting picked off here with the 2v1, but that's so much damage already from Mayin. And Abdo's like, he's not even level 4, man. He's not even got all his skills on board. And he's just kicking the life bar out of Aruru.
Just doing a ton of damage. I mean, this is why Abdo is very scary. I mean, the Mayin, we've seen time and time again just how the ability to just make plays, almost like solo carrying in that top lane and just being incredibly difficult for any other heroes to kind of deal with.
Yeah, exactly. It is very difficult. Obviously, the wave clear here really kind of saved the side of Astar here. Obviously, using that universal law from the Suya as well. But the interesting point we haven't made yet, obviously, it's going to be that sanctification. Where's that going to go over to the side of Astar? Is it going to go... I mean, giving it over to Gen.G would just make him more tankier. So it's like, do they go for that? Do they give it to the front line? Or do they give it over to Mirage?
I think you go to Mirage. I think it just helps out. It's just, you want to go late game, and then he'll have that spike in that sense. I think it just makes a little bit more sense to go with Mirage, and you can kind of outduel the late game monsters that is the Scarz lineup here.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. I'm not going to contest that point, to be honest. So you win, okay? But yeah.
Boom, let it be known.
Here.
Clip it.
Yeah, at Hall of TV. We get that one. Astar right now, obviously, and Scarz just looking pretty much like bottleneck with the gold. Both of them are just farming up, right? Like, this is the problem that I might have here for Astar, is they're not really bringing the contention to the side of Scarz onto M-Funk here. They're just letting him farm up, letting him get to that kind of like pinnacle point that he needs to, and then kind of drop off. So I think that's the way they win here, is if they keep leaving him unchecked.
Yeah, I think, and Scarz are doing such a great job of just like ensuring that he gets the farm. First time he's in the Elbush. This could be potentially scary, but the wave is not in a great spot. I don't think M-Fang really wants to dive this.
No, I guess if he dives, this looks right. He's got the unending sorrow, right? So he could just completely just get himself out of there. And we see Mirage has the infinite fastest. They're just trying to create that pressure into the bot side of the map. Maybe try and force out these ultimates before the Tyrant comes up, right?
Yeah, it's a good play, but that tower taking a little bit of damage. 30 seconds for that Tyrant, but the top T1, and it looks like Aruru all by himself just trying to salvage this one.
He is, but that's the beauty of the Mayim, right? Like, if you try and get that Truth Mantra, you just CC out of there, and that's it. You're pretty much out of there scot-free, but both of these teams, they are looking for that counterplay across the gorge here. Stugswang and Ochik just trying to check each other out, making sure they're getting the intel, knowing where the enemy team are.
Yeah, more of like a pillow fight more than anything else. Those two really won't do too much. But yeah, it's all about invading, and I think M-Fang needs to do a better job. He took some boars on that one, but he's been largely stuck on his side of the map. He's trying to secure the red buff, but the 4-minute mark has happened. The Tyrant is up.
Yeah, Ochik actually managed to get the knock up there onto Zugswang, but I mean, it's not the be-all or end-all, right? Like, he uses the Ride the Wind to try and get into the bushes there, trying to kind of bait the enemy team to bring them into here, because it's a bit of a splinter here. Aruru gets the Truth Mantra, but the unending sorrow comes through as well. Aruru is going to be taken down potentially here as well. Double kill into the front line of the side of Scarz, as well as Vio. Zugswang looking down on the gorge right now, but nobody gets the Tyrant. Kind of a bit of a splinter way here, but it does overall go to Scarz with that 2-1 trade.
Oh, you can never group up when you see a Dharma on the other team, right? Like Aruru, he was just wanting that. The Flash Truth, the perfect setup. Vio and Zugswang both down. Yeah, you didn't hit Mirage or Jingtian, but you'll be super happy with that, especially early.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely happy with getting one kill over the other, and then the enemy team not getting a turret, or you're getting a turret. It's kind of just like, we neutralize this at this point in the game. But you can start to see here already, like, Vio is built the Venomous Staff. That means the Augur is not only going to have that damage reduction, but also the healing reduction as well from the anti-heal items.
Actually going to be huge, right? And the ability for him to just wave clear, like, you have so many different options. You just like need to nick him, and he's going to have a much harder time. But now this is opening it up. Scarz looking to take the Tyrant essentially for free, but the top T1 is under siege.
Yeah, I mean, so exactly right. The counterplay down to the bot side is just that, hey, we've got a minion wave. It looks very much more healthy than compared to the enemy teams. We'll get the Tyrant. We'll knock on effect down to the bot side of the map here, and then we'll just try and go top side, see what they go. But it looks like the Crimson Golem isn't quite up just yet, so they may try and push for this second T2, right? Like, why not? You have a Gudo on your team. The siege rate you can do with this pick is huge. Lady Sun cannot replicate that.
Yeah, cannot, but he's trying to. He will eventually get there, assuming that minion is still alive. But one thing I like about Astar Esports in this series is that they've been playing with tempo. They've been very aggressive.
Nice knock up there onto the M-Fang there, using the conductor zone too early, but now he's going to get chunked down. Can they get any kills before he escapes? Furball being used, but they are not able to get the kill onto M-Fang. He gets out with a lick of life.
Yeah, just a sliver of life. He was barely there. I mean, I think if he just like waited for the stun, the furball stun was a little bit later, they might have gotten it. It just seemed like it was a little bit early, but they were kind of panicking. They weren't patient enough, and M-Fang just barely survived. And again, it's all about the millimeters on this one, right? If he gets that kill, it completely changes the dynamic of this game.
The dynamic of this game, dynamic of the enemy team comp as well, right? Like, they're really then be relying on Aruru to get these set up. So as you can see here, obviously, they do actually face check Jingtian onto that brush there, but Ochik may have actually kind of overcommitted himself there, lost a lot of health, but now Aruru has that intel. The Annihilation did land, but didn't actually do damage onto anybody other than Jingtian, but that might be enough to keep him down. Down he goes. It's going to be a kill going over to M-Fang. Can they pick up any more here? Trading for ASD. So jungle for mid lane, probably not the biggest trade here, but any kind of blow will be huge to the side of Scarz as they're trying to get Mfang taken down, but Ochik's back into it, gets the Mulberry Power Slam onto Zug Swang. They're going for more, they get the kill, but Abdo, he just needs to retreat now. Don't give them 3 for 1.
Yeah, Mfang there, just like, I mean, I was talking about how Algren is not S tier anymore, but then he just like takes three players or whatever, and now they even take VO as well, so How gets that snipe. But I mean, like Mfang, he was playing on the absolute edge, and he knew that Ochik was going to be there for the ult.
How? Oh, he overstood there. Like, that was like some distance being claimed there by Abdo. He did exhaust the flash, but he can't get out now. The emergence has come through, which means that even though that was a good play, it was soon countered by Scarz.
Yeah, definitely counter there. I mean, he was just making that play, but How, like going in, like he's really stepped up, right? And that's kind of what you needed. You needed him to do that damage, and I think it was going to be an interesting pick, especially since they went with that Lady Soon very early in the draft. But it seems like, okay, let's just lock it in, make sure that he's on one of his more comfort heroes.
Yeah, it's definitely working for How, right? Like, he's definitely playing the farm lane role a lot better than ASD is. I mean, ASD definitely holding his own into the mid lane. He did get, obviously, MVP performance as well from the last series he played, that one game that he actually did win, but they've got to try and do something here. Obviously, Astar, they were finding themselves in a similar situation in game number 1, and they were able to pounce back, but there's definitely a lot more room for error here, right? Like, if the positioning for VO and Mirage is completely off, it really upsets the balance of the team fight going in their favor.
They're not going to have a good time. They're not going to be able to continue on. Both of those guys need to get on the same page. To your point, they haven't really been able to do that. But the bottom T1 under siege.
Yeah, after just pushing away, Aruru there was a good shout. Obviously, Ochik tried to go for the rotate here, as well as Mfang. Being checked by a Zug Zug, as well as Mirage. Maybe the damage is going to come through here as well. Conductor Souls is not going to keep him alive. He gets taken down. Those Flaming Palms are online. Now the Master Sword comes through as well. Just missing out that CC onto How, but now it's going to be Abdo onto the wall. He gets the pick off. That's a 2-0 trade here for Astar. We saw that Scarz was trying to salvage it with the Annihilation. They have the minions here to the mid lane. They could get this T1 payback for the side of Astar.
And Astar, just again, this tempo, right? They get those 2 kills, turn it into the mid T1. And this is the power of the Agudo. It's like you give up any sort of kills, any sort of space, they will take advantage. And they've been putting the pressure on. It's not even 10 minutes. They have a lot of towers. This Astar Esports lineup is really leveled up.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, though, we just saw Gen.G actually build the Spark Forge Dagger onto the Agudo. So he's not going complete tank. He's going for a attack speed item as well. But not only that, get those zaps over to the back line of the enemy team and do that magical damage as well, which is also going to kind of try and force Mfang to build some more kind of magic resistance. It's not just all physical damage he has to contest with.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the rest of the lineup, there's a lot of, physical damage. So kind of changing it up and making sure, like, he has to go, like, with magic resistance as well. There are too many different items that he needs at this point. It's going to slow him down. So Mfang can't just do whatever he wants. And now it's a really smart play by Astar Esports as they take a Tyrant.
Yeah, a great adjustment here for the side of Gen.G as well. Able to get that Shadow Tyrant. So that first neutral objective being the Shadow Tyrant is probably huge for the side of Astar, because they've decided to dismantle these team fights onto the side of Scarz. They've got to make sure they don't kind of get too far ahead, right? Let's not keep our ego in check.
Yeah, keep it in check, but slow roll, do that death ball. And Astar Esports taking a bottom T2. They've done a great job of just taking things and, not giving anything in the process.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they need to do, right? Like, if they take things and then lose, then it's kind of just like you just completely just neutralize any lead that you just have. But with Zugzwang playing this U1 very well with the phase checks, using the unending sorrow just to bait out a lot of those skills there. Obviously, Truth Mantra is being used as well. Already been exhausted. How gets hit by this DC, but just using Furball just to keep Mfang entertained, right? We knew he was a dog lover. We knew he loved furry pets. So it's kind of just like, hey, just have a little bit of a fight with this.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to help them along. I mean, Zugzwang with that space, he doesn't have the unending sorrow, so he needs to be a little bit more careful here, but he's providing a lot of vision. That's the biggest thing. And Scarz haven't been able to lock him down because just of that sustain, and they don't really want to commit everything on just the U1, especially since the rest of the team is following up behind him.
Yeah, Hao's taking too much damage, man. Like, he's getting caught out. The slow from the Suya as well is just keeping him locked in place. This means they're just able to get like long-range damage onto Hao. And we know that getting into right about that 12-minute mark now, depending on where he is in terms of itemization, in terms of gold lead within that lane prior, it depends on how well and how impactful he's going to be coming into this kind of mid to late game territory right now.
Yeah, and now the Crimson Golem under contention here. Astar Esports looking to make everything uncomfortable. I mean, yeah, they picked it up though.
Yeah, they got it to How. I mean, you put it into How, I feel like it's probably going to be a better check here, just to give him a little bit more damage rather than give it over to Fang, who's been getting caught out quite frequently within these team fights, and is the clear target for the side of Astar.
And look at how they're disengaging, turning that into just forward front to put.
Oh, Abdo! Oh, he gets a takedown on the ASD. Nobody saw him come out of anywhere. He was just like a jack in the box over the wall. Gets the pick up. Aruru is just trying to dodge that CC, but Abdo, man, he's coming for Wawa's heart.
Yeah, and that's a huge one, right? ASD is all about that wave clear, and now it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them. It's slowing it down, right? And, you know, ASD hasn't had the greatest game. He's 0-2-4, but it's all about that late game, just kind of getting that wave clear. Deal with the minions, but now with this Overlord, it's going to be even tougher for Scarz to kind of defend here.
Even tougher, it's going to make an even easier effort for the likes of Gen.G to just push a lane, right? Like, you can just, if you don't have a minion wave coming through just yet, just put your critters down. Your critters are going to take the aggro of the turret, and then if you put the Vanguard down, it's going to take even more damage thanks to that Vanguard being put down in that select lane. But popping the pressure down to the top side splinters the efforts here of Scarz.
Yeah, and the Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane, something to take note of. They're going to put pressure on the top, though, just to kind of, you know, just balance them out more than anything else. Chip away, do some sort of structural damage, whatever they can do, because, again, Scarz can't even leave their base at this point.
They can't leave the base. Obviously, Mayin, obviously Abdo went down bot side to just make sure that the minion wave wasn't pushed too far in front of the lane there, so they can potentially get a bit of a fight here. There it is. The Gorge mobilization does get used here as well. Just using that pseudo tank into the back line there just drives them away from this, but means that they can just get that long range damage from the Suya there. Just using that universal law to get the smackdown onto the side of Scarz. They lose their first T3. That's not the position you want to be in if you're Scarz right now.
And VO, I mean, that universal, all that zoning, that damage is up. Oh, they find him.
They did find him, as Ruru has to be careful. Oh, okay, Truth Launcher doesn't come through, but it's it was a non-starter, baby. They were able to get out of that one alive, and Ruru looks a little bit more worse for wear.
I mean, he just face-checked that brush, and Astar Esports were just hunting, waiting, setting up the trap. They wanted him, but Aruru, just enough to just barely stay alive, but they have to back off, and Astar Esports using that space, picking up another Shadow Tyrant again.
Yeah, I mean, you just briefly caught the glimpse of the vision score, right? Like, the person who with the most vision score is Zugzwang here. So he's just playing the sheer one to perfection, right? Like, he's just making sure he's face checking with this huge AoE. He's getting the intel up. Aruru's always in the most predictable of brushes, and they know this. And they're just trying to take these team fights. And Abdo is always catching them by surprise. And right now, they're looking to go for that T3 into the top side here. It's going to be a lot of damage being taken off here. And Fang's getting hit with the knockups from the Mayin, from the Agudo as well. That's 2 T3s down, and Scarz just put themselves in a little bit more of a worse situation, but we can't have A7 overextend.
Perfect siege right there. That's exactly how you want to do it as Astar Esports. Lose nothing, but take everything. And the way that they did it was so clean. They were able to take both at the same time because of, again, this Agudo has been a problem for Scarz.
Yeah, huge problem. I mean, it's put the pressure on into the early game. It's still putting the pressure on quite visibly here for the side of Scarz also right now. But Astar are now currently ahead around about that 3k gold lead. So from what has been kind of like a very neutral 100 few gold difference between both of these teams is now slowly going into favor of Astar. And it's really going to start to build here as we see Mirage has that sanctification, right? So he's going to do a lot more damage as the time goes on.
Yeah, continuing on, but look at just how the suffocating offense from Astar Esports. They're just all the way back dealing with all these minions. It is mad chaos in this house.
It is literally, and it's not just the minions, it's the critters as well, right? Like, they're like, wait, why is there a boar in my base? And it's huge. It's the same size as Lady Sun. I don't think we should be allowing them to take down a 1v1.
But if we kill it, we'll have dinner. I mean, that's the positive way of thinking about it, right? But they take it down. They've held, at least for now. The Crystal has taken a little bit of damage, but they need to just try to just salvage what they can in the jungle. They're not going to find anything.
Yeah, I mean, they're committing too much, obviously, into the own jungle, right? Like, you just saw there, Astar went for a little bit of a Hail Mary play, right? Just kind of, like, forced the bot side of the map. And you saw all of Scarz into the top side, trying to just kind of recover that Crimson Golem, but didn't get anything from it.
Yeah, they didn't get anything. And I mean, Astar Esports putting the pressure on all 3 lanes. They've done a great job, and now they want this Crimson. Scarz just trying to fight for whatever.
They're trying to fight one forever, but Abdo into the backline, just keeping them all in check there. Look at that damage coming through from Abdo as well. Oh my goodness. We see Mirage with that double kill as well. He makes it a triple. Can he go for a quaddy? He could potentially there, but it's going to be given over to VO there. Now we just need the minion waves to come through, and Astar with a team ace could get this game 2 on the board here. Quadra kill for Mirage, baby.
And that's going to be looking to be it. I mean, Astar Esports just going to walk it down. They're going to wait for the minions, and Astar Esports going up 2-0 against Scarz. Wow.
So, I mean, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here. We almost get an A-Star back-to-back 3-0 matches, which is crazy to think about. They've just taken RA Esports with a 3-0. They're looking for more blood. They're looking to be the top team within Group A, which completely overshadows my predictions for this week. I said, hey, the only 2 teams that could possibly come out of this is either RA or Scarz. And now it's like, sorry, A-Star, there's another star here. We're not Scarz, we are stars.
Yeah, I think Astar Esports hurt you. They got offended, and they were like, they took it personally, right? And they showed up. But the biggest thing is like the way that they're taking towers. That's the biggest change that I've seen, is that the tempo that they're playing has just been like it's about speed, right? You get some sort of kill, turn it into a tower, and continue to push. Before the 5-minute mark, I mean, they've taken like 2 T1s. They're looking for that T2. This is a team that's really starting to roll and finding it, playing objective-based and very smartly.
Very smart as well. I mean, it's not like they went up against an easy draft as well, right? Like, they played up against a Dharma, very expensive pick. The Orgren, we're still debating if this is an expensive pick for some of these teams within KME. Obviously, Lady Sun, Sakia, Nua, all pretty sort of like top tier picks, right? It's not like it's kind of like a ragtag of hero team comp. It works, but not under the pressure of what A-Star was able to amass in the early game and still transition that through to the mid game, thanks to obviously Abdo with those fantastic catch-ups, Mirage with the quadra kill towards the end as well.
I mean, Mirage has really stepped up in this series. It's been amazing, right? And Mfang, when you're talking about Ogren, there are moments where he was like fighting 1 versus 3, but once Mirage got those critical, massive items, he would just tear through him. And Mfang had to respect that. Not able to be up front, not able to chase him down, and Mirage was able to kind of get going. Yes, he ended up 5-0-3, but he got a quadra kill, so he was kind of largely quiet. He was chipping away, only doing about 55,000 damage, which is actually the lowest on the team.
Yeah, that's lowest on the team, which is crazy, right? Super duper crazy that these teams have just kind of gone back for back. Obviously, Fang there with the damage, as well as obviously ASD trying to kind of translate that damage onto the back line of A-Star. So really, very interestingly here, they were able to get that 2-0 for right now, but it just looked like this at any moment in time could have been Scar's game if they just took the right team fight.
Yeah, if they took the right team fight, that was the biggest issue. And this is why, this is a difference, dare I say, from like the top tier teams, and then where we are with Scarz. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to kind of hit that mark, but the guy who did hit that mark was Mirage. MVP 5-0-2 with that quadra kill towards the end, but he was just enough to kind of get you over that hump to close this game out.
Yeah, I mean, 16% of the damage dealt there. I mean, it's not the most impressive number, right? But like, it's still... He laid the damage where it needed to be, like getting those 5 kills onto the board. I mean, 4 of them happened at the last part of the game, right? So if that quadra kill didn't happen, he'd be sitting on 1-0-2. But really, it was the efforts of obviously the sanctification coming online earlier to deal a little bit more damage towards that late game. But then obviously just down to his due diligence, his positioning within these team fights meant that Mirage was able to pop up and get his MVP.
Yeah, they had moments, right? Scarz, that is. I mean, yeah, Mirage did get the MVP, but, Scarz, like here, like Mfang just getting caught out there, can't die, right? And then this is that moment where they're trying to go all in just for this Crimson. They get caught out. They lose everyone. Astar Esports literally running it down at that stage and made them pay, right? They got baited out by the Crimson Golem more than anything else.
Oh, absolutely. They got jebaited there. But at the same time, that's going to be it. A-Star do take game number 2 for themselves and potentially looking for a game number 3. So back-to-back, they're going for the unblemished record of day number 3 within the survival week, which would be pretty crazy, right? A-Star, a team that didn't have the quite greatest performance within the ranking week, are looking to step up a lot within this 3rd day of survival week. But before we get into that last game of the day, potentially we're going for a short break. So don't go anywhere.
to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. We are potentially on the last match of the day here. Astar going with a 2-0 fashion against Scarz. Did anybody catch this? I didn't expect this, and I think neither of us did on this broadcast desk, right, Hola?
Well, I didn't expect it to be 2-0 in this convincing fashion. That's the biggest thing. Astar Esports is really impressed in those first two games. They've been very clinical with their movements, putting the pressure on, and making it very difficult for Scarz to even play in this game.
Yeah, very, very difficult, to be honest, because obviously they've had like decent drafts. Like obviously game number 1 was probably a little bit more favored towards Scarz, but it was just those pickoffs of Abdo in game number 1. And then game number 2, it was just more of an all-rounded team comp for the side of Astar, whereas same as Scarz, it wasn't like it was an easy team comp to go up against. It just meant that you needed to know where to put those right kind of pieces at the right time to combat Scarz's team draft.
Yeah, they need to figure out a way to just get back in. I mean, execution has been a problem. Astar Esports has been just really putting the pressure on, but there are holes. Obviously, Scarz need to figure that out. I think that draft-wise, it hasn't been too far off. It's just a bit like, just like trying to get out of your own jungle and putting the pressure on has been the biggest thing. Scarz has been playing a very defensive series thus far.
Very defensive there. They need to be a little bit more aggressive in the early game, right? I mean, in terms of obviously objective takedown as well, we've seen that Astar pretty much took every tyrant of that game number 2 as well, right? Like, so they weren't even giving over those kind of big damage spikes, or temporary damage spikes, shall I say, from the tyrants onto the side of Scarz. So it was really kind of like hoping that Lady Sun on how on the Lady Sun would come online, or even that ASD would have those really detrimental kind of annihilations, which really didn't catch up anybody on the side of Astar.
Yeah, they weren't able to get going. I mean, how on that Lady Soon? It was interesting. Like, or sorry, like, why would you pick the Lady Soon like that? I'm wondering if because it's like totally non-traditional in terms of how that draft pick. Lady Soon is like wide open. Nobody picks that hero, dare I say, right? And to pick it up, especially first phase, it seemed like they were kind of like just honing in on how to lock it in, but it didn't really make sense in the long term. Like, it's not a real good strategy to draft like that.
No, it isn't. I mean, maybe it's more of a comfort pick for Hal, right? Maybe he loves that pick. Maybe they knew that Astar might have not been as aggressive with their draft ranks. I mean, Lady Sun got drafted at the early part of the BP, right? So in terms of like the early game potential of Astar, at that point of the game, there wasn't a massive amount. So they weren't really expecting, obviously, the pay to come through, because I'm pretty sure it was banned in that one. And then obviously towards the end of the draft, that's when we got the Igudo. So a good counter to a late game hero is to have a brilliant early game and stop them kind of having the room to breathe and get those resources onto the Gorge, which is exactly what Astar did.
Yeah, definitely what Astar did. A lot of what Scarz did not do, right? They were not able to kind of find that farm, continuing on, and just like, again, just so defensively played, right? And if they want to have a chance, obviously M-Fang has been the man. They need to get him going, but they need to give him space. And Astar just being able to put the pressure on, you know, Abdo has been absolutely amazing. They have zero answers right now from Scarz.
Zero answers, but there needs to be some kind of answer, right? Like, Scarz in that mini break needs to be like, right, okay, guys, maybe we need to go for our biggest draft yet. Like, we need to make sure we're not rolling with the punches, because, I mean, right now, if Scarz lose this game, they don't have many more games to get themselves back onto the board, right? Like, they are definitely at a loss for having any more opportunities to bounce back after this one, because they only have CMF tomorrow, and then they have R8 again tomorrow as well, which already we've seen R8 3-0 Scarz, so it's not looking too good for them, right? Like, they are, anything can happen with Honor of Kings Esports, but it's not looking too good for Scarz if they lose this one a 3-0.
This is a pressure cooker for Scarz, right? It's a true test to see where this team is at. Are they able to kind of overcome? I think that going in, like, to today, I would have said like Scarz definitely had the edge over Astar. I mean, they beat them 3-2 earlier, right? So why wouldn't they be able to repeat that? But the way that this series has been going, Scarz have been shaken. Like, they've been shook in that sense, and they're reeling from all of the blows that Astar Esports have been putting on them. They put the pressure on Scarz again, just really just trying to find some sort of answer here.
They are, but I mean, we've just had an answer to that 5th game. Nongshim Red Force takes the 3-2. So Nongshim Red Force is obviously going to be the top of Group S. Gen.G are now at 2 series, lost to 1. So really, they've only got that last game to play, which means that they are going to solidify them place at the 2nd place within this group, right? Like, unless Crazy Raccoons manage to get this one for themselves in a 3-0 fashion, it's going to be at the point where Gen.G and Nongshim are going to be at the top of that bracket. And then Crazy Raccoons will probably be the lower bracket team there as well. But honestly, I think all eyes are rightfully on Group A at this moment in time, right? Like you were saying, our Scarz, they need an answer to this Astar Esports, and hopefully right now we're going to see it within this game number 3 BP. If not, this is going to be an Astar sweep of a day.
Yeah, it might be. It's not looking great, I mean, at this point. But Astar Esports, they have Scarz, like, reeling at this point. Look at Scarz. Like, look at their mannerisms. They're looking down. I mean, yes, they're looking for the coach, but they need to be pumped up a bit, right? You're down 0-2. You haven't lost the series. You still have a chance on this one. You got to play for this game, and you got to play the long game in that sense of just giving your team a chance.
Yeah, that's all they need to do. Give their team a chance. Draft themselves one of their best drafts yet, but it looks like they're not going to give over the pay to the side of Astar, and Astar are still not giving up that early. So is one of these teams going to go for the Mai Shiranui? I mean, VO, we've been seeing play a lot more mages rather than the Mai Shiranui, so maybe they give it over to Scarz, and maybe that's how Scarz come out on top.
Yeah, I think for Astar, though, this is one where you've got the man down, you got their foot on the throat, now is the time, end it, right? They're going to go with Yixing, which is not the typical first pick, but again, setting it up for VO, realizing that, hey, this guy is so much utility, a lot of damage, it doesn't really matter what you're picking, especially to start this draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice first blue pick, I think. Yixing, especially as we get into the the latter parts of a best of 5, right? Like the global ban pick is definitely going to kind of like thrust these like Yixing picks towards the kind of like front and vocal point of a blue side draft. But over to the side of Scarz, obviously the reason why Astar didn't take it is because obviously they've already used the Hue 1 in game number 1. But now we see here that Flowball Marksman started to come through, Hue 1 as well. And then over to the side of Astar, it looks like they're going to go and draft in another big pick here for Abdo. It's going to be the Guan Yu and the Zhang Fei. So a nice crowd control combo going on here between those two.
Yeah, it's like, how much control do you want? Yes. I mean, everything here is just locking you down. I mean, you get out of position, you might have a problem. Scarz respond with their own crowd control, but again, Astar Esports, the only thing that they're really lacking right now is they need some sort of damage dealer. They need to kind of, I mean, you can make use of that control, great, but you need the damage to ensure that whoever you control, you blow up.
Yeah, exactly. You definitely need the control. I mean, the damage is going to come from Yixing at a certain point in the game, right? I mean, taking liberties definitely does a chunk of damage in the early game, but as he kind of progresses within the mid to late game, obviously he's going to stack with his passive. That's going to give him more ability damage as well. So the damage is already kind of set onto the table here for Astar. I feel like they are looking more towards a marksman that's going to be a little bit more friendlier to them. Maybe go for something that has a little bit more long range here to counter the Flowball Marksman. Maybe the likes of a Chano, right? We haven't seen many Chanos today.
I think we've seen one earlier. I think that was pretty much it. I don't remember the series at this point. But yes, but definitely a potential. You need that damage, the jump in. But going into this one, the second phase is going to be key. They're going to ban out both the Luna and the Byron. A lot of that control, the Storm Strikes that you saw, the power from Abdo that you saw. Take that away, right? And that's the biggest thing. But the Fatih, we've seen this guy shine throughout the entire KME here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in Shine even most recently on Wawa, right? Like, that was a big pickup. I mean, I believe we've even seen the likes of Kai pick up on this pick as well. It's really good pick. It's a very sort of like heavy access into the back line here. And when you've got a pick like the Yixing and potential Marco Polo here, there's a lot that could go wrong onto the side of Scarz if they step into the wrong territory a little bit too soon.
Oh my gosh, like that board with that, the Razor Cavalry, that's been locked in, and the Fever Barrage, the Umbrella, like on top of that, that's the dream, right? But Scarz, they find a way. They're going to go with the Kong Min to potentially lock this one down for that damage. I mean, you kill the Marco Polo and the Ukyo, you're going to have just a really lacking damage on that squad, but Scarz going a little bit safer. They want to go for the M-Fang, potentially Lamb. I think that's going to be the locked in one. Yes.
Yeah. Lamb there's going to be the last little pick here for the side of Scarz. I think we saw Scarz play this earlier as well. It played very well. Like, obviously they were using the Lamb to sort of like keep themselves into position, obviously not to get the takedown of the T1 in the territories as well. But you've got to really get a contest here, right? Like, if Lamb's going to go in, you've got the potential counter engage of the Unbridled Outburst. You've got the board. You've got Ukyo that can kind of keep you in place as well. And then after all that, you've got the potential setup, like you were saying there, Holler. Guan Yu pushing everybody into the board, and then the Fever Barrage comes through. You're more than likely going to be seeing the cleanse here, right, onto Barrage on this Marco Polo, because there's a lot of CC on the enemy team. If you go for the Fever Barrage and then get hit by the Tremor Smash, it's pretty much like done deal if you don't go for this cleanse.
Yeah, got to stay alive more than anything else. His positioning is going to be key. And yes, he was the MVP, but he got that quad that kind of inflated his stats towards the end. But that's pretty much all you needed. But Astar Esports up 2-0. They could potentially win this series on this one, in this best of 5 here. Who are you giving the edge to?
I mean, so far, the way that we've seen Astar play, I'm more likely going to give it over to Astar, right? Like, in terms of draft, it does have its chances of failing, right? Like, if they can pick up the Ukyo very early, it's going to be an issue for him to start. Whereas, are they going to put a lot of focus into that top side of the map to obviously get a Ruru just kind of like a stellar ahead against Abdo? Or are they going to kind of get this pick off constantly onto VO, right? Because, I mean, VO is going to be one of the big setup pieces for the side of Astar.
Oh my gosh, they're all charged. Oh, they found Ochik in a bad spot. He's going to be trying to burst Ram to safety, but he's going to give up first of blood. Astar Esports, they change things up and they make him pay.
I'm glad I'm not a betting man, right? Imagine if I was trying to say, you know what, Scarz, yeah, I trust in this draft, but it's those little mistakes that happen, right? Like, it's not only that Ochik fell, his flash is off cooldown already. We're not even a minute into the game.
Yeah, I mean, the ambush was unreal, right? Astar Esports, completely. They have not done this, right? They had 4 members that were just waiting, and Ochik was just like, okay. I think they, they saw that Ochik likes to kind of scout things out, go in the brush, all of that stuff. But they, again, Astar Esports just one step ahead. They knew he was going to be there.
Yeah, exactly. And then Mirage just kind of like putting like salt on the wound, right? Like he was able to get that spike-tailed beast away from the side of Scarz for this moment in time. She saw the healing go over as well. So just keep constantly putting that pressure on, man. Like that's going to be the thing that gets Astar into this one. But the burst round being used here by Ochik, just trying to kind of force away and do the damage on the Dio. But this is what I was saying, right? Like Mfang is the top side of the map here.
Abdo needs to be careful.
A little bit.
The hook charge. Oh, the pushback from Mfang. Level 4, that was like the right moment. But now Abdo, he's going to go down.
Yeah, that Death from Below, man, it's deadly. I mean, it's aptly named Death from Below because it killed Abdo.
Yeah, actually, Death from Below, and it put him below. So in the end, I think that's where he is. But Jing-Tian looking for revenge, finds a Ruru, goes and finds Mfang, and this is Astar Esports. They have 4 members that taking liberties, not going to connect, but they find Mfang, which is the greater target. They will be happy with that return.
The greater target, but also the greater revenge as well, right? Like, that was just a direct, like, hey, you've just, like, done me dirty. It's time to get my boys roll through my lane. Like, that was a naughty 2v1 that I just fell to here.
Yeah, you beat up one guy. Yeah, you got the kill, but then he calls 3 of his friends with him? I mean, it's not even fair at that point, but yeah, I think they'll be happy. It's all about strength in numbers more than anything else, and they make Mfang pay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's what they need to do, right? They can't just kind of allow Scarz to get these kind of like minor pickups because, again, if they get pressure topside, it's going to create a problem here for the side of Astar. They need to make sure it's always in check, make sure it's always monitored so that Aruru's not really creating that backdoor.
Yeah, he needs to ensure that, like, that safety, right? To being into the right position. But the nice little board on the 2, locking him in. And the Unbridled Outburst on top of this one. But the Tremor Smash used in return. Ochik is looking to turn this around. Not able to get anything from the Death from Below. But they push him out. Scarz will survive, though.
The worst thing was, in that entire thing, was the fact that ASD flashed whilst the board was literally used. Like, you know, like it was locked in, it was concealed, and then he was like, you know what, I'm going to flash now. It's like, he thought he could get out, but he couldn't.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, I've done it myself, so I don't want to like call out on other people, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, yeah, he's done it, but I've done it too, so I don't want to point this one out and make him feel bad. But yeah, ASD with not a great play at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, it's the kind of like, these are like the small minor details that could really set up obviously a good fight for Astar, especially if they were able to catch that, right? Like if they found that intel and they report it to their teammates, it's going to make up for a bit of an easier gank into that mid lane or even on top of ASD at a certain team fight.
Yeah, and with 10 seconds, the Tyrant going to be up. Could be that potential window. In that mid lane, though, we're kind of seeing a little bit of action. The teleport is going to be there, but they find Zhong Zhuang. He got caught out, but now with the reinforcements, Jing-Tian not able to find Mfang to dash away. He gets the safety.
Wow. Look at him. I mean, it looked like he had no help on that gauge, but it's paid dividends here for Astar. I mean, yes, they lost Zhong Zhuang, but it means that Mfang's too bruised. He cannot go into that Tyrant pit or he will fall. So it's really just paid dividends here for the side of Astar overall. And now that they've got the Tyrant and now that they're ahead with the gold, it means that they can have a little bit more of a breezier team fight at this moment in time. So really, Scarz, Mfang, we need some more of those pickoffs.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Zhong Zhuang, I mean, going down on that one, I think it kind of helped them in the end because Mfang was so low, right? And just not being able to kind of go into that fight. But, you know, Astar Esports now, how do they kind of get back in? I mean, they're up about 200 gold. This is still 50-50 at the end of the day.
It is. It's literally bottlenecked at this point, right? Like, it's all about whatever team fight ensues. Like, if they take a bad team fight, if they get caught outside of Astar.
Nice Razor Cavalry. The board not able to get the catch. The Soaring Green Dragon and Aruru with the flash away, keeping him alive. They tried to throw everything in the kitchen sinks. Weren't able to get any sort of catch on this one.
They didn't get any catch, but again, they forced the flash from Aruru. He had to flash out or he would have died in that whole situation, right? Like, that's, again, just another good point onto the board for Astar. But, I mean, is a flash worth the trade for a T1 into the bot side?
Probably not, but I don't think he's going to fully commit. How is actually backing off. Mirage is going to be there, but it might be too little. No, the bottom T1 barely standing. You know, put some duct tape on it. It's still good. It's still good.
He's not a betting man. He's not a betting man. I would stay there till the end, but no, How maybe get taken out. He forces the flash from How as well. So
here comes the teleport. Ruru looking to go in for potentially the Tremor Smash. He's not able to connect the umbrella uppers. Use it in return. Ochik is trying to get on, but he gets stampeded on. Zugzwang makes it personal, takes out the roamer, but he trades his life away.
Roamers for roamers. I mean, that's a big abuse here for both of these roamers getting taken down. But again, it's just the roamer at this point of the game. It's their front line that's been taken off. To be honest, do Scarz have more of a front line? They have the Hue-1, as well as obviously just diving in with the Aruru to set up the team fight. So really, it's probably best for Astar not to take a team fight for the next like few seconds until Zugzwang is back in position.
Yeah, back in position, but they're losing their blue buff. He's going to be pushed away with that death from below. I mean, Abdo now on the prowl, but they're not going to be able to catch anything. Scarz doing a great job of invading, contending with all of the things in the jungle. Astar Esports on the defensive.
Yeah, they're on the defensive now. They have to be. They don't want to kind of be overzealous trying to wrap this one up quickly and then lose this game number 3, which could still potentially happen here. But you can kind of see Aruru just kind of focusing down to the bot side. It's going to more likely to be taken away here. But okay, no, good. Little bit of performance there from Jing and Mirage. Able to finish that one off. Stop that minion wave being pushed through.
Yeah, they didn't actually take the bottom T1. Somehow still holding on for dear life, and I think that they'll be okay with that. And I think Astar Esports are like, we'll let you know when you can have it. And now is not the time. Here's the Razor Cavalry. Abdo looking to go in for the heroic charge. He's going to take a lot of damage. Needs to be careful on this one. Astar Esports looking to just wrap around. Jingtian is still up in front. They do get the pick off. ASD is going to be down. The board is going to be set, but not going to be able to get any sort of catch. They find Aruru, who's taking a lot with that Resplendent Revolver. The mid T1 is under siege, but now they have to back off because the minions are wiped out.
No, that's a good play though, right? Like obviously Astar, they ushered through the minions down to the bot side, which meant that they could take the team fight into the mid and know that there was enough time for their blue minions to get the T1 and obviously pay back the efforts from How into the top side of the map. So really, like, playing that one to a very well good time.
Oh, the umbrella uppers. He just barely gets him, gets a stampede. Do they have the control? The Resplendent Revolver is just barely off, but the death from below, he's going aggressive. He gets the snipe out. He actually gets the kill onto Mirage, but he will. No, he gets stampeded. Yes, he gets smashed. Zugzwang will take him down, so they get something. But man, Mfeng with the play to at least salvage a kill.
Yeah, I mean, most people would have given up at that point, right? Like, Mfeng was just like, nah, I'm taking this guy out. I'm going out in a blaze of glory. I'm not allowing Mirage to get that kill onto me. So really getting those stacks, getting those marks for Fang, or Mfeng kept him alive.
Yeah, kept him alive more than anything else. I mean, Zugzwang, they barely able to take that, but he's under the tower, and it looks like Abdo not able to get the pull back. Ochik, though, gets Forbidden Domain back on that one, but Ochik will survive that T1, pushing them away. Jingtian now looking for this Crimson Golem. He's going to have to eat an Arrow Storm. Needs to be careful. He gets the swipes, and Jingtian with the smite will take it and gets himself on out.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't lose anybody. They got the enemy's Crimson Golem, which is obviously a good contention there for the side of Astar. It's going to really kind of blunder Mfeng on this lamp.
Yeah, for the first ram, Ochik just doing a lot of disruption, but he's taking a decent amount. The Tremor Smash, the flash away, he will survive. And now Astar Esports, that's a huge ult that's on cooldown, plus no flash.
Yeah, again, obviously Tremor Smash being used, as well as obviously the Unending Sorrow. It looks like as a bit of a Brucey bonus that Scarz is going to be able to get that T1 down to the bot side. It opens up then the map of Astar. But they got to be careful, man. Like, if they take one bad team fight, if they completely fluff this, it means that that T1 in the mid lane is going to get taken out.
Yeah, it's still on a knife's edge, right? This could go either way. I mean, it's a matter of that team fight. Look at how Aruru, though, is doing the split push as what you want to do. Mfeng tried to go aggressive, didn't find Zugzwang the way he wanted, but they will survive. Mfeng just being aggressive as he should.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see here as well that Mfeng is starting to get that itemization on board, right? He has the Purist guy, so now obviously those death from belows are going to be a little bit more kind of like sustainable when he gets that damage reduction from the active passive of that item. But he's got to be careful. He's got to use it at prime moments, because as soon as that gets taken off, and you are going to bet your sweet bibbity that somebody's going to be building that anti-heal right now. Obviously, Vio's more than likely got the Venomous Staff, so it's going to be a lot harder for Mfeng if he doesn't use the perfect Pure Sky to actually get anybody from these team fights.
And just a matter of time. I mean, he's still getting that farm. I think that will be key when he's feeling comfortable. I think right now, I mean, these big neutrals have gone all in favor of Astar Esports, forcing it down, even with Jingtian not even there. Abdo waiting in the wings. Who's going to take this one? The board set up, not able to get any sort of catch, though.
he doesn't get a catch, but he obviously isolates the minions away from the side of Scarz, which means that obviously clearing this up, one solo cannon minion is not going to siege that turret just yet, but Aruru needs to be careful. He doesn't want to get caught out here, top side of the map.
He's been playing well. I mean, he's stepped up. The game 2 was not one of his finest, but in this one, with this fatigue, he's doing a much better job. He needs to ensure that that split push is real. He's able to kind of do that wave clear. He needs to stay alive because he does contribute quite a lot of damage.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're currently seeing that Hao hasn't really had that damage come through yet. Obviously, just using those arrow storms to do damage from afar. But all right, okay. There we see Gen.G going against Aruru. There's a lot of slashing going on top side of the map.
Yeah, it's like a samurai fight in that one. Just like the two of them going at it with just like slashes galore. But in the end, the top T2 is going to be taken out. Astar Esports will be happy with that. They're going to regroup in the mid lane.
Very happy they dropped the Radiance there just to kind of keep them away from those boars, able to get the last little hit there to secure some more resources over to the side of Astar. They are ahead by around about 2k gold now. So they have to just keep maintaining this distance, maintaining this team fight kind of like etiquette that they're going for right now.
And this is that moment. Ochik with that burst ram, spotting out Jingtian, who's been, again, with that vision, he's kind of been up front. He's always ready to make that potential jump in, which Scarz needs to respect because he's that guy that's going to be doing quite a bit.
The scary thing is now is both Abdo and Mirage have that
unending sorrow. He's going to dodge that one, but now the Tremor Smash in return onto 2. Abdo with the pushback finds ASD. That's going to be that kill. Now the board, the slashes are not enough. Ochik has been killed, but Abdo is going to trade away his life. They find Hao, and they want to run it down. They find Aurora, but Mfang just dealing with the minion wave, just trying to salvage this, slow it down more than anything else. They find it. The Leaping Savior, Zugzwang will survive, taking liberties, just zoning, and I think that's going to be the end. It's a 3-for-1.
Nice positioning overall, though, right? But I mean, it goes back to the point before we got that big, massive, like, action going up. Like, the problem that was within that whole team fight was the 2 frigid charge. Like, only one was being used, and Abdo used it onto ASD, which meant that he was able to push him into a safe space for his team to actually get the lock onto ASD. So now that they have 2 frigid charges, obviously Marco Polo and Mirage, it's going to be deadly, right? Like, obviously here, uses it, stuns him. It's enough time to get that pixel perfect moment and just get him pushed from that turret 2 times. Beautifully played there by Abdo. Really good play. But obviously the positioning and the way that Zugzwang was able to get from that T1 territory without dying was a really good play as well.
I mean, if Abdo was able to get that Razor Cavalry, I mean, just lock him in that board, and then you have the Zugzwang. That's like best case scenario for any of these.
Yeah.
They've got the taking liberties onto Ochik, but they pushed him back. But the team fight from Astar Esports is real. They need to be super scared, Scarz that is, and take, dare I say, they need a split push more than anything else and not fight into this death ball.
Yeah, they need to take it in a split team fight.
The burst ramp, Ochik. The board, Umbrella Outburst, they find him and they instantly burst Hao. He had no chance. That is a ton of damage, and now the bottom T3 is looking to go down. Zugzwang is going to trade away his life, and Abdo, sliver of life, no, he's going to be taken out. Mfang is going ham. He's trying to 1v5 everybody, taking them all down, but Mfang will take his life away. But in the end, Scarz get the ace.
They get the 8. That was a beautiful play there by Mfang. I mean, once again, I think it's the same kind. No, it was Gen.G last time, right? Against Crazy Raccoons. They had the Vanguards at the Crystal. Didn't quite take the game, but if there was minions there and they got for the team ace, but then got took out by the Vanguards. But beautiful play there by Mfang.
Look at this, just how they were able to instantly burst Hao. I mean, they were under the tower, so this was going to be tough for Astar Esports. But then Mfang, he's like, oh, you want to go for my base? Let's go. He decides to go death from below, and he gets all 3 of them, and he trades away his life, but the rest of the team just follow up with that damage. Really well played by Mfang, and just he got that moment where he's now got the items to do a crazy amount of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely gave them the room to breathe here on the side of Scarz. I mean, it's not at, like, the most perfect play because, obviously, they did lose the higher ground turret, which means there's going to be a heck of a pressure down to the bottom side of the map right now. But it gives them the motivation to say, hey, look, if we just play around Mfang, we can win this one still.
Yeah, Mfang has been the guy, right? I think that finding Hao has been great, and it looked really good for Astar Esports. But dive in that tower, and you know that tower is like having an extra player on that team. It's going to do a decent amount. It's going to push you back, and then Mfang, once they're all grouped, it's going to be super gravy. Ochik will be fine on this one, though.
Oh, that was a beautiful play there. I mean, a teammate saving play by Hao.
Oh, for sure. Okay, it looks like Mfang looking to wrap around. Astar Esports know that there's a murderer on the loose. This guy could go at a moment's notice, coming from any angle. They need to be super careful with how they proceed if they have a chance in this game.
I mean, Zugzwang's just too trigger happy with that Radiance, right? Like, if he timed that a little bit more correctly there, Mfang would have been caught. They could have literally had green light go onto the side of Astar, but he's just kind of pressing it. As soon as he sees Mfang, he panics. He's like, guys, I gotta press it. If I don't press it now, he's gonna kill me. And then they press it a little bit too early. I feel like need to be a little bit more reserved on that Radiance.
Yeah, they need to figure something out because, I mean, Mfang could also, he has the speed to really kind of bait spells out potentially. Now, Ochik is in a bad spot. The Umbrella Outburst pushing him the wrong way, though. And now they have the board, but they have Ochik locked in. He's got the burst ramp, but he's taking the Fever Barrage is on point, though. But Barrage is all the way up in front. He's going to be picked off as well as Jing Tian. And Mfang is finding them on the back line off of a double kill thus far. And they want more. They want Zugzwang. It's a triple, and they're continuing on. And look at where Mfang goes. Instantly the top lane looking to push and end this game.
And the worst thing is, Zugzwang can't recall. He can't recall. That has to be a healthy minion for them to take this base with that one. But you can see ASD, you can see Aruru. They're rotating around. They're looking for a comeback here. And what a play by Mfang. They get game 3 going into Scarz' favor.
All right, clear MVP's got to be Mfang, right? Once he hit one online, it was just instantly in their favor. Every single team fight, and that was that moment. I mean, he was completely off the map for quite some time. Astar Esports were looking very good. They were starting to open it. But once that bottom T3 siege went on, that was that moment where Mfang was like, time to shine, brothers.
This is where we kind of see that tunnel vision come through for some of these teams, right? Like, yes, they're 2-0 ahead, but then little moments of that happen, and then it's kind of just like, that'll haunt you into going into next game, right? Like, you've really got to make sure your mental's in check next game, that you are always checking that the minion waves are pushed in your favor before you take a team fight. Because if you look back on that one in the highlights, you're going to see the big mistake that happened there by Astar. They played that team fight a little bit too aggressive into the enemy jungle, and then it just meant that as soon as Mirage used the Fever Barrage into the backline of the enemy team and couldn't do enough damage, it just meant that the damage just fell away for the side of A7, and Mfang just had that clear go to get into the backline and take down VO.
And that was what we were waiting for. We were waiting for Mfang to just turn it on, right? But 2 other games, we didn't really see him kind of have this moment. But the LAM has been his jam, right? And being able to turn that on, right? And when you know that, hey, if we lose this game, we're done, right? We're completely out. Yeah. We're not going to have a great chance. But Mfang is like, nah, I got you, brothers. 8-3-3, and just really stepped up and carried this game.
Oh, huge step up. Not only a team ace, but then towards the end, just wiping 4 of the members. But then a good, obviously, like, little bit of shepherding here for the rest of the side of Scarz, right? They kept Zugzwang from not going back to base. If he went back to base, I mean, it's a Zhongfei. He's not going to be able to clear out a minion wave, especially what was coming through onto the side of Scarz. But 93.4k damage from Mfang. And honestly, I have to give props to Hao and ASD, right? ASD with 96.5, but Hao, whenever they tried to go in with a bit of an engage, especially with Jing Tian on the Yukio, he would just use the Arrow Storm, and by the time the Arrow Storm finished, Jing Tian was like a 3rd health just left of his bar. It was really crazy the amount of damage that Hao was doing, even though his presence felt quite like minuscule within the team fights.
Yeah, he wasn't, it seemed like he was being focused, and I mean, in the end, I think the rest of Scarz just had a lot of damage. Ochik did a decent amount, but this cold graph, wow. I mean, just a little bit of red, and that's kind of all you really need in the end. Scarz just being able to close the game out, find ways to come back. It's about those gaps, right? It's about those mistakes that you had. Astar Esports on that siege, everything was looking gravy until that high ground siege, and Scarz made them pay.
They made them pay, and Mfang gets another MV pay. It is going to be a KDA of 833. Damage dealt is going to be 20%, and then damage taken 26%, which is all obviously at the thanks of that Pure Sky, right? Like, if that Pure Sky wasn't built, he would have got run down so easy into those team fights. He wouldn't have lasted any more than like 2 seconds, especially with the damage that was coming through from the Marco Polo, as well as obviously the Yixing as well. But now, as we're going to see in the highlights, how Mfang played this beautifully to a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look good for Scarz, let's be very honest, right? Yeah. Astar Esports put the pressure on. I mean, they were trading away things. I mean, they were making some good ones. And then they find Mfang on this point. Mfang gets the kill onto Mirage before he visits the afterlife, so to speak. But there were moments where you're like, oh my gosh, how are Scarz going to come back? but they had that fighting spirit. The resilience is unreal, being able to just kind of take this. Abdo doing a great job here, shepherding them in. They get ASD. This was a huge win for them, but then they tried to turn it. The board was looking good as well, and this is kind of where you're like, oh, okay, this is pretty much a Scarz Esports game to lose.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can see here that they were able to get that T3 down to the bot side of the map, but obviously Fang, he was just kind of like the final call, right? The last resort. He gets the push into the top side, and then here, everybody's low. Abdo goes down super duper easy. Same with Yukio. Death from below just pushed them too far away. The Pure Sky gets activated. He's basically unstoppable at that point.
Basically unstoppable. I mean, that was the tipping point, right? Every fight from that moment, Fang was the guy, right? Yes, they had the board, and they're like, oh, chicken, like, look at Fang on the backline, fighting 1 versus 5 for everybody, and then Aruru coming on in, and then that was just cleanup, right? So Scarz understanding where the weak points are, how to get to the flank, Fang with that perfect engagement, and this is why he was MVP.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely deserved it, especially after that KDA, that performance. But before we get into the next game, we're going to take a short break before game number 4. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you soon.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down. When I run around, you don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time waiting here. Go, live from like we go.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
You can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory.
Say.
I've treated my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time waiting here. Go, live from rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H-E-R-O.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. And we are just seeing that the game number 3 that looked like it was going to be Astar's at Dead to Rights after such a fantastic performance from R8 at beating the A-Stars as well at 3-0. But also how they played in game number 1 and game number 2. But Fang, he chose that lamp. He changed that last second pick and it gave them the victory in game number 3. So all still to play here for Scarz.
Yeah, a lot to play for on this one. I mean, it seemed like a moment where they just like ran into a brick wall as Star Esports at that point, right? And Scarz is just like, not just yet, right? And this is kind of like the makings of the storybook series, right? Where you're kind of like, the reverse sweep is definitely possible, right? Because that momentum, the way that they lost, that has got to hurt the psyche of Astar Esports. Now, for them, hopefully during the break, they took a timeout and they're like, hey, we got to forget about that, right? We just got to, namaste our way out of this, because that was a rough one. We forget about it, but let's go back into this one with this same clarity that we had in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, go again. But I mean, it's just the effectiveness of obviously Hue 1 as well, right? Like, obviously, that was in the behest of Scarz in that game number 3. Game number 2, it was for Astar as well. So just really showing the detriment of this pick as well, right? Like, ASD did a lot of damage on the Hue 1, got a lot of intel, but it's all ultimately down to Mfang as well. But you have to give props over to like Ochik, and I believe it was ASD when there was obviously that fight where he looked pretty low. There was taking the Marco Polo as well. But the fact is, he knew he could def from below, from behind, because Yukio was coming through, and then they denied that team collapse for the side of Astar. So I feel like props over to Scarz had to play that game in one, because we were a little bit confused on how they could come back, but that was definitely the answer, right? They came back swinging in that game number 3, looking to go for more in game number 4.
Yeah, never say die with Mfang. I mean, he was off the map for quite some time, but then when he showed up, you knew that it was going to be the right moment. Scarz going with the Arlie and Astar Esports, going with our favorite dynamic duo, the Double Ds, Dune and Dolia.
Double D's, Dune and Dolia. Will we get that triple D that sometimes comes through as well? It's yet to be seen.
Where?
Don't get too excited.
Got it.
Don't get too excited. Okay? The Arlie and the Luna. I mean, you can't get excited now because Luna's come through, right? Luna, Guan Yu here for the side of Scarz. It's going to be pretty scary, man. I mean, they've been banning out this Luna the entire series, as well as banning out the Dharma for the likes of Astar. That's our triple D there. So Dharma is not going to come through. We're still happy with the doubles. But Chano here as well is going to be what we was alluding to in the last game. But Chano being a good counter to the Arlie in lane.
Yeah, I think they needed to save it for this moment, right? More than anything else, right? Understanding that you can just, like, you don't want to pick the Chano just, like, straight up without actually knowing what the opposing are, because he has a lot of good, he's a great counter pick to some of those farm laners, especially for that Arlie. He's definitely going to have themselves a chance. But the Dune pick, to me, is a little... like, it's questionable, right? Because I always find like this, the tank junglers have kind of fallen off. They haven't really had as much success, especially to kind of start this off. Yes, it's great with the Dolia, but it's just not the same. And that back line is going to get run up on, especially with Mfang's Luna looking for everyone.
Yeah, I think maybe Astar was just trying to bait them out and say, hey, look, it's going to be the Dune and Dolia combo, not the newer and Dolia combo, right? Because, I mean, they banned out the newer here. They banned it out 2 matches in a row. So they're really kind of focusing VO here in terms of what they could go for. To be honest, they could still go for, I believe it was Scarz that played Lady Chen in the first game, not Princess Frost. No, was it? I'm trying to think.
I think
it was what...
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's Scarz. Scarz played the Princess Frost, and obviously they've already played the Lady Chen. So Astar's here. They need to try and think of something else that could go into the mid. Obviously they've used the Yixing as well. So they need a kind of a full save, Maybe try and go for a lane top side of the map, maybe. So they have the access into the back line to really try and shut down the likes of the Arlie if they really want to.
Okay. Yeah. Still has some options. I'm not 100% sold on this Astar lineup thus far. Yeah, they're not going to go to full mage. I was thinking that's kind of questionable. But the Dune going in, and then you have the Guan Yu that just repositions him in a bad spot. Like, that's like best case scenario for Scarz. That's like the theory behind what they've picked with that Guan Yu, which could be devastating. But now the Celestial Melody, it really comes back to just how is he able to kind of keep him alive. But now the Dolia, like, not too much value if you're talking about like the Celestial Melody at this stage, though.
Yeah, exactly. There's not much value. You're not going to give 2 leaders stance over to Chano. You're not going to give 2 blazing brilliances over, right? Unless there's a huge minion wave coming through and you need 2 of those burning brilliances. It's like, yeah, no, it's not going to happen. But man, Scarz here with a good draft. They go for the Yixing and Guan Yu combo for themselves, but then they're also locking the Mutsu here as well for Ochik. So really having that long range setup here for the side of Scarz. I can't imagine we're going to be seeing because, I mean, if we have this strong front line here with the Baichi, obviously the taunt coming through, is really going to try and stop the Luna here, but that's a lot of tank. That's a lot riding on Mirage to get to that late game onto the Chano in terms of damage.
He's going to have to just really pick up on this one. But it looks like, for me, I'm thinking it's going to be... Okay, yeah, they're going to go with the Abdo Baichi Dune Jingtian. This is going to be an interesting one. I don't... You know, I'm not 100% sold on the Baichi in the Clash to kind of finish that one out. I think he's going to do fine in terms of the laning, but it's more of like that mid-game team fights when things are happening. Is that taunt really going to be enough? And is he able to find the Arlie?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking, right? Like, if we don't give over the double unruly blade to Dune, we give over the double taunt to the Baichi, right? So, like, you dive in once. If you don't get anybody, you can then reposition the dive. Or if you can dive in, bait out a lot of skills, and then use that taunt once again to get on top of the enemy team once they've already been battered and bruised. But you can obviously see the potential here of the team, but I feel like if they pick out, if the side of Astar pick up O-Check pretty early, that's already going to stop the setup for such great team fights in their favor. Because I feel like you're going to really be relying on that cannon blast to kind of stop either of those tanks making the first move. Because that's what Astar's draft's all about, right? Making that first move.
Yeah, making that first one, making them pay more than anything else. But it's not going to be the easiest thing to do. I mean, I know that they think that, like, M-Fang will be diving with the Luna, right? And so you have that taunt so that you have that control, and then you're able to burst her, and you have that potential. So in theory, makes sense. Is Abdo able to hit those taunts? It's going to be key in this one.
Absolutely. That's the whole point, right? If the taunts don't hit, it's not going to connect. The same with the side of Scarz. If the cannon blast doesn't connect, it's not going to really have that much of a devastating effect. And at the same time, we've seen Mirage on the late game heroes like the Lung already. Yes, he got the quadra kill towards the end, but if he didn't get that quadra kill, it would have been kind of like a little bit of a depressing kind of KDA for him. So really hoping that this Chano gets online, or they play long enough for this Chano to get online. It's going to be the potential fall off of the Arlie going up against Chano.
Yeah, it really comes back to that one, just the laning phase, right? I mean, if M-Fang is able to kind of get that farm, I mean, they might have a tough time. Like, Jingtian is not going to be able to keep on pace. And look at how VO, they're going together. They're using the buddy system, just trying to accelerate the farm as much as possible to kind of get Jingtian going, because he can't keep up.
No, yeah, I mean, they're taking the leap out of Gen.G's book, right? Like, they're just making sure that Zugzwang is going to be a lot more proactive onto the Gorge, rather than kind of the sticking at the hip of either the Dune or the Chano here into the bot side of the map. They're giving over aid to the Baichi as well, so Abdo needs that help. Obviously, he needs the extra little bit of healing, even though he has self-sustain healing with his kit.
Yeah, M-Fang, though, just dancing with his food, so to speak. Jingtian, not going to be able to hit with that Wind Slash, but the Chaos Cinder will, and they do a decent amount. I mean, if they were able to kind of combo those and stack the stuns properly, they would have a pretty decent chance, because M-Fang kind of squishy.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If you land that combo of the Angelix, not only do you get the slow, each skill is going to do a lot more damage as well, right? Like, she's going to be able to burst you down, and obviously from anti-tank properties as well. If they start to build tanky on O-Chick, on the Motsu, then she's going to rip through that as well.
Yeah, a lot of potential, a lot of, just being able to burst it down. But it really comes back to the stuns and how these guys kind of play around them. Like, you can see exactly how both of these squads are going to want to take these team fights. The Razor Cavalry into the board, it's a perfect setup, potentially with a Cannon Blast to kind of the icing on the cake, if you will. Astar Esports have their own Chaos Cinder, Wind Slash, like the taunts. You have a lot of potential, right, for those big team fights when they happen. I think we're going to see some serious fireworks come these major team fights in the mid-game.
Yeah, oh, we want it, don't we? I mean, these two teams are fighting for literally match point, but obviously first blood does go to Yixing down, VO into that mid lane there, but Abdo is able to maintain that 2v1 engage in top side of the map.
Yeah, actually, Jingtian was going aggressive, went with that Unruly Blade, wants to take this Crimson Golem, but now Scarz actually have to do whatever they can to defend. They have the Cannon Blast, but it's not going to be using the box, trying to take that one away, and they're not able to salvage that red buff, and now M-Fang joins. He's not going to be able to find anything.
Yeah, look how scared Zugzwang is there. He has the mark of Luna on his head. He's like, I've got to use my flash or I'm done. Like, everybody else is away from me. He uses Unruly Blade. Chano just ran out of there on his Wolf. We are literally just in the depths of the enemy team, so Zugzwang had to use the flash there to keep himself alive. And obviously, it's key to use that flash at those moments in time to keep you.
Yeah, stay alive, definitely important on this one. But I think for the other side, if you're looking at Scarz, I mean, yeah, they lost the red buff, but I think the blue buff is probably a little bit more beneficial for the Luna. He needs to ensure that that stays alive. He's actually hovering around that area because he knows it's up in about 10 seconds. That's the key one. If Astar Esports want to just kind of be aggressive, that is the time to take that away.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, right? Like, taking away any kind of objective from the Luna is always going to be great. Like, I mean, we could probably see that maybe How will start to go for the Crimson Golem as well. So maybe trying to keep that completely starved away from the side of Scarz means that How on the early is never going to get that Crimson Golem. But it is going to be the Tyrant going up to the side of Astar. We did see that there's a trade for objectives, so Overlord going for Scarz.
Yeah, Scar's doing a smart job of just like getting that vision, realizing that, hey, you know, Mfeng not really nearby, doesn't really have the buffs to really fight. We're going to give up this Tyrant, but we're going to take the Overlord. They actually took it first, so the timing was there. Ochik was going for the steal. So this is one of those things where it's like, hey, you give a little to the team, but you could potentially get that steal. If they were to take that Tyrant away, that would have been huge.
It would have been huge. Mfeng getting hit by that.
They find him, and it looks like he's in a bad spot. Mfeng just trying to fight, trying to dance, but actually the box is now going to be used, but Jing-Tian is actually just too tanky, but Vio gets picked off. Abdo finds it. He gets the heroic charge on him, but now Scarz is on the run. They've lost Mfeng for Vio.
Yeah, we say he's trying to dance there, but what we didn't let you guys know is he's got 2 left feet currently on the game, so he needs to make sure he gets his right foot equipped so that it can dance very effectively and very fluidly. But to be honest, that was a nice, obviously crucial crowd control there from Aruru as well. Really stopped the kind of like flow and momentum of that team fight that was already going into the favor of Astar. And thanks to that Overlord take as well, right? Like, they weren't able to push any of those lanes.
Yeah, they weren't able to push anything at this point. And, I mean, Jing-Tian with this Dune has done a great job. He's been that tanky frontliner, and Scarz has kind of, like, yeah, they can kind of burst through the other ones, but they don't really have the answer to this Wind Slash, which could be a serious detriment to their plans.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely. The Wind Slash with a knockup is a great tempo breaker for the side of Astar. Like, as soon as somebody dives in, they try and get a bit of it more of a combo going. That's going to stop the flow of the motion of the ocean. But at the same time, it's kind of just like, is that going to be enough to disrupt Scarz as they get kind of like into that mid to late game territory if Astar's allowed them to?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to see exactly if they're able to do that. I mean, look at how Mirage is putting pressure on that top T1. But this blue, if it's stolen away, it's not. Jing-Tian will smite it. He needs to secure it. Mfeng on the other side, though. Again, largely off the map and kind of quiet like it was with Lam in that last game. But this is a space and opportunity for Astar Esports to put the pressure on. But with that bottom lane pushing, things are looking in favor of it, Scarz, at least from the minion perspective.
Yeah, I mean, they have a bit more of a pressure into the bot side of the map there, rather than how Astar were able to maintain it into the clash lane. So, like we say here, both of these junglers are really reliant on that Azure Golem, and even more so here onto this Crimson. They don't want to get taken away again.
Yeah, they've got the Wind Slash onto one. They're going to look to go for this one, but the Cannon Blast used in return. They have the board, but Abdo taking a lot. He's going to be picked off, and the box is going to be used, but they find the wrong one on this one. Mirage is going to be killed as well, and Aruru, excuse me, is trying to push him around. They find Jing-Tian. That's 3 members down from Astar Esports.
Yeah, a little bit of an overzealous play there from Astar. They tried to set it up nicely, but I feel like Vio in that brush was kind of like a little bit more of a bad positioning because it only meant that like Chano could be elsewhere, right? Because if they were going to go and dive in onto the Angela, they would get a 2-for-1, and then that's all your damage gone onto the side of Astar. But Scarz, they're striking while the iron's hot, right? They're looking to go take this T2 top side of the map here. They have the minion coming through as well. But it looks like Abdo is back online with Zugzwang as well as Mirage to keep that one alive. So no T2s falling just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take at least the mid T1, which will open things up, kind of give them Scarz a bit of an advantage. Now Mfeng will feel way more comfortable. Nice Cannon Blast on it too. They've got the board with 3, but they're pretty much just locking them into prison so that Mfeng can get that Azure Golem.
Yeah, that was a nice play though, man. Scarz, they used the board not as a kind of like a potential to get a team fight. It was just zoning away Astar so they could procure that Azure Golem for themselves and take it with ease. And that's what they've done, right? And that's going to be at the detriment of Jing-Tian because Dune, with those small cooldowns, he wants it even like quicker, but also they're mana hungry as well.
Very mana hungry, and that's kind of why Astar Esports need to, like, they're trying to take some buffs at this point, and now Mfeng, I mean, they've turned this around where they're stealing all the buffs. Astar Esports are now kind of really playing a defensive game as the map is slowly getting darker for them.
Slowly getting darker indeed. I mean, that Tyrant going over to the side of Scarz is going to be causing a bit of a spell here for the side of Astar, especially from where they were in the previous part of this best of 5, right? Like, they were very dominant in the early game, able to maintain and keep getting those Tyrants. Now, they're just slowly getting everything taken away from them, so they kind of calm is happening for the side of Astar right now.
Turning it around. Mfeng level 14, 3 levels higher than Gen.G, right? The guy's been farming. He's doing it with a lot of efficiency. If they were to take this Crimson, he's potentially looking to go for that, and he's not able to get the smite. Gen.G will.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a booty bonus here for the side of Astar, but like you were saying, level 14 to level 12, that's a lot of extra little bit of attributes going over to the side of Mfeng on the Luna. So really, we want to start to get in Gen.G online, get him a little bit more tankier, maybe building some more kind of magic defense, right?
Yeah, magic. I mean, any sort of tank at this point. Just stay alive. Just stay alive so that you can kind of deal with the wave clear. But the cannon blast, they find Abdo. He's just going to barely limp away. But now Aruru looking for that play. And the wind slash, the unruly blade, excuse me, Gen.G will get to safety.
Yeah, nicely done there by Mirage, though, right? Like, even though he could have been dunked on, Mirage, that is, he took that cannon blast just so Abdo stayed alive. He body blocked it, kept himself alive, kept his teammate alive. But is it going to be enough to keep his base alive as that T2 down into the bot side of the map gets fallen here as well? And that mid lane one is looking like it could be the next target.
Could definitely be the next target, but the biggest target right now, Shadow Tyrant. They're going to do this one right at the 10-minute mark. I mean, Astar Esports are looking to come in, but Scarz have already taken that out. Astar are not going to find anything. They're going to CSI the Tyrant's body.
Yeah, nice use of that Radiance, right? Like, we saw Gen.G and he was running for it. He was like, if I could just get within range, use my Unruly Blade and smite it, I could steal this away. But it was just like, nah. Ochik, Radiance, you're like, you're not going anywhere, but you can run as fast as you want, but you know on Baywatch.
In the slow motion running right on the beach. That's all what it's all about. But Scarz now chasing, running after them. Not able to hit their marks, though, with these cannon blasts. But now the board is going to be set up, but it's under the tower. Not really where you want Gen.G. They have the cannon blast. They have a little bit more control, but there's no follow-up damage.
No follow-up and no minion waves just coming through just yet. Obviously, it will be coming circulating through any moment now, but maybe Scarz take this point to get a bit aggressive, right? To get the T2 into the mid lane, maybe try and look for a little bit more. Try and keep them away from that T2 and top side of the map.
Yeah, that's the biggest one. That's the main target that they're looking for, and they're kind of chip it out. The minions will help out with that one. So Scarz doing a great job on that one. But the bottom lane, they're going to turn their attention now to that one because all of Astar Esports are in the top.
And not only that, right? Obviously, we saw there that Mfeng was able to get the Azure Golem away from Astar once again, which is a bit tragic right now because we saw that they were definitely manning the fight and manning the boat at that part in the game. Astar were, but now all it takes is that one wrong mistake, right? And then it's Scarz coming back on top of you.
Yeah, I mean, but 12 minutes, 6K advantage for Scarz right now. Completely in control of this one. They're looking to take the Overlord. Scarz, like, just poking and prodding and making Gen.G very uncomfortable. Yeah, he's tanky, but he's only level 13. Really doesn't have the items to kind of, you know, be that frontliner as of now, as Astar Esports are reeling yet again.
And the problem is here for Astar, obviously, we're only 12 minutes in. Mirage doesn't look like he's had like one of the best games of his life on here onto the Chano. We need to get Chano to the late game. If he wants to do any damage onto the Gorge, we need him a little bit more fed.
Yeah, it needs more time and space. The board, but not able to catch him. The top T3, though, is taking a little bit of damage on that, and it's going to be chipped away. How? Not enough to actually take it. And though the minions will be there, the cannon blast, now they're trying to go. They get the taunt onto him, but Abdo is going to actually just back off and just stay inside the base.
Stay inside the base for now. I mean, it's probably a good call, right? You don't want to lose any of your big tanky heroes as you may potentially be falling at the Crystal right now, but the Vanguard has been dropped down to the bot side of the map, so you know all eyes are on that high ground turret.
Yeah, the Vanguard is going to be there, but you know, Mirage is going to be potentially just dealing with this. The Cannon Blast, Ochik has not really been hitting his mark on those things, so something to take note of. The board, though, that's going to hit, and that's going to lock in about 3, but it's under the tower, kind of safe. Ochik misses the Peacebringer, and they're going to deal with the Vanguard, but now Abdo, it looks like the Soaring Green Dragon, the push away, they finally get the kill, and that's going to be Abdo. That's the opening that they were looking for. They're going to continue on. The box has been set up, the Cannon Blast, and he actually pushes VO back into the fountain. He's going to eat some crystal shots, but now they're trying to end it. They get the double kill from VO, but the crystal is under siege, and we will go to a game 5.
Oh my goodness, Scarz are coming for the silver scrapes, the real ones. They definitely are in this one not to lose it. They don't want Astar advancing too high within Group A when their chances are at a full tier. So Scarz really coming back on with that one. Like, they didn't have the right tempo in the early game, but then they were able to turn it around after those big mistakes onto the side of Astar. A little bit overzealous within their team fights, within that Crimson Golem. That's where it all started to dispel from the side of Astar.
I mean, the biggest thing was that Luna, right? Fang, just the amount of control. And, like, he was outpacing everyone, out-farming, you know, out-damaging, doing everything, the Lord's work, if you will, from Scarz. Yeah. And in terms of getting into this comeback and just really taking the fight to him, Astar Esports, really defensive, really no answers, and they couldn't get anything going. They couldn't even leave their base.
They couldn't leave the base, and that's a hard predicament to be, right? Like, if you're able to not leave your base, as long as at least get your farm up, right? But even at that point of the game, we saw that Fang was already like 2 levels ahead of Gen.G, and he was hard to sort of like press at that point. But overall, obviously, Luna only got 2 kills, right? But it was just the pressure that they put onto the side of Astar was enough to make that pick seem like it was like a supernova, that it was kind of exploding the side of Astar. But it was just the fact that it was just too much pressure, too much control, and too much zoning on the side of Scarz for Astar to even have a good team fight.
And it wasn't really about the kills. I mean, if you're looking at the KDAs, they're all very pedestrian. Nobody's really sticking out, but it was all about the objectives, being able to go in at the right time, even on both sides. If you're looking at the damage, Mirage was doing the most. 40k, everyone else around the 20s or the the 10s. This is not where you want to be, especially when that siege is happening. It seemed like this is a huge draft issue. The Dune Dolia first 2 picks, but where was the value of that Celestial Melody? I don't think I saw it used a single time.
Literally no value was given over, right? Like, it was definitely maybe drafted a little bit too early within that one. I mean, sometimes where we do see like a solid Dolia combo come through, it's in the first 2 picks, but the Dune and Dolia there, I feel like there's just too much damage onto the side of Scarz, especially magical damage as well, right? Because normally when you're a Dune, you're looking to build that attack, like obviously naturally you get a lot of the physical damage as well, but not when you go up against the side of Scarz, when they have the likes of the Luna. But we are looking at the MVP here. The playmaker himself is going to be a Ruru on the Guan Yu.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, in terms of setup, he really just kind of put them in a bad spot. It was all about the repositioning and just letting them just get those kills. So while, again, his KDA, not so great, they didn't get too many, but the 11% damage, also not as much, but it was the plays within the actual team fights, and we'll see a lot of those in the highlights here.
See, yeah, exactly right. Like, we saw a very early good game for the side of Astar. They were definitely getting, obviously, the pressure into the side of the enemy jungle. Was it the right side of the enemy jungle? That's for debate. Obviously, we'd like to see the Azure Golems be taken away for something like the Luna, but this is where it all kind of fell at the wayside, right? Like, this positioning here. Chano got caught out. Great positioning there from Aruru. He kind of, like, found from the back line, pushed Chano in, and obviously, he's a squishy guy. He's not going to stay alive, and he has very little escapability.
Yeah, no escapes whatsoever. The Soaring Green Dragon from, Aruru right there. That was one of those moments, right? That opened things up. They take the bottom T3. Then he looks to go back in. Yes, he hero charges Vio back into the fountain. But that's the space created for Scarz and Fang to really do that, that damage on those crystals, which is just what you need to end the game. Just really well played in the end.
Yeah, very well played, very well formulated towards that latter part of the game. But we are going to go for the 5th game between these 2 teams. Who's going to come out on top? Make sure you tune in a moment. We'll see you soon.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free.
I'm on fire. I'm alive 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of day 3 of the survival week, and that is going to be against Scarz and Astar. Astar having a fantastic, flawless performance against RA going into this series, but it seems like the online broadcasted match seems to be showing a bit of a blunder. Or is it just Scarz turning up the thunder and showing that they are the real ones who deserve to come out of Group A? I am Blam, and with me is Hola as we get into this conclusion and this great turnaround here that could potentially happen for Scarz.
I mean, the reverse sweep, Scarz were looking bad right after the first 2 games. You're like, oh my gosh, what happened to this squad? But they were able to find something, and the spark happened to be Fang, right? It's been his show throughout. He's literally carrying the team in the past 2 games. Bringing them to this game decider, game 5. It's going to be key for Astar Esports to really focus him in the draft.
Yeah, exactly. You need to make sure you're taking all of Fang's pick off of the table here, because if you don't, he is just going to come back and just like in those games where he played for Lam, he was just like, you know what? Even if I'm going with a 2v1 matchup here, I'm still going to come out on top. And that's exactly what you don't want, right? You don't want the pay to come through. You don't want the Jing to come through, because as soon as those picks start to come through here for Scarz Esports, it becomes scary.
Yeah, it becomes scary. I think they're scared now. I mean, look at the players from Astar Esports right here. They're all kind of like, whoa, what just happened? Now we're in a best of 1 for this series. We were up 2-0. We had such a golden opportunity, and we might have dropped it. We cannot lose this here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just look at all those heroes being like taken off the board here right now. Obviously, for those new joining in, that's just not to show that all the victims that have fallen within the last 4 games. It's because neither of these teams can pick these heroes twice. Now, because the global ban pick, you can only pick it once. So really, that's 20 heroes off the board for both of these teams. You can tell by the faces that they have to think. Like those pieces of paper that the coaches have, they've got to just run through them and find what's going to actually be the best out of a bad bunch, per se.
Yeah, it's all about the strategy here. Just putting the best foot forward. I mean, Pei and Jing, great bans. Just focus on Fang more than anything else, and see exactly how the other players, how deep their hero pools are. Are they able to respond? I mean, but when you have openings like Aruru's Byron that's been first picked here, you have a lot of options, especially in this game 5 here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's actually not looking too bad, right? Like, there is still some big picks coming through here. Obviously, the likes of Astar, they are drafting a little bit kind of like a little bit more weirdly with these prio picks onto the red side and blue side, but Byron, as well as the Didier and the Maestro Nui here, is really showing that Scarz still have a lot more to pull from, right? Whereas obviously Astar, we're looking at a solid front line for the rest of these next 3 picks, right? Because obviously Motsu is just going to be the shot caller on Zug Swang, but you're going to need something that's going to drive the force of the enemy team, right? Maybe a Flowborn tank comes through with the help of the Fati, and then you just got the Duranger that's going to be able to kind of push the back line and just chip away at the enemy team.
I kind of want to see what they picked in earlier games, because like looking at these heroes now, they're all kind of meta. They're still available in game 5. Like I mean, I know that we've seen it either on one side or the other, but like this is still, there's a lot of good heroes that are available going into this game 5. I don't think anyone's gonna be like, oh yeah, we lost this game because we were like, I was picking my 7th best hero or whatever, right? This is there are a lot of good ones still available.
Oh, yeah, a lot of good picks are available. It looks like Scarz has called out those big tank picks that potentially come through here for Astar, the Orgrin, the Flowborn tank as well. So really, we're going to be looking at something different here for Astar, right? I mean, let's just hope that Gen.G doesn't lock in the Yang Jian, right? Like, we just don't want to see that pick just yet. Like, just keep that to yourself. Keep it in the ranked games. It's not going to quite work here within this one, especially what's riding on this match as well.
Yeah, everything, right? There's got to be so much pressure, right? And I think that there's more on Astar Esports' shoulders more than anything else. I mean, you were up 2-0 and now it's 2-2, game decider. That's got to be a lot of pressure, but they need to calm down. They need to ensure that Deg, the coach, is kind of ensuring that, hey, these guys, let's forget about everything. We'll talk about, you know, all the games later, but right now it's about focusing on this one, ensuring that we have our best chance.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, we get the Princess Frost. So in terms of control, they have plenty of control here for the side of Astar. Obviously, they have not only the Cannon Blast, they have the Think Inside the Box here for Zugzwan on the Motsu, but the Princess Frost for the Winter is here, and obviously the Frigid Prison is going to be what we're looking for here to try and get the pickups right. So if we can see maybe like a buddying system between Vio and Zugzwang, then we could get the lockup of the Cannon Blast and the Frigid Prison to really lock in the enemy team, right?
This is it. This is that moment. Kong Min, like, being picked up for Scarz. We hadn't seen this. I don't think we've seen this in the fall by Fang, but this was his signature hero in the spring league. So being able to pull this one out, but Astar Esports also have a trap card, so to speak, a trump one. The last pick, Prince of Lanling. Oh, man.
Ooh, I mean, there's a lot of squishiness onto the side of Scarz, right? Like, so if there is a big setup here from, like I was saying, the buddying system from Zugzwang as well as Vio, and then the silence on top of that from Jing Tian, you are going to be eradicated. Like, yes, there's some sustainability, especially Byron. Byron's probably not going to be the key target for the Prince of Lanling, right? It's going to be the likes of the Mai Shiranui, it's going to be the Chano as well. So if you can run down the Chano and get rid of a damage output on the side of Scarz, it's definitely going to hinder their performance in this last game of best of 5.
Yeah, but here we go. It's going to be game number 5. We know the players on their, respective heroes here. Is that Prince of Lanling enough to get them over the edge? Is this the Jingtian special where he was able to find it? Or is Fang able to pop off with this Kong Min? This is going to be a super exciting game.
Very exciting game, and it's going to be the concluded game between Scarz and Astars. It's not a rhyme, but it is these two teams that are going at it for the last time because they need to get this to be on top of the Group A, right? Like, if Astars does this, they are looking at a very solid position here in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, they need this, right? Going into the final day. Right now, you have a 3-horse race with 3 teams at first place with 2 and 1. Taking this one would give you that edge going into the final day. That would be a prime position and where you want to be.
Yeah, Jingtian's got to be careful though, right? Like, I mean, he's level 1. He doesn't have the combo off that he really needs to do the damage onto the Prince of Lanling. I mean, yes, I guess that he's getting the intel here. Obviously, we see the Fangs going for the Azure Golem here because obviously trying to get that mana. Oh, last hit, I believe that went over to the side of Astar as well for the Phoenix.
Yeah, I think Mirage actually got that with that last one. I mean, just barely able to do it. I think, it seemed like How had actually just miscalculated with his spells and just kind of let him get that one. But, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but, I mean, it's the only Firehawk of the game, so you don't want to give any sort of net worth to the opposing team.
Yeah, exactly. All this kind of counts, especially when you got like a pick like How on the channel, right? Like, you want to make sure you're getting that extra bit of resources over to get him online, maybe just that little bit minute quicker. But to the detriment of obviously Mirage here, he wants to go and get the Spark Forge Dagger, get that wave clear going off for him here as well. But it looks like a bit of an invade. Oh, did they get it? Yeah, Astar got it.
Yeah, Astar got it. I mean, they smited it just to ensure that they got it. I mean, but Scar's doing a great job of understanding that, hey, we need to contest. We need to make Jingtian a little bit uncomfortable. He's looking for the flank in the top lane. He finds a Ruru. He gets the stun. The slash is not going to be on point. They're not able to get the kill, though.
Not to get the kill, but get the flash off of the side of Aruru here. So maybe they go for it again once we get that cooldown off on that ultimate of Jing Tian. But right now, Scarz and Astars are pretty much bottleneck for the gold.
Yeah, Jingtian going in front is actually going to be just a little bit off the mark. They're not able to get the Frigid Prison combination. If they're able to lock that down, that would be almost guaranteed first blood.
Yeah, if they can perfect that combo, it's going to be deadly for the side of Scarz, right? But right now, we haven't seen a well-executed 3-man combo, which we were alluding to within the draft.
I mean, but they're sticking together. It's so obvious. It's like one guy is stealth, but you like the other two are moving around. You're like, okay, I know where he is, right? Like it's a little obvious. So they're just kind of avoiding him more than anything else.
It's like playing hide and seek with your kids. They don't quite understand what hide and seek means. I'm hiding, can you go and hide elsewhere?
yeah. We don't need to hide together, but they're going in. Nice little engine. They actually get the payback. VO though, they're looking for that cannon blast, and first blood is gonna go the way of Gen.G.
That's it. There we go. We got the execution there. It wasn't quite going to be the impressive Frigid Prison with the cannon blast, but the Winters here is going to do that exact same job. And unfortunately, that was a nice cancellation though from Hao, right? Like he put the Spirit Trap down, tried to use the cannon blast, which could have literally been the death of Hao at that point of the game, but it was the Fox that took the hit.
Yeah, I mean, and it also mitigated all that damage, too, from the cannon blast and that potential for Mirage going in on that one. That was a very smart play, very heads-up play, very quick play, if anything.
Yeah, very well went for out very quick on his feet, thinking there. He's definitely got the shoes for dancing, but it's up there for thinking, his brain. But Gen.G, we have Zugzwan as well as VO looking for a bit of an engage into the bot side of the map.
The bottom, I mean, Gen.G is there, but he's kind of been scouted out. Scarz, though, understand that, hey, this is actually scary. Hao just wants to stick around in the lane more than anything else. And but Astar, they make the rotation, didn't get anything, but this opens it up for the Tyrant at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, but I mean, to Mfang, he is now down to that side of the map as well. So are they really going to try and contest this for this team fight? Is this going to be what they want to do here between Astar and Scarz? But currently, a lot of pressure being placed down to the bot side of the map here.
Gen.G actually uses the smite, secures the blue, so that's something to take note of. A big, this common skill or the smite on cooldown, which could be huge. But Scarz not looking to support this. I mean, they know that it's a very risky one. They don't know the smite is on cooldown as well. Oh, but they find him.
Oh, okay.
ASD just dash away, gets to safety though, but now Mfang looking to join, finds VO. He's going to do some serious work on damage, but they're turning around. The winning strategy is going to be eaten up, but now the box is going to be set up, and it looks like they get the pick off onto Hao.
Yeah, beautiful rotation there from Abdo, right? Because obviously you could saw that Mfang and Ochik could have at least reformulated and gone back in to help their teammate, but Abdo there, and it was all pretty low. He could have got another double kill there.
Yeah, that was actually, like, Hao was very aggressive. Probably should have played a little bit safer in that sense. But, I mean, they were trying to go. It's all about that first blood. Sometimes greed gets you in the end.
Exactly, but I mean, again, just following that great rotation, Abdo goes down to the bot side of the map, takes the T1 down there as well.
Oh, the Ru engine. Oh, they do some work, and they find VO. They get another kill onto Gen.G, and so Scarz have turned this around. Yes, ASD has been killed, but it's a 2-for-1. And now the cannon blast. Abdo has been waiting in the brush, finds Mfang, wants to get the pick off. One last blast, not able to do the winning strategy on, and he turns it around, but on his deathbed, he does take Ochik with him.
Yeah, so overall, obviously, that was going to be a 2-2 trade for both of these teams. Very splitted, very much apart here, but it's how these two teams recover, right? Can Hao get this minion wave through? Can we go for one of these neutral objectives onto the side of Scarz? That's going to be the answer to how they come out on top of this one. But Mirage is actually focusing, going back down. He can't let that T1 slip after creating such great pressure there from the help of Abdo.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in that sense. But now Astar Esports are looking to turn this. They're just going in. They're going to try to make it very uncomfortable for Hao. Cannon blast a little off the mark. Gen.G finds him, gets the slice and dice onto Hao. He's going to be dead. And now Astar Esports putting the pressure on the bottom T2. The box is going to be off the mark, though, from Zugzwan. But he will cover this one, and they take that bottom T2.
Yep, the box on the Radiance being used.
Oh, they find a nice arm strike. Oh, Aruru with a heroic play that shows up at the right time, gets it, and 2 members are down from Astar.
Yeah, VO and Zugzwang, I think it's probably a good pickup here for the side of Scarz so that combo can't come through. But Gen.G and Mirage...
Oh, they find him. The bitter farewell. And it looks like the dash away, but the winning strategy is enough to find Mirage, and this is why Mfang is an absolute nightmare on this Kong mid.
Oh my goodness. Triple kill into the mid lane, looking to get this T1 as well. So really turning this around is going to be Scarz as they get that triple kill pick up here for Mfang. It's one of his big plays, and it's really showing the enemy team that it is.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been able to just duel them and, you know, like outstyle them, just get on point. He's been doing so much work right now, and like he's gonna do even more. I mean, he's got a 2-level advantage over Gen.G, who has been dead for quite some time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's definitely going to be put them back into strides, right? I mean, if you look overall, that 3k gold now, obviously we're at about 2.4k, going over to the side of Scarz, but as they take this T1 in top side,
they find him. They find Zugzwang, they get the pick up, they find Jingtuan as well, and they're looking to turn, but Mfang will be killed. It's a 2 for 2, so they're turning this around. Shutdown going the way of Vio.
Yeah, I mean, jungle for jungle though, right? Like, nobody's going to really contest those neutral objectives. They're just going to go for a little bit of a split push play. But to be fair to Scarz, though, they've wiped that mid wave all the way to the high ground turret. It's going to be pretty scary here for Astar. Astar need to kind of reformulate here.
They need to reformulate. I mean, taking the top T1 is going to be some pressure on and alleviate some, at least for them. But this bottom T2, Astar Esports will hold. Jingtian is back up on the map, and it looks like Scarz scurry on out of their jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Scarz, they just need to make sure they're taking the wins that they've got, right, and they're just running away with it, rather than sort of like, we've got the wins, and we're just going to keep scrapping, and then they falter, which is what happened to them in game number 1 and game number 2, right? But they're starting to learn, and now they're making sure they're not kind of getting too overzealous with every little action they're making. But that's the first Tyrant, that's the first objective being taken here at 8 minutes and 30 seconds. That's crazy.
That is crazy. I mean, both of them have just been on a knife's edge, so nobody really wanted to risk it, but that was the only time that, like, any of these teams actually got that space. Scarz were all the way in their own jungle, didn't really see that was coming, but now they want to contest here. They're looking to take this Crimson. Astar Esports are going to spot the South Smite. Now they go with the re-engine, and they find 2 to start this one off. Absolutely huge, and it looks like they're going to get Abdo as well, and now they chase on. Zugzwang is just chasing them away, just trying to get them away from the objective, which is, of course, their base.
I'm sorry, but ASD's Maishurinoi setup there was just as good as Inua's from moments ago. That was so beautiful there. Obviously, really set up a Ruru, really set up Mfang there, and really set up that T3 takedown at 9 minutes.
Just really well played on that one. I mean, like, ASD has really stepped up, and that's exactly what you want. I mean, Jingtian just needs more space and time. I mean, he's 2 levels behind, but they don't really have much more. They're definitely on a timer at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. They got to make sure that they don't allow any more to come through, right? Like, if Abdo starts to get his way with the enemy team fights, if they start to kind of like isolate Aruru, which if you look at it in terms of obviously isolation, you've only really got like the think inside the box, right? But he can escape that if he really wants to.
Yeah, he can pretty much just get on out of this. I mean, there's so many guys. Mfang is very mobile, ASD as well. Plus, you have Ochik that can kind of lock onto whoever's just kind of going on them and has that heal as well. So you have your outs, but you need to play around that. Astar Esports haven't really been able to combo their stuns properly. Ooh. Oh, they find Jingtian. Oh, he's in a bad spot. He got spotted out. The Spider's Heads, and then they get that one. The box is going to be used. Zugzwang just trying to stay alive, but he's going to be picked up. Abdo has been killed as well, and Scarz with the winning strategy picks up Bio. All 5 members of Astar down. That's an ace going the way of Scarz as they're looking to march it down the mid and take game 5.
Yep, Scarz coming back with the reverse sweeps as they get an ace, which seems to be a little bit of an MO in day number 3 of the survival week. And there we have it. Scarz takes the series from Astar.
What a great game. What a great series, right? And you saw it. This is why we're like, hey, Scarz are a strong team. It just took them 2 games for them to really wake up in this series, but they were able to come back. Obviously, the play of Mfang just really helped them, you know, just put them on the shoulders in that sense, but they were not losing this series, especially after game 3.
No, especially after game 3, right? Like, that was definitely a performance that they really wanted. They literally held onto their trump cards right towards the end of that game number 5. It was like, hey, if we can just try and get to game 5, we'll get our trump cards going through. We'll get, obviously, Mfang onto the Kong Ming. We'll also get ASD onto the Maishu Nui. Some of his amazing setups there was really the kind of like the catalyst of how they won this match.
Just being able to come back like the way that they did, really, they dug deep, man. That's a dark hole. 0-2. Things are not looking good. I mean, if you're not top place going into day 4 and you're kind of on the bottom looking up and you have to make some serious miracles happen in day 4, that's a lot more pressure, right? So they were like, oh, we have to win this one. Game 3, that was pivotal. That was the true Scarz. That was the team that we wanted to see even in ranking week, but it showed up now. Is it the right time? We're going to have to see, as of course they have day 4 for their game.
Yeah, I mean, someone called 919, right? I mean, Mfang with that KDA, that's crazy, man. Like, those ultimate strategies, those battle strategies was so good. Those ultimates was always on point. There was nobody really to block it, right? Like, yes, you had the likes of Abdo if you really wanted to, but it would still run him down. It would then force out his ultimate. And then same for Zugzwang. He didn't quite build anything tanky just yet. And then obviously that would just run down his health. But look at that damage, man. 97.9k. No one else came close to it on the side of Scarz.
They totally slow rolled this one, right? Scarz.
Yeah.
They did not play that Kong Min. They were not showing it. They knew, I mean, this is in the spring. This is something where you had to go back and do that research and to see this team, but he always had it in his back pocket. They know, come elimination game, game 5, whatever it takes, backs on the wall, this is my hero. I will carry you, and Mfang shows why with this Kong Min.
Oh, absolutely beautiful play here from the Coming, right? Like, I don't think there was any doubt in my mind as soon as that came through. I mean, we saw some hope with the Mutsu, and Princess Frost, as well as the Prince of Lanling, right? Like, those 3 picks coming through, there was some really big, crucial setups that could have happened, but it was all stopped thanks to one man charging his fist. And once again, call 919, especially when you need Mfang here to get the MVP for you. 43% of the damage dealt. I think that's the highest damage dealt we've had today.
Yeah, for sure. It's like a one-man show on this one. Literally like Jordan-esque performance, Kobe, whatever you want to call it. But clear MVP of not only the game, of the series. Like, this is a guy that had so much impact. And the reason why they were able to scrap this together. But, man, this highlight reel, all Mfang in the end.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be honest, would they have had such an impact if Ochik was on the Diadea? Because really, Diadea was getting those immobilized as well as those like little knockbacks with that enhanced power basic attack was just huge, right? Like, that was the real setup here. Everybody else was so squishy onto the side of Astar, so really, it just kind of gave them that edge, that momentum, that time for Mfang to just come through and separate the enemy team. So nobody was there to body block it, just like we saw there, and then Abdo gets taken down. It was just a really good draft here. It was very risky in terms of, like, if the enemy team decided to build a little bit more tanky. The team fights may have not gone in their favor, but there was just such a lack of execution here for Astar because they just danced around him on the side of Scarz.
Danced around, and it really just kind of worked to the advantage of ASD when they were starting to group up. He was a great Robin to, of course, you know, Mfang's Batman on this one, being able to set things up and just like able to run it down like that. I'm sure that this is a huge win for them. A lot of momentum going into the final day. They are the team to beat now. All the teams, you know, R8 Esports, you know, Astar, CMF, all of these guys are looking up to them. We're gonna have to see who gets that final slot from Group A.
Exactly. I mean, Scarz still have their game against CMF tomorrow, and then they do have a game against R8. So pretty much a rematch of day number 1. So I feel like that last game, obviously, it's going to be an offline broadcast game, unfortunately. But that last game is really going to decide who gets on top of that one, because really it's for Astar's taken as well. If they 3-0 R8 again, and then try and 3-0 CMF, that could be another way in for Astar here to stay on top of this Group A.
Yeah, that's the only way at this point. I mean, there are options. There's still games left. It's not over, right? But being on top has got to feel a lot better, right? And a lot more comfortable understanding that going into the series. And I think the biggest thing is that when you're down 0-2 and you're able to come back, that does wonders for your psyche, right?
Oh,
being
absolutely.
down is, yeah, being able to bounce back. I think that speaks volumes about this team and just being able to come back.
Yeah, the mental is definitely there for this team. It just means that sometimes the execution's a little bit off. Sometimes they're a little bit too reliant on Mfang as well. So I feel like if they just kind of alleviate that pressure from him, and then they know that other members of the team can just kind of either carry or formulate the winning succession, so they're not always kind of like waiting for him to make the play, that could be the key here for the side of Scarz.
Yeah, that's the opportunity here. But now, if we're looking at the Astar Esports side, I mean, they stuck it to R8. Things were looking kind of good for them. They had a 2-0 advantage. Yeah, the wheels kind of fell off in the end, kind of rough for them, but I think that they're still going to learn from this. They still have an opportunity. They just need to come out stronger even tomorrow. We're going to have to see. I'm actually very excited about tomorrow, although I will not be on.
No, you will not. It'll be me and Sagalicious, right? I mean, let's see if we get another technical fault if Kasagi's on broadcast. But no, it's going to be a good way to finish off the survival week. Definitely, all teams are going to come out guns blazing. So, I mean, R8 have just taken their 3-0 over CMF offline as well. So that's really adjusted the actual standings within Group A right now. You've got R8 Esports, obviously, first. Scarz is second, just by a few points difference in their round potentials. And then Astar is now fallen all the way back down to third. So they had that glimmer of hope to begin with after that game. And now Scarz has taken that away from them unless they can win their next 2 series.
Yeah, like, I mean, they got 3-0'd by R8. That's the problem, right? So I mean, it's going to have to come back to tiebreakers. It's going to be super dicey going to the very, very end. And I mean, with Scarz playing 2 series tomorrow, not going to be an easy day for them. But this is today's result. You saw that Scarz with a 3 over CMF started off strong. Crazy Raccoons fall to Gen.G 1-3, and Scarz coming back in their 5th game. We knew it was going to go the distance, but they take it 3-2 over Astar Esports here.
Yeah, and this is going to be the standings here, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, that 5th game that Nongshim and Gen.G needed to play went into the favor of Nongshim. They have not dropped a single series yet, which puts them at the top of Group S. And Gen.G here, they're currently 2nd place, but Crazy Raccoons do get to go up against Gen.G tomorrow to see if they can try and take another victory from them, or will Gen.G solidify their place as 2nd place. But right now, R8 Esports is at top of Group A. Once again, a little bit of a repeat of the spring season.
Yeah, and here we go. This is going to be for tomorrow. R8 Esports to start with Astar Esports. And to see exactly where these teams are, how does Astar Esports come back? 2nd match is going to be Crazy Raccoons versus Gen.G. They still have, I mean, they're going to play on this one. I'm actually interested to see how that one's going to turn out. And of course, the final one, Astar Esports versus CMF.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of Astar action for those Astar esports fans tomorrow. They may potentially be able to get themselves back up into the top part of Group A. So there's still a lot to play for. This has definitely been one of the closest Group A's compared to the KM worst. But that's all for us today, ladies and gentlemen. We hope we brought the action. We hope you've enjoyed the action. But I'm going to be signing off at BlamMoba, and obviously follow at Hauler TV for Hauler's insights on game off broadcast and on broadcast. So we'll see you all both tomorrow.
the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender.